Hey, hey. Go mute on Hoover. You said go mute on Hoover. So you see,
20 Black Blockchain Summit. I'm Todd Shern, Howard University Computer Science Associate Professor. Howard University was pleased to host the initial Black Blockchain Summits and are pleased to take part in the 2020 Black Blockchain Summit featuring leaders in blockchain technology and the Black empowerment space. My journey to blockchain advocacy was inspired by its potential to provide immutable, transparent, secure transactions to under-resourced communities across the world. The 2020 Black Blockchain Summit will feature panels and keynotes that directly address land and asset management, securing intellectual property, Black empowerment, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrency transactions. My journey to blockchain advocacy was inspired by its potential to provide immutable, transparent, secure transactions to under-resourced communities across the world. The Black Blockchain Summit wishes best wishes to Dr. Harris in his cancer battle. Dr. Harris was Howard University Associate Provost for Research and Graduate Studies, Professor of Electrical Engineering, Director of the Howard Nanoscale and Engineering Facility, and he remains a professor in the Department of Engineering. Dr. Harris was the Howard University Administrative Point of Contact for the 2018 Black Blockchain Summit. Dr. Harris secured the facility, gave the opening address, and heartily welcomed all who attended the first Black Blockchain Summit. Keep up with all the happenings of the Black Blockchain Summit and reach out to panelists and keynote participants using hashtag 2020 Black Blockchain Summit and hashtag Satoshi is Black.
Welcome everybody to the 2020 Black Blockchain Summit. My name is John Karanja, co-host of the Black Blockchain Summit and founder of Melanin Solar, based here in Nairobi. So we're gonna have a fully packed agenda today, and we'll be having speakers from around the world speaking about various topics on blockchain and the cryptocurrency space, and especially issues that are affecting the Black community around the world. So it is a pleasure to have you here, and I look forward to engagement with the audience listening. So sit back and enjoy yourselves. We'll be right back.
That I've had at Microsoft so far. So who am I exactly? I am a software engineer at Microsoft. I work on a team called Commercial Software Engineers, where we work alongside our top 500 customers, who are oftentimes Fortune 100 customers spread across the world, to architect and implement production-ready solutions across different work streams such as blockchain, big data, machine learning, and also attached to different industries such as healthcare, manufacturing, retail, fintech, and any industry that Microsoft deems need technical transformation in the future. So with that said, myself alongside one other person, David Burello, is the only two blockchain technical leads on my organization of roughly 800, 900 developers across the world. And since starting at Microsoft last March, I worked on two production-ready blockchain enterprise solutions based in Japan. And this is what I'll be presenting today. So how my team operates is the fact that we have top customers who have multi-year contracts with Microsoft to spend millions of dollars in Azure credits. And oftentimes these aren't tech-first companies. For instance, if you look at Amazon, who is also a retail company, but they are tech-first. So therefore, Amazon understands scale and crunching code as quickly as possible. But when we look at Walmart or the Krogers of the world, they aren't tech-first. They are coming from a traditional background of regular business, now realizing the need for technology and innovation. So oftentimes these type of companies need hand-holding to like really figure out how to leverage technology and innovation to help them stay on top of their industry. So the first thing myself and my team does is we enter into an architectural design session with our customer who came to us with a request. And in this session, the point of it is for us to capture what exactly they want to do, where they are so far, and like what exactly is our success metric for what we are going to build in roughly 3 to 6 months. So in the blockchain engagements that I've been in, we realize at this phase in the architectural design session that there's a lot of common mistakes being brought to the table in companies who want to adopt blockchain. So for instance, the first one is often there's one big company, one giant that is like, yeah, it's cool, let's create a blockchain, and maybe the small companies we interact, we can invite them into the blockchain alongside us. And but in their mind, they're still thinking full control. So it's like they're creating it and then they're inviting these external companies. And then those external companies are limited to what they can do within this decentralized permission world. And that is definitely not what we want, because as we know, blockchain is all around removing that centralized control and enabling common goals and logic. Another big mistake is we see that oftentimes the blockchain going along the same lines of the control thinking. Usually what architecture end up being is a blockchain that is acting as a really slow database, because that company, that big company, that giant company does whatever they can to control who can come in and out of the blockchain and so forth. So overall, that largest company wants a centralized flow. And I have a pretty nice diagram that shows that, where this is the traditional structure of architecture before blockchain became prominent, where we have this firewall, there's this big company that has like some website, and all of their smaller companies they interact has to go through this website before actually interacting with the logic. And behind this website is the company's database. But now when they're trying to adopt blockchain in this control manner, all they're doing is really swapping out that database for blockchain. And honestly, at this point, there's no benefits in the blockchain, and it just becomes a really slow transactional database. And we know how hard it is to scale blockchain already. So what we have to do in this session is educate. So before we even start speaking of technology and like the solution, we fixate on the concept behind blockchain, where we shoot for blockchain first, where the blockchain is the source of truth in terms of events and different smart contract logic that needs to consistently persist to ensure that this ecosystem we are creating stays in compliance. Another part we have to understand is the fact that there's more than one company or more than one party involved in this process. So let's say it's one company building a blockchain solution for a lot of their target customers. The whole point is there's that one company, and then each target customer is in with their own external systems in place. So for instance, a company will come to this ecosystem with other databases or like maybe other websites or maybe their mobile app, and this have to be integrated to the blockchain. Same with the customer, let's say user A. User A comes to the blockchain with their own identity, whether it's a decentralized identity, ideally a decentralized identity, as well as whatever device they're using to connect to your ecosystem, and what is the constraints of their situation and context. Another big part of it is that once we are ideating, and before we actually decide putting pen and paper on like what exactly we're going to build, we want to ensure that all companies and target parties are represented in some form at the brainstorming phase. So for instance, if this ecosystem we are creating around blockchain involves 5 different companies, representatives of those 5 different companies have to be at the table to ensure that every company raise their opinions and their needs and their hard nose and actively contribute to the development process, because it is very important that everyone is represented in this ecosystem. Because as we know, once we create an ecosystem, once we launch an application in the blockchain world, everything is pretty much permanently written. So if we don't have all these parties represented, we will end up in a situation where we will have created our state of the world and expect others to fit in when they can't really fit in because we didn't take them into account. And with that said, this is where we actively practice 2 designs. We do user-centered design, where this is literally being aware of the context in which your target user exists in before even taking the action of signing into your end solution. So a good example in the fintech world is what exactly are the on and off ramps for the banking systems for your target user in Kenya, let's say. Another design practice we use is domain-driven design, where in technology is literally just a tool that integrates with real-world systems, real-world logic, real-world industries to be able to empower those logic, those processes, those flows. So with that said, if you're a blockchain expert, you may not necessarily be an expert in the industry you're building for. If you're a blockchain founder, you may understand startup mechanics, you may understand design thinking, you may understand like problem solving, you may understand how to code, but you may not actually understand and have the experience in the industry you're building for. So therefore, this is where domain-driven design comes in, which is literally a deep integration between the design, the software engineering, and the industry/domain experts from the very beginning. So in my situation, when in 2018, when I attempted to solve for the money transfer situation between the Caribbean and the US, one of my biggest problems and my biggest mistakes is the fact that it took me 6 months before accepting that I am not a fintech expert. I literally have no understanding of how finance and money flows across, like just outside of technology and outside of the blockchain context. I didn't know that. And if I accepted that from the very beginning, I would have known how to strategically build my team to fill those gaps and therefore facilitate true domain-driven design so that the end solution could be discussed and decided on before actually implementing and so forth. So moving on, my presentation and the work that I do at Microsoft is around enterprise blockchain development. And what enterprise blockchain development means in our context is pretty much we are creating permission blockchain where the companies create their own instance of a quorum blockchain, which is pretty much an Ethereum blockchain built in design, built in intentionality for like built in consortium management and so forth. So with that said, we are still working in the Ethereum world, but we are understanding that every member within our blockchain system, we know who they are. We have KYC in place, as well as we have different governing rules that governs why they're here and what they have to do to remain here and what will happen if they leave. So with that said, we are bringing multiple enterprises and multiple companies to the table to be able to develop this permissioned blockchain consortium. And we asked ourselves oftentimes why or when is it really valuable to leverage blockchain in this situation? So based on just simple common sense, as well as based on understanding when exactly it is valuable to put that big heavy blockchain behind a solution versus using a faster database, we realized the following. One main reason, or the only reason to have a blockchain in place, is we have to have a common goal among the companies, among company A and all the target users. And in the company perspective, those common goals are usually either to optimize of existing process that company A and company B shares, or maybe to create a unified user platform to benefit the users of both company A and company B. Maybe company A and company B already share a user base, or maybe they believe that it could be a good business investment to create this end platform to be able to grow their user base even further and benefit collectively. But once again, as I mentioned before, we have to understand that company and company B are coming into this world with their unique data policies, their unique reporting needs, their unique development styles, and pretty much their own unique individual external systems that now have to make sense and interact with the blockchain world. So this is a diagram around the permission network where, as you see, we create our own blockchain instance. In this situation, we have 3 members within our permission blockchain, and each member pretty much hosts their own node. And on each side or across each node, you can see that everyone has their own blockchain system, their own external systems, such as a server, database, their computers, and so forth. And the way how we design our enterprise blockchain solutions is we stay in the Ethereum world because we envision eventually moving to the public networks or doing some form of bridge when it becomes viable, once the technology becomes viable for that. But as of now, it makes sense for us to stay in the permission world due to like the unique data needs versus like flooding the public blockchain with like minimal transactional data that is only relevant to these 3 companies. So this is a high-level architecture of the B2B approach, where is within our permission blockchain, we are literally within our overall enterprise blockchain solution, we are designing for businesses to share a common goal, where the 3 nodes, as I mentioned, is 3 unique companies, and these icons are representative of external systems in the Azure/Microsoft world, where this icon is a representative of a serverless function. This is a web UI/web API, or even like your mobile apps that you want to develop. These are logic apps, where it's pretty much similar to serverless microservices. And of course, maybe you'll have like a business intelligence dashboard, a SQL database, and so on. And even like pretty much anything that your business needs to run outside of this blockchain world. And then, of course, the B2C approach is building it one business or multiple businesses for multiple end users, where once again, we have the blockchain, we have a nodes representing the companies, and then we have the showing of the user entering this blockchain ecosystem via their public-private key or decentralized identity, wherever they're accessing it from their devices. So let's dive into some real-world examples of the architectures we have implemented. So I spoke briefly about it, but a lot of these architectures have been powered by Azure Services. So the first one is Azure Functions, which is pretty much, like I said, a serverless microservice hosted in the Azure cloud and can be written in any language you deem worthy, for instance, JavaScript, .NET, Python. Logic Apps is pretty much an Azure function But versus writing it in code, you actually can drag and drop. So it's codeless and it's pretty easy. In fact, a good bit of my work has been around the logic apps. And this logic app is very powerful in the scaling of the ecosystem around blockchain. For instance, if I'm building React apps or just a basic web app, we often ask ourselves, how do we connect to the smart contract in the public Ethereum or our private blockchain? These logic apps enable that very seamlessly. So does the Azure Functions, but of course you have to code to enable that. And then Event Grid is pretty much an enterprise pub and sub of events between microservices. So for instance, if we had one microservice doing A, the moment that first microservice is finished doing A, it publishes some sort of event to the entire ecosystem saying this was done, and whoever is interested in that type of message will actually receive it. So those are the three Azure services that really was pivotal in building these solutions. And this is a couple of screenshots of what a logic app looks like, especially when connecting to Ethereum smart contracts. So once you're in the Azure portal, you pretty much create a logic app, a new instance of a logic app. And as you notice, we have two concepts here. We have triggers and then we have actions, where a trigger is pretty much what you define will trigger this logic app to execute. So for instance, a smart contract in the blockchain in which you're connected to actually emitting an event. So that is a valuable trigger, and you want your logic app to listen to those events and therefore respond, where your action is the response, where it could either be deploy a new smart contract or execute a specific smart contract function, or maybe just query the state of that smart contract. So that is one example of the logic app. And this is another screenshot that shows two variant flows based on you sending the HTTP request to this logic app, simple API UI client to API architecture, where your client is your mobile app or your web app. And therefore, once your customer or your user makes an action in your app, it will send an API request based on that action. And therefore, this logic app is sitting there waiting on that API request. And once it's received, it is able to either query the smart contract in this specific example or execute the smart contract in this specific example. And when that is done, it is able to send the response back to your client, which is your mobile app or web app. And then the other type, so this was the HTTP request listener. We also have an event listener, where this goes back to the event grid that I showed. And of course, that's Azure context, but in any cloud, any solution you're using for hosting should have some level of events management. And this logic app is triggered when a certain event occurs within your smart contract. So for instance, if you have written smart contracts, you know you can emit events. So when that event is emitted, this logic app is sitting there listening for that specific event. And once it's done, you can do multiple things. For instance, insert a row in the SQL database that you have external to the blockchain based on whatever information that came through from that event. Or maybe you can just publish to Event Grid so that your other microservices that you created could be able to act on it. So let's get into consortium governance for a bit. This is specific to the enterprise world, or any type of partnership you're creating among multiple companies, where in our case, once I said we are using permission blockchain, which is in this situation, Ethereum Quorum hosted in Azure. And because of the fact that we're using Azure Blockchain Service to manage our blockchain, our instance of our own blockchain, Azure provides us with like simple network deployment and operations, as well as built-in consortium management, where you're easily able to create rules and logic around the addition of new members, the removal of members, what that member is able to do in regards to changing the state of the blockchain, and so forth. And then another part of this is the concept of development. When you're actively developing your blockchain solution, or let's say your solution is already in the market. But of course, you have iterations and the release of multiple versions. Then you have a concept of continuous integration and continuous deployment, where you're constantly making changes either to the smart contract or to your application code and so forth. So this is where the Azure DevOps comes in, where Azure DevOps is able to manage exactly from a governance perspective, who is able to approve new pull requests and new releases. For instance, let's say I am working in company A and there's other developers working in company B. Can I just push a change to production to change the state of the blockchain as well as the end product? Or do we have to go through a certain approval where we require one member of a certain privilege from each company to approve before this change to the blockchain state occurs? So that's where this comes in, as well as the fact that we know that even if you're using permission or permissionless blockchain, we know that once we deploy a smart contract, that smart contract cannot be deleted. And the way that we reference a smart contract is through ABI, which is equivalent to a URL on the web. For instance, when you go to www.microsoft.com, that's sort of like a pointer to that Microsoft page. The ABI is pointed to your smart contract. So as I mentioned in our Logic apps and our Azure functions, or maybe just in your React code, you are having to connect to a smart contract using that ABI. So in Azure DevOps, you're able to seamlessly update that on every PR that you're writing a new smart contract and deploying a new smart contract for. So for instance, let's say you have a smart contract for minting of coin, right? And that minting of coin smart contract is already in the blockchain world, well, within the blockchain ecosystem. And then let's say this week we realize we had a bug and we want to push that a change to fix that bug, right? We can't do anything in regards to removing the first edition of that mint coin. But what we can do is deploy a new version of that mint coin and update all of our references to that specific smart contract address across our entire solution to point to that newly updated ABI, aka URL. And of course, Azure DevOps also enable us to maintain one canonical blockchain state that ensures that everyone within this ecosystem, even including your users, can trust that this blockchain state has not been tampered with or hasn't been, like for instance, going back to the example of full control, one company wanted full control. This ensures that one company isn't taking advantage of the blockchain world. So I'm going to dive into a fintech custom example that I did in Japan, where this was a part of a larger mobility as a service project, where a goal, and for some further context, in Japan, there's roughly 8,000 plus different train providers, bus providers, taxi providers, and just so many different operators for transport around Japan. So from a user perspective, whether it's a tourist or just a typical Japanese living in Japan, when they're trying to get from point A to point C, they might have to jump like 2 different trains, a train on a bus and so forth. And because these train companies and bus companies are completely different, the user is forced to buy multiple tickets or have multiple Metro cards and load those in order to be able to enter these different systems, these different company systems. So obviously this is very restrictive, and a user really doesn't care. The end user really doesn't care who owns what bus and who owns what train. So therefore, the transport industry in Japan, in fact, this was a mandate from the government, came together and said that transport industry, please centralize and figure out a way to unify your offerings so that our end users or the people that need transport does not have to go through a lot of struggle to be able to really get from point A to point B. So with that said, like I mentioned, this reason for coming together was a common goal to create a unified user platform for their shared users and still sharing the profit. So from a project perspective, from a development perspective, and a problem-solving perspective, we knew that we needed to create a solution where a user an average user is able to get from point A to point B using one ticket, even though they're using multiple services. So from a blockchain perspective, that meant that we needed one ticket that is of the ERC 721 standard that is expressing all the multiple tickets and jumps that user will have to do. And all that user will do is show that ticket or scan that ticket and will be able to enter all of the different systems. And some example services that was a part of this ecosystem was the financial services. For instance, we had one of the largest banks in Japan step up to join this consortium to be able to be that on and off ramp for Japanese yen to ERC20 tokens. And then we have like the automotive companies, for instance, the ones who provide taxis and even car rentals or ride sharing apps, as well as we had retail companies. And this goes to the mobility as a service flow where it's all around like how could you seamlessly get all the things you need in life with just one flow. So for instance, if I'm calling a ride from my office to my house and I know I have to stop by Walmart to get groceries, I can effectively do all of this in the app. And all the driver of my Uber has to do is pull up in front of Walmart, pick up my groceries, and we can continue on our route. So that's where the retail company came in. And then we have, of course, trains and buses, and then insurance. If you don't know, Japan is pretty strict on punctuality. In fact, it's very rare for a train to run late. And because of this, the insurance companies have a big market where in our solution, if someone is really time constrained and books a ticket specifically to get from point A to point B by no later than 10:30 a.m., and let's say some sort of uncontrollable event happened where the train couldn't get them to that destination by that time, one of our blockchain smart contracts is listening out for those changes in terms of delays and actually emitting an event that will then do one of two things based on insurance pricing. It can give them a coupon to buy a coffee while they wait on the stand for their ride to come. Or the second thing is create an alternative route for that user to be able to get to their end destination in time. So for instance, if this train is going to be delayed, then okay, we calculate we have 15 more minutes to get where we need to go. Let's just rent the nearest car and the user can walk up to that car, unlock it with our ticket and drive themselves to their end destination so that they make it in time. And then of course, other success metrics were the ability for all the companies within the consortium to transparently and confidently view their users' transport history, trusting that no company tampered with any record for the sake of increasing their profits, as well as we wanted an easy way to onboard new consortium members, because as we can see, this is like a big project across Japan. But to begin with, we only had roughly 15 companies at the table. But that does not mean we want to exclude any other train companies. It's just a matter of inviting them to join the consortium as we move along and we build the consortium even further. So what we wanted was an easy way to do this, and ideally in a short setup as possible and no code. And then of course we wanted to exchange the Japanese yen to ERC20 tokens, and we wanted the customer to be able to buy tickets to buy that one ticket that represented multiple services with the ERC20 tokens we are using in our ecosystem. So those were our success metrics, and this is what we were able to capture from our architectural design sessions. And we all digested and agreed upon this across all the companies before we started actually writing in detail what exactly we will be creating, and then of course implementing that. So this is a high-level diagram. As you can see, this is a consortium where Mizuho was the bank, and the bank provided us the open API for us to exchange the yen to Japanese yen to the MAS token. And we decided to call our ERC20 token MAS token for mobility as a service. And then of course, all these other nodes alongside here is variations of taxi companies, train companies, bus companies, and any other transport mechanism in Japan. Then we had a representative of a ticket office. We had to document this as a smart contract. So traditionally your ticket office is like that booth in the train station you go up to and buy stuff, but we needed to translate that business logic into smart contracts so that we can trust our blockchain ecosystem to handle the whole ticket office task of, okay, this user wants to get from point A to point B, so therefore we need to aggregate to 20 bus A, train B, and car C into one ticket, and what is that final cost, and therefore do the distribution across the companies once the user actually rides. So this was one smart contract we had to create to represent that ticket office. And then, of course, this was all the external systems we use. We use like a business intelligence. We had a mobile app where the user will interact with a unified platform through this mobile app by using their decentralized identity that we were able to verify using their Japanese ID card and store that information in a decentralized identity hub. So we did that approach because we didn't want any company or any company within our consortium to have access to user identity and user login and all. Like, someone will have had to manage the traditional non-DID identity, right? And we needed a way to also verify this user is real. So that's why we used that Japanese ID card. And we trusted the decentralized web to store that and validate that for us. And pretty much the user comes into this app, logs in through their DID, and then what they do is pretty much enter their route. And in our backend system, we are able to calculate the exact ticket using the ticket office, then give them that ticket. Once that ticket is created, it goes back to the user. So as you can see on that user screen now has a ticket on it. And then when the user is ready to enter, let's say, gate 1 of that train, all that user has to do is walk up to the gate. These are representatives of gates, the gate simulator. This is a gate simulator where you have to like tap to enter. So all that user has to walk up to do is scan. We did QR codes initially. So scan the QR code no matter who owns this specific company and be able to continue along their path. And of course, when all of these actions is being taken, we have records being stored, events being emitted, and then of course, all the compliance and auditing needs for each business is being captured. Then this is a more detailed walkthrough of what I just said. Like I mentioned, the shared ledger between all the companies is Quorum, hosted by Azure Blockchain Service. And then within this ledger has all that smart contract logic and is literally the representative state of truth, the source of truth in terms of what has occurred and what events has been emitted and what is exactly the state of each smart contract and so on. And this represents the user flow from, like, let's say a tourist perspective, where the tourists reach in the airport, downloads the app, which is the MAS app. They register using DID alongside their ID card, well, Japanese ID card. And once they're registered, we know for sure they are a proven user. And this is mainly important because of that bank exchange we need to do from like their yen to their ERC20 token, because we are using that ERC20 token to actually create the MAS ticket. And then from once that MAS ticket is created, we'll still need to use that ERC20 token to fracture the profit across all the companies within the system. So as I said, this user comes in, this user knows they want to get from airport to hotels, so they enter that route, and all of our logic in smart contracts and so forth is able to tap the ticket office, create the ticket that represents all of the steps that they need to do. And then let's say this user opt in for insurance, right? And they want inclusive insurance. They want the highest premium of insurance. So that means that they're paying so that if they run late, they're able to be redirected to a share car. And so this user has that ticket that represents all of the routes they have to take along with the insurance. So now the user can start along their way. So the user starts in the first stop or the first provider, which is a train. So they show the QR code to the gate. The gate approves the QR code because that company's external systems already was expecting that user based on whatever event is emitted in the blockchain. Then the user gets in because that code is valid and is able to make it to their point B. When they're in point B, they realize that the train is not working there. So then as efficiently, as quickly as possible without the user having to tap anything. Our events within our blockchain emits saying that this train is delayed, so we need to find an alternative route. The best alternative route to get this user to their hotel is to get them a keys for a share car. And when I say key, this is literally a digital key that's also part of this QR code. So by the time we update users saying, hey, this train is no longer working, you should walk 5 minutes to find this car and drive this car to your end destination. By the time the user makes it here, all the user has to do is scan their QR, not their QR code. I believe we use NFC against the car door, and that will unlock the car. And then the user is able to drive to their final destination and make it to their hotel as expected, without any sort of understanding of the fact that there's 1,000 different companies involved in this end-to-end flow. So this was the solution we created. And feel free. So a big part of this solution was the IoT around like the gates. For instance, this QR code, we actually interacted with hardware. So therefore we had to like really think through like, how do we take high throughput data from the IoT devices, which is the gates in our situation, and really populate that to the blockchain? Because as we know, blockchain transactions take a while, could take a really long while to actually be stored in the blockchain. So I will speak on that further coming up. And I just included a couple of screenshots of our some of our smart contracts. So this smart contract you're seeing is our mass coin, where we pretty much build it ERC20 using the Open Zeppelin standard. And all this has to do is mint coins and send it to the sender. Then our mass ticket was represented as the ERC721 because the mass ticket doesn't necessarily have value, but it's more business logic. And like I said, one of our success metrics is to have one ticket representing all the different route providers and routes that user has to take. So as you can see, we built it using ERC721 Open Zeppelin standard as well, where we had a couple of the functions that I display here. So like get ticket detail by ID, the actual minting of the ticket for the user, and like a function to access how much tokens or how much tickets, how much mass ticket a specific user owns and is still active. And then, of course, from a high-level view, this is the application flow. Like I mentioned, the user had a mobile app and a web app to enter. And then, of course, in the whole client and API paradigm, any action that user takes within the mobile app and web app will trigger API call and potentially blockchain events and smart contract functions and so forth. So this is the blockchain, this is the app, and in between we have our logic app and our Azure function sitting that is listening to a specific API call or event or so on. So let me just walk through one of these. Let's see, let's do the gate simulator. So let's say this user on their phone, on their app, has the QR code for their ticket open and they reach to the gate. Then the moment the user shows the gate the QR code, in our ecosystem, we have an API call for Gate Simulator, which then calls the logic app that is responsible for emitting the event in our station in the blockchain, so that all the company partners are aware of exactly when this user came into what station and when did they exit that station. And then, like I mentioned, the biggest bottleneck in this solution was that gateway, that gate simulator, because of how high frequency IoT data is, and just based on like the domain that we're working in, which is the transport industry. At any given time, there could be 1 million people entering and exiting a specific gate in Japan. So we had to be very strategic in terms of how exactly we wanted to write to the blockchain these events. And we created a flow where we leverage our IoT product in Azure to be able to capture the events and then over a certain time interval add it to an immutable blob, which is another feature of Azure that ensures that this blob or this data, let's say this file cannot be touched, cannot be tampered. And therefore, once the interval has passed, with let's say every 1 minute we want to write whatever in and out of gateway events we receive to the blockchain, then we have this blob that is collecting all of those events within that 1 minute interval. And once the 1 minute is up, that's when we will hash that blob and anchor it on the blockchain. And then, of course, that means our end user isn't impacted by how long it takes for the blockchain to write and capture certain change in states. So therefore, the user can go on with their life, and we can also trust that while we are waiting for the event to be, the data to be captured on the blockchain, it's not being tampered with. And I actually can share the link to an open source variation of this for you to look into. And yeah, that's it. So I had another example, but I'll leave it in my slide for when you're able to view my slides. And let me just jump to the end. So overall, thank you for listening to my presentation. This is the GitHub repo for the open source solution of that IoT high frequency data I mentioned. And this is an article explaining the mobility as a service project we did in Japan for you to get more context if you're interested. And of course, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram at ImpactWith, and feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn as well. Thank you so much.
That was really awesome. That was really awesome by Whitney. Next up, we're going to have our libation ceremony for this year's summit. And for this, I'm going to invite a lady who goes by the name of Akua Zenzele. I don't know if I said that correctly. So Akua, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am Nana Akui. I'm going to pour libation as the, I guess, official opening for the summit.
Yep. We've been looking forward to this.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. And where are you calling us from today?
I'm in Baltimore, Maryland.
Awesome. All right. All right. Whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Okay. I go. Anyame, Almighty God, Mother, Father, God, Creator of all, we salute and acknowledge your presence today. Asasaya, Mother Earth, Insanio, this is your drink. Nana Nom, Abusum, Orisha, Loa, Netarua, all the deities and divine spirits inside, this is your drink. May Abusiofia, my personal ancestors, and all the enlightened and elevated ancestors with representatives here today, we salute you and request your presence. Insanio, this is your drink. Nana no me paucho. I am Nana Akuya Bakan Adabo. I come before you today, Lord God, to praise and give supreme gratitude for all that you have done for us today. We thank you for all the blessings. We thank you for those big and for those small, those prayed for and those graciously given without asking. We thank you for life. We thank you for health. We thank you for strength. We thank you for growth and intellect, for gratitude, for fortitude. We thank you for another year of the Black Blockchain Summit. We thank you for I Love Black People. We thank you for BitMari. We thank you for all the sponsors. We thank you for Howard University and all the partners and organizers of this event. We ask that you bless this summit and its endeavors. We ask that you propel the goals and the objectives of this effort and manifest all of its intentions and all of its aspirations. Bring blessings to all involved, those present online physically and personally, and those present in spirit of support and solidarity. May you catapult our efforts for Black success. May you increase our efforts and success in ending racism and xenophobia. May you enhance our knowledge and expertise in the fields of technology and cryptocurrency. May you empower us to continue to uplift African people and Africa and all people, Black people around the globe. We pray for true and complete freedom. These things we ask, Mother, Father, God, and we trust that you will hear us and that you will allow us these blessings. And we say, Madasi, Ashe, and Amen. The libation is finished.
Amen. Amen. That was really, really awesome. Thank you, Azua Zenzele. So I think we're going to go right into our next session. And this is going to be a fireside chat with Niall Majok and Rosalind Wanjiru. Niall is originally from South Sudan, and Rosalind Wanjiru is from Nairobi, Kenya. So the session again is a fireside chat with Niall Majok and Rosalind Wanjiru.
Pandemic. So today we have Roslyn and Neha. I hope I'm saying your name perfectly well. Welcome, guys. Welcome, guys. Yeah, today's talk. We're just going to have a very simple, nice, relaxed kind of conversation. I want to start with you. Introduce yourself. When did you start with this journey, and how has it been for you? And then when done, keep right there.
All right, thanks, Allah. For Alakani, for those that don't know me, my name is Niall Majok. I'm the founder of Pesabase. I've been in the space. My background is in tech, obviously. I moved to Australia when I was about 23 years old in 2003, and finished my degree and basically, been working in the tech industry. Before I got involved in Bitcoin around 2013 when I first heard about it, just post Mt. Gox situation. So I was actually, I would say, kind of lucky that I missed out on that, because the funny situation was I was trying to figure out a way to see how I can send money to Japan so I can buy a few, because I want to test out the technology. And so just when I was trying to do that, then there was like some statements about the Australian police trying to figure out people that have lost money. And the next thing is Mt. Gox not doing great. So I kind of cooled off for about 2 or 3 months. But then towards the midst of June, July, there was also a Melbourne meetup. So I decided to go meet other people. Back then, we used to be about 10 to 15 every month. We'd meet up and try and pay for pizza using Bitcoin. And so while working for IBM, that was kind of my hobby on the side. And then fast forward a few years later, I left IBM in 2017, just at the middle of the bull market, the middle of 2017. And I started traveling just to see what the scene is like, and to sort of become involved in it. So yeah, so that's pretty much the short of it. Since then, I've been doing a few more things which I'm happy to delve into as we speak. But yeah, I'll pass the baton to Roslyn.
All right. For those who are probably hearing about me for the first time, I'm Roslyn Wanjiru. I'm an economist and very passionate about the blockchain space. So the first time I heard about Bitcoin was in 2016 from a friend. And he actually just pointed out a documentary. Well, he knew I love documentaries and new stuff. So I was like, oh, this looks like something interesting about the future of money and economy. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And there was a meetup around September, actually, with, at the time, I'm not sure if the Blockchain Association of Kenya had been formed, but there was a meetup in Nairobi, and, they were explaining to us about how Bitcoin is like a digital asset and all, how you can buy it. And it sounded so complicated. So I felt, I'm not ready to put my money in something I don't understand. So I'm gonna give it time, but it's, it just piqued my interest. Then my background is in economics really, and performance management. That was really my first line of work. So I had an appreciation of like systems thinking before I now got a research interest specifically in blockchain as part of the future of cybersecurity, part of the future of economics and all. And in 2017, I wanted a master's in data science. So for me, blockchain was really a niche thing. And the mention of Bitcoin was just, it piqued my interest at the time, but not so much. But in 2018, the more I saw just how much, first of all, it's a niche and not many people are talking about the potential impact of the tech. I felt I could be an early adopter or early contributor to the space, and that would give me quite some huge leverage in terms of career prospects and however that would evolve. So I even put my desire for the master's for data science on the back burner and kind of just picked interest as a researcher or a research fellow in the blockchain space locally, and getting international speaking engagements along the way. So that's in a nutshell my journey into the blockchain space.
Awesome, interesting. Niha, you are one of the Bitcoin OGs in Africa, having started 18. That makes you an OG. So I want you to tell me how has been your experience so far? Being in this space, how has it been? What stories, interesting stories did you tell? On this wonderful journey?
Well, it's been an interesting journey. The first thing that I would say is I didn't expect it to evolve so fast. Nor did I expect that nearly 10 years down the line that I'll actually be working in the industry. At the time, I looked at it as a hobby. And, for those that don't know, I was actually born in Sudan. So I've sort of seen stripe and seen what it means I think Sudan had to change its currency twice or something. And now maybe 3 or 4 times in my lifetime. And so I've sort of watched currencies devalue, currencies die. And so when I moved to Ethiopia, Uganda, and then Kenya before I migrated to Australia, part of my educational curiosity was what made Western societies more stable. I mean, I know they've had prior history of wars, prior history of instability. But one of the things that I was curious about, even though I was a tech guy, was simply how do you create economies that function as well as the economies did, and how do you create a stability of money? And what happens, if this money, which historically happens, devalues or loses its value in that sense. And so when Bitcoin came across my purview, it was more almost like an accident. While mentally I may have been prepared for it, I didn't think of myself as an OG at the time. I thought, man, I'm late to this thing, but this thing could probably die. But hey, it's exciting. And the way I saw it evolving was, if, as everyone predicted, that internet is going to be everywhere, then something like this is going to exist. And the question was whether it was Bitcoin or something else. And so clearly, I thought, it's worth becoming involved. It's worth, getting involved. Even when I bought some, it was more to try and support the community more than to try and invest. So the funny thing is, now looking back, obviously, I wish I'd put in more. But at the time, I was looking at it as a really, really great experiment.
Yeah. Okay. Rosalind, it's you. Being a woman in this space, how has it been for you?
For me, it's particularly exciting. I mean, I look back at some of the panels I've been part of, and in not a few, I'm the only woman there, and I'm like, okay, this is interesting. So sometimes I'm thinking, I wish, definitely, I would love for there to be more women and definitely represented in the space. But I'd say, in a way, seeing one of the statistics that actually shocked me is that there's between 3 and 10% representation of women in the blockchain space and crypto in particular. And this is, looking at not just roles in trading, but also executive, marketing, research, coding, and all that. And I felt, whoa, okay, I may not rope in as many as I can right now, but at least I can be there as a role model to some who might just get the inspiration and not see this as a, predominantly male-friendly space. So it extends. I also got to learn, of course, about the gap and representation in terms of women in tech. And for me, it's been an evolving issue in terms of what are the issues that either keep or incentivize women to be in this space. And I realized that it just has to be, an increasingly evolving conversation. We shouldn't just make it about, just splashing women in tech, but just making workspaces more friendly, inclusive, just diverse and all that, and just being able to contribute, being able actually to just involve women in that sense that we're not just putting you on board because you're a woman, but because you're a contributor in this space, So for me, it's as exciting as it is challenging, but I definitely love being in this space.
All right, just to jump in and pick up on where you both left off. Nia, you mentioned that you got to see the Sudanese currency, sort of devalue about 4 times over your lifetime. And I think, Rosalind, you've made the point that we need to bring in women as participants, not just as sort of symbols in the space. So where do you see the crypto and blockchain space going? Because we're seeing an increased adoption of Bitcoin because of the COVID-19 pandemic, weakening African currencies quite substantially. So where do you see the future of this technology given the current circumstances that we have?
So
All right.
you want to go, Rosalie?
All right. So for me, I believe that it's going to be very easy for people to kind of lean towards cryptocurrencies as a form of hedging against, especially inflation and devaluation, because we've seen that with both Zimbabwe, Venezuela, and a few other countries whereby they feel the pinch of the currency just, dipping so fast that it's even hard to believe. You wake up one day and before the end of the day, you have to just get way more money just to get the same basic goods. So it's going to be easier for people to lean toward that. And it's going to be more of a bit of a provocative push toward adopting blockchain and crypto because, yes, many governments have, a long-term view of this tech. They don't just want to, wake up and put a few policy green ticks and then, have the countries adopt them. No, we're not going to see that. But in the next few years, with, I think even Rwanda, there's debate or at least a form of structure going on or measures being put in place to adopt the likes of central bank digital currencies or national digital currencies, even if they don't, take the blockchain route. So these technologies are going to be kind of behind the scenes, but people are going to move to what's going to protect their daily livelihood and going to protect them from inflation. Because, for some people, it's that they're completely against blockchain and crypto right now as speculation, as hype, and completely dismissing them. And you really can't blame them for that. It's just human nature. New things don't tend to be trusted as fast. And with many scams being associated with, especially cryptocurrencies, we can't expect people just to take them as, this is our savior, this is our, our lifeline and all that. No, we can't expect that. But what we will see over the next few years is actually just, especially a private sector push to more cultures and more currencies adopting the likes of community currencies and then national currencies or central bank digital currencies. It's not, it's not a wake up call. It might not be something that, is suddenly widely adopted, but something that could come in waves. And that's really what you will observe in every other culture across the world. No one will ever wake up to just taking this because they believe in it. It will be out of a dire need or out of some form of desperation that's within the culture that they find themselves in.
That definitely covers a lot of my thinking as well. And the only thing that I'll add is that if you look at the landscape in a lot of emerging markets and third world countries, the options to invest are very few and they're very limited. In some cases, people don't even have access to first world countries, shares, companies and the like. The other thing is you don't have access to fast rate banking and financial services. And so you look at what crypto is doing, it's actually providing a neutral layer. Right now, we have one country, which is the US, that is providing the reserve currency for the world. But if you're a country or a group of people that don't agree with the US, more than likely, they will just knock you off the system. And the thing is, it doesn't even have to be a violent disagreement. It just has to be maybe you have a different philosophy in life and a different way of living. And so countries like China and Russia obviously are not happy with that. The thing is, the world does not trust anyone else to build a currency that everyone can move to. While the emergence of China is going to be one of the main themes in our lifetime, I think and I believe that there should be a neutral currency that provide confidence that not one country and not one set of people actually own, but that it's actually built. And probably it makes sense that it should be born within the internet, which is one of the newer layers of technology that has been growing rapidly around the world. So in that sense, I think Bitcoin is the contender for that. And I honestly will want to see it succeed. And if it does, what it gives us is the ability to have governments cross-check their own spendthrift ways and their own devaluing ways against the reality that if they do that, their citizens are actually going to migrate over to something that they don't control. And so in that sense, I do think that the future is definitely interesting. A lot of us are building, and we definitely hope that governments around the world don't get together and ban the whole thing. It will just slow it down. But I think that it has a place and a force for good in the world. And so in that regard, guys like me left our careers to come and build careers in this space. And we hope we'll end up building meaningful services that will actually allow rapid onboarding of Africans and other people in the world onto this space. And that's what I think.
Actually, just to pick another aspect that Nyala's pointed out is that especially for young people in Africa, it's that they're looking at alternative means of income. I mean, with the pandemic and its pressure alone, there have been statistics of increased trading volumes in Africa, and you're wondering, okay, where's this capital coming from if, there are decreased revenues all across the board? But the fact is that people are looking at alternative means of investment and income because, if not, there isn't very, very widely known or widely accessible information on investing in stocks in African markets, because even just a quick Google search will reveal that you really have to do a bit of digging or at least be part of one organization or group or another to be able to access, first of all, the knowledge of how to create accounts, how to invest in stocks, and how to develop a portfolio that can earn you substantial results. But with cryptocurrencies, one Google search and 2 app downloads away, you're trading and you're in. And that learning curve and that kind of rapid access to both investment investment / speculation opportunities really puts cryptocurrencies at an advantage as compared to stocks. Yes, it might still be niche, but when you just compare just how easy it is to access both and kind of speculate on your returns, then it really shows that, especially for young people and millennials across the continent, it's it's really going to be exciting in the next couple of years as more people learn. Oh, my friend made 100x and my other friend made like 200. They bought a car, they bought a house, they bought this, they bought that. What am I doing? It just puts that direct pressure to jump into the bandwagon.
Wonderful. You talk about investment, you talk about hedging, our own local currency. Talk about all these challenges that people face, in terms of not being able to have an opportunity to buy stock, not being able to protect themselves against the inflation of their own currency. Today, in the crypto market, we are talking DeFi. Do you think this can be one way out for Africans to be given an opportunity to invest their own money, to start learning about investment, start learning about trading with this DeFi?
Well, from my viewpoint, the beauty of open innovation is that anyone can become involved. I have no doubt that there's a lot of African developers at the moment looking at the current innovation that is rapidly happening and thinking, maybe we can do something there. And so DeFi is just one manifestation. And I kind of feel like it's like for the last few years, we talked about everything else except as an industry where we are really good at. And I think we are really good at innovating around money. And that's probably the fast killer app that blockchain and crypto is going to give us. And so in that regard, we kind of like gone back to the beginning and say, hey, maybe we can redo everything. And so what is happening with DeFi now is I look at all the stacks that can be rebuilt, whether it's from the financial world to the blockchain space, or a whole ways of innovating around finance. And so we will see things that we probably not have predicted possible with money previously. A lot of people, of course, think they should have been possible with the existing financial system. But the reality is, when you have open innovation versus what is called permission innovation, the open innovation always outperforms. And so it always results in things that, yes, you may have guessed, but you never could have guessed how big they'll grow. And if I look at it right now, 10 years, I went from 2013 to being and fully working the space literally 4 or 5 years later. And so every cycle allows that to happen. And so a lot of intelligent people are getting involved. And what that means is that there's a lot of jobs being created and a lot of good minds looking at the space and saying, how can we do things differently? And not just in finance, but in other places. So I do suspect that, we're just at the beginning and it's open for anyone to become involved. Of course, you have to be careful because just as what happened recently with the sushi swap scandal, you don't know what project can actually result in you losing your money. Like in Kenya and Africa in general, with land speculation or any sort of investment scheme, there's always someone that is going to lose money somewhere. And so all you have to do is try and make sure that you're not that person and give yourself a chance to benefit from the growth of this space.
Roslyn?
Yeah, so my thoughts on DeFi, just as Niall has mentioned, is that DeFi has quite a long way to go in the sense that even before we involve like regulators or communities on board, it remains a rather niche space in the sense that people are still wondering, okay, DeFi, what's that? That question is still there for a lot of people. And you hear these fancy terms, you hear these crazy returns, and you see, a lot of people will approach it thinking that this is my magic gateway to wealth, and I just need to put probably probably what you start with $100 or $1,000 or whatever speculative amount someone will want to start with, and they're thinking, yes, I'm looking at this at my wealth. But the truth is that finance as it is it's a system with so many cogs in it. But the thing is that people just need to be aware of or develop the basics of financial education, and that begins from budgeting to saving to placing your finances in different structures, so that it's not just about the spike and the gain. Yes, there's a craze, but the truth is that over time we could just see it having market corrections and almost hitting a space where it's dead. Because in a sense, I feel that this current excitement and hype is very, 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 very much alike to what was happening in 2017. Because like the price of Bitcoin went from less than $1,000 to $10,000, and guys are like, wait, is this even real? Am I, is this my bank? Is this my wallet? And guys, some people are shocked because they woke up to seeing millions in their wallets, and some people just didn't know what to do with that. So the truth is that even not just highlighting DeFi as a resource, is that we cannot ignore the basics of financial wellness, health, and financial management in the name of we have a new asset that can, just wave your magic wand wealth into the air or whatever. The truth is that the basics, especially of financial education, must come into play, because that's the only way that the DeFi space is going to be sustainable, years to come, so that it's not just a fad that will rise, disappear, and we will wonder, okay, why did we even care about that? Because with the ICO boom, it's that overnight, someone just puts a white paper, PDF document that is barely researched, just well designed, and calling for investors to put their money, and you guys are just wondering, okay, cool, this sounds like a good idea, put your money there, this guy disappears, try to do any background check, you realize, okay, it was just a one-man show. So due diligence is definitely a must, and that the lessons from 2017 crypto boom must be carried into the current DeFi boom, that if you hear about a token or a project that has listed, as an investor and as someone who's interested in speculating, don't buy the hype. Do your financial diligence. If the project's team is has previous experience in the industry, consider that. If they've just do your due diligence. Don't just as Neil mentioned, don't be the one that's losing money because you're thinking you're going to make all these other millions or billions if you play your cards right. Manage your risk. Have your time to just don't there's this saying, don't be penny wise and pound foolish. That's it. With DeFi, it's not a magic one that's just gonna create millionaires. But well, some will play their cards right, but just don't be the one who is penny wise and pound foolish.
Thank you so much. Human greed like advise people towards, and I'm just hoping and that people learn a lesson or two with sushi. That was like one thing happening right there. Talking about sushi, maybe I want to ask you a question. How do you deal with scammers and also those negative players in the space? How do you deal with such scams and negative players? How do you deal?
Very quickly, even to that, it's just due diligence. As much as you can, do your background research. And even if your background research doesn't add up, your gut feeling will always tell you there's something wrong with this, And aside from your gut feeling, if you know you're greedy, just keep off. Yes, it's a very interesting human incentive, if I may put it that way.
Yeah.
Even a fear and greed index. So when the fear index is high within the crypto market, guys are, we call it a bear market. When the greed index is high, we call it a bull market. But it comes back to understanding just your own basic psychology. What are your incentives? Because if you are too greedy for this and you want the money, you're actually a candidate for scamming, and that's the first mistake. So you just need to watch and check yourself as much as you can, because you can put in all the measures in place and still be scammed. That's the truth. But, which is why I mentioned earlier, just check your risk management, because you can still do your best and be scammed. Fine. But how bad is that loss? If you do your due diligence and you ultimately just check your own incentives, you will be able to realize a few red flags, and that do not ignore them. Your money is involved, your resources, your hard-earned money is involved. Do not ignore the red flags. So that's just one thing. But especially on the side of even projects that are working to put their coins out in the space. Also, you do your part in due diligence. Show at least some form of good faith in terms of willing to protect your investors' money, because scammers will also scam you if you are in the space and you have a good project. It doesn't mean that investors are the only ones to be scammed. Even projects can be scammed.
I think I could add to that and say that often the sign of an interesting space is how all the elements, including the bad elements in the existing world, all try to get in as well. So there's no bulletproof way to protect anything from scams that is valuable, aside from putting in measures that have been tested and tried. I think for the majority of people, my advice would be just stay to existing projects. You don't really need to compete in the new projects that are coming on board, because you won't have the manpower and the time and the space to be able to understand whether those projects are worth your money. I know it means you may miss out on a lot of 10x's, but then at least you get to pick the principle. And also you'll be exposed to the industry as it grows anyway. There's a lot of good projects that are already launched, that are already existing with established teams. I think you should also just look at that. For the majority of people, if you're not tech savvy, in fact, don't even try to engage in all the new speculation that is happening. It's going to damage you. That's financial. That's the best thing I can learn.
And actually, one of the things, just as Niall has mentioned, is people feel that they have to be tech savvy to invest in DeFi. I'd like to just kind of demystify that and say, no, you don't have to be tech savvy or even a financial expert to invest in DeFi. You actually just need the basics of financial investment. What's a healthy investment? Like, if you were to do this as a business, then how would you do it? How much capital would you put in? Do you understand the business well enough to actually put in the time, effort, and resources? If you don't, and you would not do it as a business, that's it. It's a very simple way of, knowing whether you can put your effort into that, instead of having someone, bamboozle you with big words and making you feel like you're missing on this. And one of the red flags is actually that if someone is using your fear of missing out against you, then yeah, it's okay. Just be comfortable with missing out for a bit.
Okay, awesome, guys, awesome. Very important. I hope people are listening. Moving away from the scams, let's talk about startups. You guys are running Pesa base?
Yep.
Pesa base. So I want maybe to ask, what are the challenges of running a startup, especially in the blockchain space, and what are some of the challenges that you meet as a startup, or what challenges the startup meets in this space? Maybe in issues of fundraising and all that. What are some of the challenges that a startup in the
I think off it, I could just mention a few. One of the things that you're doing when you're starting a new company is you're trying to build a team that could actually deliver on your idea and your product. And that team has to buy into that vision. That's usually the first. And of course, that means just even getting the talent, for example, people that understand the space, whether it's tech or even business side, enough to be able to become involved. Because it's a new space, it can be a bit challenging. I can say it's taken me probably over a year, maybe a year and a half, maybe nearly 2 years now, to get a team that I can say is actually maybe the best team in East Africa. And obviously the proof will be in the results that we deliver over the coming months and years. And so if for every team like me that ends up being a good team, there's also another startup that's going to lose out in that from gaining those talent as well. And so that means that is usually the first thing. Of course, you talk about funding and business viability. There are no guarantees that any business is going to succeed. It comes down to eventually whether your customers love what you're building. And one of the things that for a lot of us, especially in the blockchain space, is we're starting in a completely new space. And a lot of us got involved in crypto out of passion and excitement. And so that meant that in some cases, we've not really built companies in the past. And so then you have to deal with trying to sort out the normal everyday business requirements of a business, as well as the fact that you have to lead and be part of a team that is driving towards a vision that may or may not be successful. And a lot of it is dependent on technologies that are still being built. In our case, like when we're testing out Celo and now building on top of Celo. And so you see these technologies not ready last year or the year before. And so and in a lot of ways, it's still getting into the market. And so you're kind of fast, and you're trying to string together a solution that actually benefits a subset of customers. And so in that regard, it means you have to kind of keep up. You're learning every day while trying to pick up knowledge that maybe existing CEOs or people that have built a business before have already picked up. So you're learning tech, you're learning business, and you're learning human management, and all those things combined, as well as the reality that government regulators are not super friendly in Africa, and you're trying to build in that environment. And so, yes, it's definitely challenging, but also, I mean, it means you're just among the first to get there, and it gives you a better chance if this technology succeeds. There's no guarantee that it will be the be-all, whether Bitcoin will grow to be the big trillion-dollar project that we all think it will be, and all these other projects, whether Salo meet the objectives and the goals. And so you're riding on top of that wave. And, like any good surfer, if you don't stay, well positioned, you're probably going to get thrown off. And so you have to stay well positioned. You have to stay focused on your customers and try and build something that they love. And that's the way to try and survive.
All right, I'll mention just two things. The first is that you're building trust as a startup. You might be new, you might have the best product, you might have the best team, you might have even the best regulation at hand, but you are new. People don't know you. And there's a lot of pressure, especially startups, just to get their names out there. And, one of the first challenges that will hit you is you are trying to get visible and get trusted and get attention in a context where there's a lot of online noise. And this online noise kind of determines just how well or to what extent you can get your paying customer. Because for so many startups, yes, you have the dream, you have the vision, you have your product, and you're thinking, yes, we have this figured out, it's on your side. Then the market smiles at you like, I knew one. I think there's this circulating meme of a guy who's boxing, and it shows all the rounds that a startup will kind of go through, and shows that he's gone through the pitch deck, the business plan, is just getting and warming up, throwing the first punch. He has the traction right, product market fit. Then the market just stares, like it stands about like adjacently, and with the first punch, the startup is down. And we say that there's all these statistics around 90% or more than 90% of startups failing. I think we just need to be able to check the narrative and be very brutally honest and say that the first year or the first 2-3 years of a startup shouldn't even be so heavy in terms of spending, because one, you're looking at getting the right capital, getting just your foundation right. But the truth is that these are very intense years of learning and formation plus building trust. Because if for instance people look at you and they're like, okay, you're new, you're exciting, maybe I'll pay some attention, but I'll definitely not put my money into it. And we've seen with any established business that's out there, they didn't make any serious revenue in their first 3 years. And we can't call that failure. It's a learning curve. That's just foundation. And even when you look at a major construction project, the first most intense time, it's just the foundation, because once that's right, then it can be built up. So with even for us as a startup, just building the trust for us with our market, that's one thing that's very critical to us, because we don't just want to say, hey guys, we're here to financially connect Africa, then the next day you don't know what we're about, or you just find something that you're like, what are you guys all about? So building trust is extremely critical to us. And what's the thing that comes with that is just understanding people at the end of the day, because you can have all your expertise as especially a tech startup, you can have all the support even from investors, but if you don't understand the people that you are serving at the end of the day, you don't have a relationship with them, then it's going to remain a very niche thing. But at the end of the day, every startup needs to be able to build the right relationships with patience to get its sustainable niche in a market.
Thank you so much, guys. Maybe because we are talking about startups, I would love people to know what you guys are doing. What is for some that don't know, I keep on mentioning Pesabay. What is it about? What is it all that?
Well, Pesabase is actually sort of looking at the old problem of sending money and potentially down the line holding wealth. We've seen the headlines that sending money is expensive. Between African countries, it can be as much as 15 or 20%. And then the reality that we have over 54 different countries in Africa, and each of them has a currency. And so if we're talking about a united African future, how are we going to sort of transmit value between these individuals? And so the first step for us is to look at how do we easily send money, especially for a community that I come from, which is the South Sudanese community in East Africa. And so we want to connect them to the rest of East Africa and allow them to easily send money, allow them to easily receive money, and potentially hold wealth. And then we want to see how can we scale across Africa and use blockchain as the wave that we're riding to provide solutions that are better than existing solutions, easier, are more convenient, and faster and cheaper. And so that's actually what we're doing at the moment.
Yeah, that's exactly, the mission of connecting Africa. Because it's not repeating that, especially for people who, just travel and do trade across and between different countries. One of your first headaches is actually just after the airport, getting a line. And after getting a line, finding a way to send money. So those are your two most frequent headaches in terms of how do I get this value? And for so many people on the ground, it's that you have to wait for days. And I think, well, of course, in the internet age and seeing the near instant transfer, whether it's messages, communication, status updates, etc., we're looking at this instant age to hit our financial sector, and especially when it comes to trade. And when you consider, platforms and agreements like the Africa Free Trade Agreement and similar ones that will be, set in place, enforced, or implemented in different countries, the next question will be, okay, how do we get both our goods and our money as easily and as seamlessly as possible between countries? We don't want to hear about 4 days to take reconciliations or 4 days for you to get your money and more, and just all these lengthy timelines. And of course, with the costs that come with that. But the first thing would be the timelines. And for us as Pesabase is the fact that you can get your funds instantly. You just need to have the wallet and you have your funds instantly. So for so many people, we do understand that, yes, there are different cultures at play, 54 different cultures. But I think one language that can easily and quickly unite us is trade. We both need the value. So I'm not going to have to, convince you, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things. No, we need to trade. And that's very simple for everyone across the board. So for us, being an enabler, future, both present and future enabler to trade, it's a very big deal for us because we know we are investing in the future of African young Africans this way, because there aren't enough initiatives in this regard. There aren't enough, instant wallets for you to be able to get your resources this way. And for us being able to make this seamless both for businesses and for individuals, it's really amazing. So we are honored to be in this space, definitely. And the learning curve, honestly speaking, we really do hope that guys will be awakened to this and definitely be more open to trade and having us as a trade partner in that regard.
Yeah, you guys are doing an amazing job, and I believe as the market goes forward, maybe my follow-up question will be: what strategies do you have in engaging regulators across the country?
I think with regulation, you cannot really avoid it, and so you have to face it head on. In our case, we decided to go through the process of getting registered in Australia. It's just quicker, it's easier. Some countries in Africa haven't figured out a way to, accommodate people faster, but we're just following the traditional route. We believe that just because the technology is different, it's still the same age-old financial services that we are building, just maybe using a different, platform. I mean, if you look back 100 years, if you had to travel from town to town, you probably use a horse and buggy. And the fact that cars came into being and people are driving them, it doesn't mean that travel has changed. Still the same travel, you're just using different mechanics. And so in that regard, we believe that established rules should still apply. And so we are following them. In some cases, they could be friendlier, but you deal with the world that you have, not the world that you wish was there.
Okay, maybe one last question for maybe we wrap up. I'll ask, what advice would you give someone or to a group of people who are interested in, being part of this space, maybe as people who wants to start up a business? Well, what kind of advice would you share?
Well, I think that the thing that has helped me, in my life, going from a refugee all the way to an Australian citizen and being back in East Africa to try and contribute to the African continent, is just that ability to learn. If you're interested in this space, you have to learn. If you're interested in science, you have to learn. If you're interested in business, you have to learn. And so you have to find people that push you to learn, and you have to follow people that are always educating you, and you have to sort of spend your time in the company of people that are always challenging you to be better. And so the advice that I'll give is read, learn as much as you can. If you learn through videos, then collect all the videos that you can. If you love books, get all the books that you can. If you can combine all of the above, all the better. And so the world is changing, especially in technology, in the technology space, so fast that only the lifelong learners are benefiting from it. So you cannot really just rest and think that everything's going to come your way. You actually have to put in the effort, and you have to keep learning. And look, it's a journey. And so you just have to enjoy the journey rather than try and say, hey, I need to get to a specific destination and stop. Because when you get there, you find that all the friends that will make that journey worthwhile are still moving ahead. They still want to hit the next road, the next town, the next area of learning, the moon, the sun. And so you have to be able to kind of travel with them. And that means you have to keep getting better, And so the best advice I can give, you just have to keep learning. That's the best that I can say.
Roslyn.
All right, for me, it's a matter of being able to sync your personal vision and purpose as a person, because if you don't have any underlying convictions, then it's going to be very hard for you to be part of even just the blockchain and crypto space, because some of the key ideas you will encounter have to do with like decentralization, the future of tech, future of markets. It might sound very futuristic, but you realize that a lot of guys in this space are, or even for entrepreneurs and inventors or guys who are just putting stuff out there for the first time, they are creative. They are daring to be in a space that they haven't been before. And you realize that if you are not, if you're not curious, you're not, you don't have any personal convictions, and it's going to be very hard for you to relate to what guys are trying to do, what guys are trying to build. It's always just going to sound like a distant utopia that's just too futuristic to exist today. But the fact is that some of these things exist right now. So the thing is that what are your personal convictions? Because if you can't settle that within yourself, then it's going to be very hard to be in a space that is evolving as it is, and it's changing so fast that a lot of people keep on wondering, is it even worth it to put the time into that? So the thing is that you don't have to have everything figured out. You don't have to have even a very specific career path in your mind, like I am going to be a Bitcoin trader, or I'm going to be, I'm going to take this role or that role. It's good to aspire to that. But if you don't have the previous skill set, then again, as Neil mentioned, you need to be able to learn. But beyond your learning, what are your convictions? What really gets you out of bed in the morning? What really pushes you when things are contrary? What kind of just gets you out of that place where you feel like life is just a whole symphony of chaos. You need to be able to ask yourself those hard questions, so that in the midst of being able to find these answers, then you can appreciate a space that's as nascent, as evolving as, it has all these excitement. But the thing is that you're looking at, how can I generate either sustainable income or build a new career or build a name for myself in this space. For me personally, it's that I gravitated, or I was drawn I was really, really drawn to the crypto space because of some of the key ideas that were there. And especially the people who I met, some of them have become mentors, some of them have become role models for me. I definitely salute Niall, even though he's right in this call. I mean, you're told to appreciate people, not when they're in absentia. So I appreciate the people who have believed in me, invested in me, given me speaking engagements, referred me to other people, and you need to be able to identify the right people who can work with you in this space, so that it's not just a Wild West kind of thing, so that you don't want to be the one who's losing at the end of the day. So your vision, your purpose, your convictions, and being able to have the right people to guide you in the space, extremely, extremely important. So don't just ride the hype. Be able to ask yourself, what are the fundamentals that are not going to be swept away in the course of things changing? Don't buy the hype. Just be able to ask yourself, what's going to last after all the hype dies out?
Thank you so much, guys. Maybe one last thing before I say goodbye. You guys have been very wonderful and lovely discussion. Maybe one last thing that I'm asking for touching on. So that's our talk. One last thing.
I think so. Last thing to say to anyone that is listening is this space is exciting. I mean, even if you have a full-time job, and you can afford to actually risk a small sum as well as or become involved, whether it's time-wise, I think you should be, because often the biggest opportunities are in the growing spaces. There's usually a funny statement that companies, the advice that they give you when you join a big organization is go to the place where the money is being made, because then you'll rise faster and you'll get a better pay increases. But if you're considered a cost center, effectively working in a place where costs have to be cut, it's always going to be a struggle for you to grow. And I think you should also look at your career in that regard. Go to the places that are growing, that a lot of innovation is happening, and often you'll benefit and surprise yourself.
All right, for me, it's that blockchain and crypto are here to stay, but don't treat them as an enemy, even if you don't understand them. I mean, a lot of people just treat this like it's too much for my mind. It's okay. Don't pressure yourself. I mean, life is, we have so many, we live in a world of options, okay? So don't let anybody make you hate blockchain and crypto. And in the sense that, these are tools for us to use, have your mind on the bigger picture. And what's the bigger picture? The fourth industrial revolution. You might have your thoughts about that, your feelings about that, your fears about that. It's okay to have those thoughts and fears. We hear about automation, wiping out so many jobs. We hear about, the possibility of a universal basic income. There's so many things out there. But the thing is that just find your own peace about crypto and blockchain. Because when you have that peace within yourself, then you're able to make better decisions about the options that are in this space. We can have this session and talk about all the amazing things that it has to offer, but at the back of your mind, you're just feeling this is not for me. But the truth is that this is an inevitable future. So don't feel harassed. Don't feel afraid. Don't feel like you're the laggard and you're definitely going to miss this and you're bad for not understanding it, or you're behind things for not wanting it. No, don't bash yourself. Please do not bash yourself. Just give yourself time and the peace to learn about what all these new things are. And even if you do not put a cent to a cryptocurrency after this session, at least give yourself a piece of thought about learning something new. You never know how exciting it could be, or how, what would come of that. Maybe you'll be a founder, maybe you'll be an investor, maybe you'll just be a speculator. It's fine, but just don't shut your mind to the opportunities and the thoughts in this space.
Thank you so much, guys. It's been wonderful having you today. And to all of you who are attending, thank you so much for being part of my time. Thank you so much. And I'd love to say to you, like what the panelists said today: learn, learn, learn.
All right. That was a very interesting session with Rosalind Wanjiru and Niall Majok on their fireside about their company Pesabase. So next up, we're going to the next session, which is enhancing community-based education for Black people using the blockchain. So this is a panel that is talking about educating people and increasing capacity for education around the world so that we can enhance the capabilities of Black people using blockchain technology. So sit back and enjoy.
Before we can, start, I would first start off by, you introducing yourself so that we get to know you before we can jump into what we're going to be talking about. So we can start with you, Telly, and we can have Trek, and we have Troy if they're around. And if you can introduce yourself as to what you are doing in the space and what this means to you before we can jump into the conversation of today.
Okay, thanks, Okani. My name is Telly Valerie Onu. I'm coming to you live all the way from Nevis. I hope you can see my background. Nevis in the West Indies. Think it's in Nevis, and specifically Nevis Island in the Caribbean. What we do here, I am the co-founder and Chief Governance Officer of Beyond Capital Markets, which is a digital asset and digital financial market infrastructure firm. Our focus is really asset management, as well as in fostering capital market, leveraging our digital financial market infrastructure. Also, on another hat I wear, I'm also the head of governance and execution of Bantu Blockchain Foundation, and yeah. And we also have an incubator called Pro House Labs based in the US, which kind of focuses on fintech and wellness companies. So Beyond actually came out of our incubator. It's almost like an incubator idea. So what we have been doing for the last number of years is focusing on building out a framework for digital finance, specifically looking at a combination of both decentralized and centralized, where we see the future of finance going. We're not totally there when it comes to absolute decentralized finance. So our digital financial market infrastructure is a combo. It's a hybrid between digital, centralized, as well as decentralized. And as the industry evolves and gets to the point of being less distributed and more decentralized, I think we'll be in a position there.
Okay, thank you so much, Kelly. Who do we have? Can go ahead. We have Colleen. Okay.
Yeah, so I want to say it's very good to be here this evening. I am calling live and fresh from Shanghai, China, and it's my honor to once again be joining you guys. My name is Colin Thompson. I am a co-founder of Exchange Platform. And Exchange Platform is an educational platform that utilizes artificial intelligence and blockchain technologies to provide assessments, training, and coaching to, I call, young adults, college students, and adults. So we really focus on adults who are looking to develop those soft skills that allows them to be valuable in today's workforce. We also focus on hard skills, but as we find today, the hard skills are somewhat easy to be able to identify and to obtain. But those soft skills, how do you communicate? How are you able to work in diverse environments? And as you know, for a lot of people in the Black community, then being able to find off-the-job training, being able to afford training, and being able to learn how to do what? Learn how to now be able to integrate in a more professional, diverse environment. And we think that by utilizing blockchain, it can really incentivize individuals to continue their education. What I mean by that is, several times, one of the barriers to seeking what I would call off-the-job education is the cost of education. By utilizing our platform and blockchain technologies, we provide an incentive. The incentive is the more courses you take and the higher you score on certain exams, it means that the upcoming courses are severely reduced or they are free based on the amount of a token that you do actually accumulate. Now, one of the things we do is we keep the token in our ecosystem, not going to fiat, because we want to make sure that it's being used for educational purposes only. So the more you take, the more you can earn and the more you learn. And I look forward to getting into the conversation today because it's directly up the alley of what we're trying to do by making these educational training programs available to more Black people in the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trek, I'd love to hear from you. Unmute your mic. I think your mic is muted.
There we go. Hola. My name is Trek with 2Ks. I have a little consulting company called Trek Smart Consulting. And my basic thing now, COVID has brought me to the pivoting point of going from education into storytelling, AKA branding. My vertical is dealing with blockchain related companies as far as startups and small business. I'm not really enthused about dealing with like enterprise level because they have their own process. And I see, or at least for as long as I've been in this space and going into this next decade, how I look at it is we still have an issue with translating what the opportunities are of this technology to a level that everyone can get for where they are. And a lot of the companies that I see popping in the space are using the same playbook for marketing, for branding, to try to talk to the widest net of people. And a lot of folks don't understand who they're actually talking to. Whether you talk about within different countries, in different regions, people kind of get lost in cultural dynamic translations. So that's what I look to help folks with. And I'm here on the East Coast, DMV area, if you know anything about the Baltimore, Maryland, Virginia area. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone, for the introduction. And what is so interesting about this panel is we are coming from diverse background, but we are all aiming at one thing, to empowering the Black community. So like we said in the beginning, our panel today is on enhancing community-based education or Black education through the blockchain. Before we can dive very deep into that, maybe I want us to go back into history and look at how our people used to educate our people on different aspects of life, like the history of Black culture and how we were educating the young children in the community, how we used, how the community was so important in educating its members. So as we're looking at this topic or this theme today, I want us to, maybe first look back into the history of the Black community and how they used to educate its people. And now I want us to see, or maybe to discuss why we think blockchain is very important in enhancing the education that we want to bring to the Black community. In other words, why do we think it's important that we use our Black education or our community, the way we used to educate people in the past, and how can we enhance that using the blockchain technology?
Is that anybody go first?
maybe track. We can go fast, and then we can have lean, and then we have finally we can have like in that order.
Okay, so when I think of education in regards to historical context, we went from where it was about let me tell you what this thing is, let me show you what it is, you come be my apprentice, okay, learn how to do blah, blah, blah. Learn how to be a blacksmith, learn how to be a fisherman. You watched, you did. X amount of it was a lineage thing. Your moms did this, your pops did this, and you followed that line. We get into technology as far as technology being relevant to advancement for the time period. I'm not talking about like computers and networks. I'm talking about technology as how it's relevant to the time period. So those things start to change as far as you work the farm. If you did it by hand, you figured out how to make the pulley system to toil the land. That's the technology. You add in the horse, you can do more acreage, right? But you learn all of that through the doing and watching it, and then you pass on that knowledge to the generation after you. But it's still limited to scope and direct experience. We get to where we are now and how I see technology. Like, I'm a big proponent of use what resources you have available to you. The internet works to give you access to a plethora of information to the point that we measure stuff in Googles now for how much content is out there. But you got to break down and filter through what is actually relevant to what you're trying to do, right? That's the bigger issue right now. You have a whole bunch of stuff to look at, but what is the stuff that actually helps you achieve your goal? And when I first started my company, I was looking at it from the education standpoint. This is what I want to do. I want to help educate people about blockchain. One of the things I realized about how the market is set up now compared to when I first got in, which is in the first decade. So we're talking like 2012, 2013 period. You couldn't go on YouTube and find like 5 million videos in 3 seconds. You know, it wasn't searchable like that. Now, you have the paid stuff, the free stuff, the combination of two, but it's still sifting through to find the relevant stuff for what you're trying to get to. And I think that for people who are coming to the awareness of the technology now, they have the access to a degree, right? Because everyone has a smartphone or at least some access to a computer at some point. But it's being able to say, what is it that I'm trying to figure out? And how am I trying to better myself based on what I'm upskilling myself in, whether it be a hard skill as far as coding or a soft skill as far as being able to do like what I call qualitative observation. Most people, when they look at this space, they kind of look at it analytical and just like in a quant set of like, well, numbers show this and we see a trend of that and then we see patterns of blah, blah, blah. I've heard somebody say one time, what did they say? What is it? Charts are good for hiding the devil's in the details. And I'm always amazed at how people in the education part will throw out all these numbers for, you know, what people can look at or see or do based on what they see as the quantitative side of it, but but the real good people or the real more effective, impactful people are able to actually look at what's going on with the people at the ground level and say, okay, you might not be the most academic to learn this way, but let me take you back to where, let me sit down and show you how to use the wallet and show you how you can do trading, as opposed to you like having to read the book on how to code to make a wallet, because that's not the part that interests you. Like, I think that as far as the education for the Black community part of it right now, I think our biggest thing is like letting people be aware that there are resources out here and giving them exposure to then have the freedom to figure out what is actually their niche in it, as opposed to just saying, well, you got to learn the code. Not everybody wants to be a coder. I wanted to be a coder at one point. It didn't work that way for me. right? But when it comes to this, like understanding the cultural dynamics and talking to different people in the space, that was something I had to go through over 2 years to figure out, okay, I'm not a coder, but I'm really good at talking with people and understanding the nuances and the things that you don't necessarily say directly.
Okay.
So exposure,
Yeah.
I think is
Not to cut you short. Yeah.
Sorry.
You know, yeah.
All right.
So,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Not to cut you short. Let us make our discussion like short. Make ourselves 5 minutes each so that we can be able to move on to the next part of the discussion.
Okay. So when I think of the past, education in the past, the traditional education, I look at it from the context of where did it stop for the majority of people in our community. And for the majority of people in our community, it stops after high school. Now, after high school, you typically have 3 routes. The first route, university. The second route, military. The third route, you can go to work. You can start working. A lot of times, a lot of people taking that last route, going to work, they never really circle back and continue their education. I think what blockchain brings, now there's 2 sides, and Chuck was talking one side of it about becoming a subject matter expert in blockchain. And if you think about, and if you believe in blockchain, then you understand the benefits and the long-term impact of blockchain. That also means that because it is relatively new, if we're able to educate people now on how to educate themselves, in a number of short years, they can literally be industry leaders, subject matter experts who have a track record. That's one way, right? Learning different aspects of blockchain and how to use blockchain and how to build a business that helps people to utilize blockchain. The other side is looking at how can you continue your education and own your education. Meaning, a lot of times, right now, I don't own my university transcripts, okay? I must go back to my university, I must pay them money, and then they'll be my transcripts. It gets messy. If you have somebody who finished high school and has taken over the years from online education, he may not have access to records. What blockchain does now, blockchain allows you to store your digital certificates. So for example, if you find a training organization that is powered by blockchain, they can take some legitimately proven courses. They take those courses, they earn certifications, and they now own those certifications. So as they're applying for jobs, they can now share those digital certificates. Because in a few years, the resume game is over, right? The resume game is over. People will be using digital credentials. Now, those credentials exist today, but you still don't have ownership of it. What blockchain does allows you to own those. And again, over time, you now have a track record of how you've enhanced your skills. And I can say that those who are hiring, they now want to find another way to be able to prove or see that people are qualified for these opportunities. And again, I think one thing we have to remember is when we invite people in to use blockchain applications or learn blockchain, we have to make it not so intimidating. So I say it really doesn't matter what the technology is, as long as it helps people in our community to have access to education, have access to continuous education, and then again, to own their records. So I think that's one pivot from the traditional way of education, of learning, where there was somewhat a gap to it. So I think this is another way for us to really help our communities and people in our communities to always have access to training and own their records, education records. And I think we lost Alakani.
Right, I think Kelly, we can continue with you as we get Alakanani back on the same question.
From my perspective, I think I agree with my other panelists in that traditionally we learn by doing. We've always learned by practical applications. And where we see decentralized technologies, blockchain, and the like going is it requires us to reskill and upskill as things are changing. In order for us to do so, we have to learn from others. Prior to the call starting, we start having conversations about, the fact that, these technologies are about 10 years old now. And to some extent, people had to learn by themselves how to better understand the technologies. So what we believe, and I agree with Colin, in that technology transfer needs to happen, and you can use blockchain to kind of verifiably identify a person's track record. However, what we have been doing, at least in our space, we created a subsidiary company called OutSchool, and we're focusing on re-educating, especially the financial workforce and anywhere the finance function touches. So pretty broad. And what we've recognized and a best practice in the space of finance, for example, in Germany has a system of technical vocational education, which kind of lends to the way we traditionally learn, while persons actually learn certain, context frameworks, they also have to do and practice. So in Germany, not many people who entered the financial industry actually went to university. They use an alternative pathway to kind of learn on the job and learn by doing. So for me, I'm a firm believer in crafting a space where you can facilitate apprenticeships, and then you can also facilitate alternative pathways. So what we have done, we have sort of created a very new program. It's the only one in the world. It's called the Digital Financial Market Infrastructure Program. And it focuses on re-educating society on the importance of digital financial market infrastructures. Because ultimately, that is what blockchain came to disrupt, the financial system. Our financial systems were created years ago, by Alexander Hamilton, who happened to be born in Nevis. So what we set about to do is recreate and refashion our own digital financial market infrastructure framework. And with this framework, we've sought to then educate people on it, because it does require a significant change. And the challenge we have is we as human beings, we're very, very resistant to change, especially when it comes to something unknown and innovation. So change management is always something you have to address, whether it is within formal organizations or even within communities. And the only way you can foster that is by creating a systematic process for adoption. So we have looked at certain frameworks in Europe, which lend to allowing for a high-level education while creating an alternative pathway. And we have crafted a series of postgraduate programs, which start off with the postgraduate certification, which takes into context a person's prior experience, prior learning. So prior learning framework is really important for us, because as adults, we all have different experiences. A lot of people who enter the space have got previous jobs, and seeing that blockchain cuts across literally every single sector of society, obviously people coming with previous experience are valued. So within this context, we take into consideration prior learning, years of experience, and then offer you a postgraduate certificate program as an alternative pathway to, say, a university traditional bachelor's degree. You go through the postgraduate certificate pathway, you complete that. The next level is a postgraduate diploma. And these programs, while they offer you the academic qualification, they also provide you with a very, very practical solution. So while they're going through the program, it's literally a very immersive experience where they have to do, And they have to also do quite a number of assignments. So it also combines certain levels of apprenticeships as well. And that pathway, if a person chooses to then do a master's, after completing the postgraduate diploma, they can do coursework, they can do practical, work in order to get a master's degree. This is how I think we need to start leveling up and training our Black society.
Okay. Thank you so much. So far with our discussion, we can agree that we need to reinvent the way our education is done. We need to implement new methodologies or new technologies that can help what we want our community to have. So maybe on the next question that I want us to look at, maybe look at the solutions that can be built in order for us to enhance this Bitcoin or blockchain technology or blockchain solutions for our people. When we look at what is happening today, we see an expansion and a spread across, the spread of use of the blockchain across different industries, So my question right now to you, I think this one will go to Colleen. You are the one who's going to take it first. What blockchain technologies or solutions do you feel are relevant in building a strong Black community education system or an education system for the Black community? What solutions do you think are really relevant? What is it that we feel so that we can help enhance this education for our community?
Yeah, Elkan, thank you for the question. I'm glad you allowed me to go
We
first.
have got 20 minutes left. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm going to go first because I think Trek can give. I want Trek. I want to hear the answer too because he can give the nuts and bolts of what I'm saying. And I think Telly probably has some programs already in place to talk about this. I think one of the things that we have to do is we have to, and I wrote this down before, we have to have our self-sustaining public entities that provide education. And when I say public, I don't mean government-backed, government-supported. I mean public that everybody can have access to these learning facilities. These are facilities that potentially are utilizing, I'm not a cryptocurrency guy, right? But are utilizing cryptocurrencies or some sort of financial methods that allow them to fund themselves, whether that be having an ecosystem in a 5-block radius where this cryptocurrency can be used to purchase things. But the bottom line is they're no longer needing the government assistance. And of course, when we get government assistance, it comes with strings. Being able to have our own after-school programs, after-church programs for young adults, kids, and adults where they can come and get education, get top quality education. But the main thing there is making sure that they're able to self-sustain, they're able to find ways of generating their own income within the community. So I want the other two guys they can talk more about the nuts and bolts of how we do this.
Okay, thank you so much, Colleen. Can we have it's Colleen? Are you Colleen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we have Telly? Can you take it up?
Yeah, sure. So what's relevant, what's missing? My big concern where blockchain is concerned is the vast majority of people who are getting into blockchain kind of just fall in it, and they have been part of, maybe they joined different entities or different, companies that are launching ICOs. But from what I find by being within the community itself, there's a lot of superficial knowledge with it. And a lot of people just kind of go off sound bites. So for us, it's extremely critical that we craft proper blockchain education. When you talk to some people, they don't even understand the fundamentals. So whatever happened they go to YouTube and everybody will have their perspectives. And granted, that's informal type of education, but not all of it is actually grounded or based in a proper system. So I talk to some people and they don't even realize that blockchain actually facilitates or enables a new way of organization. You don't understand things like ecosystem and an ecosystem business model within the context of community. Community is an ecosystem, and how blockchain actually facilitates decentralization. So what I see missing are these fundamental concepts as building blocks for persons to kind of understand. So I encourage all those who are crafting programs for the Black community, we have to bring it back to our story. Because for me personally, when you look at the Black community, whether you're looking at Africa or how we organized, from time immemorial, we organized in such a manner of decentralization, right? We expanded, we built villages, we moved into territories, but we're still able to communicate in a decentralized manner and very, very effective. Governance is fundamental. I talk to some people who are saying they're in the space, and you mention governance and they turn a blank and say, well, you can't be talking about blockchain if you're not talking about governance. How we solve problems, how do we, problem solving together, community. And we have to recognize that even within the Black community, we've had so many disruptions, so many divide and conquer. So even that sense of community is missing, and blockchain requires a sense of community. So we have to take the education back to the basics, if you know what I mean, and start teaching the fundamentals. And that way, once people understand the value system behind it, then it's much easier to build a strong community for Black people, right? I mean, you're talking about, I'm seeing a number of different initiatives like WAP and a number of others, where the fundamentals are within the Black community. I'm not American, but within the Black community, especially in America, you're having businesses being owned by non-Black people, and their money doesn't circulate within the economy by design. So you have to also incorporate design thinking as part of that fundamental building block, the education for blockchain. So those for me are key: governance, design, thinking, and coming back to our indigenous communal understanding of who we are as a people, where we came from, how we used to communicate, and how important synergies, networks are important before they can actually better understand how does technology leverage and improve all of this, because that's what the technology does. Improves the connections, improves the communications, and allows for that level of decentralization that empowers humanity.
Thank you very much. You have surely brought a lot of good points, governance, how do we bring back education back to our story? How do we leverage this blockchain into our own story? How do we bring the community together in order to bring this education to our people? Can we have the last person, Shrek?
Okay, so in my mind, looking at this question, I'm gonna jump back one before we even get to institutions, right? And this is something that I've definitely experienced in the regular world of how do you identify me? How do I validate my my ID, my persona, right? Trek with 2 Ks, Trek dot is my persona in this space. All of the work that I do is connected to the nomenclature of Trek, TREKK, hashtag and everything. And so if you take it from a standpoint of how do you take the real world person and then connect it to a digital ID, here's where this blockchain thing comes in. But as they say, garbage in, garbage on the blockchain forever. And so I'm jumping back there, right? Our traditional naming format in the Western world is based on a two-part system. Birth name, I have 5 names, which follows X amount of how X amount of African cultures name their children, as well as like how X amount of like Southeast Asia, like Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, places like that, name their children or name their people. But when you get into the Western format, which was X amount of the Western people who made the early programming, you get into where it's a 2-name thing that you can put in as a label. But what happens if I don't want to be called that? What then? We haven't even addressed that issue of how would you put the artist formerly known as Prince in a blockchain-based ID? We can't even answer that kind of question. But when you go into like Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, there are X amount of people who are building blockchains that are related to digital ID. IBM has their own version of what they're doing for the digital ID thing. But we still haven't answered the simple question of what do you do for the people who say, I have more than 2 names? What do you do for the people who say, well, I don't want to be called that particular enunciation of how you say Stephen, AKA Stephen, if you say the French way, right? Putting that cat over there, then we get into the, like how the medical field works, where everyone kind of has their own silo, right? If this is really about opening up how we educate the Black community, it can't just be an American thing. It can't just be whatever particular country in Africa thing. We have to look at it from a standpoint of like a global sense of, if you want to be able to have verifiable information, who's working on the part that makes these digital IDs transferable between the blockchain protocols on a global scale? Like those are the things that I think about on it. And I really haven't heard necessarily like the best solutions. I do think that this coming decade, we will work out X amount of kinks out of the system and go through X amount of iterations and have protocols that work better to make it more in the truest sense of being like cross-border. But I still worry about that first part of how do you really validate the real world person to the digital thing without having garbage going in and then being stuck on the blockchain forever. That's just kind of my take on it. As far as the education within the Black community though, I think that we need to look at it and also acknowledge that we are not homogeneous in how we think about stuff, how we experience stuff, and the cultural dynamics between us. So case in point, if you look at how family makes a clan makes a tribe, each family has their own little thing that they do, but they come together when they need to, when this clan has an issue with that clan, and then they come together when they need to as bigger clans, when the clan has an issue with at the tribe level. I think we need to acknowledge that. Like, Blacks in America are not universal. Blacks in the Caribbean are not universal. Blacks in the Europe are not universal. The same thing for Africa. The same thing when you go out into Asia. We don't acknowledge that enough, and I think it's not to say that we can't pool our ideas and our resources and our tools and all those things together, but I don't think we acknowledge it enough to be like, hey, we can still learn from one another and still hold our cultural dynamics together and still push forward as a collective. I mean, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, it's just a lot for me to like.
Yeah, that's an interesting take on the subject, and it's really, really quite true. So maybe the final word that I will ask, what do you think we should do as a Black community? What should we do so that we can come together in leveraging this technology for our education system? What can we do together as a collective or as a community? Leverage this technology together, make it useful to us. What can we do? Just in 2 minutes or 1 minute each.
Work more programs that get Black people to travel to different parts of the globe. There is but so much understanding I get from doing a virtual meeting with people. Put me on ground someplace, give me like 48 hours. I will have a hell of a ton of questions about how things work because I'm seeing it in front of me. Take me, put me in Ghana, take me, put me in like France, take me, put me in Argentina, Colombia, and then have people from there go to where you are and then have them go to other places. You'll find the commonalities and you'll find the differences and you'll figure out in the crosshairs where you can meet. But actually like work on programs that get people to go to different places to educate them on the cultural differences and dynamics.
Thank you very much. Tilly?
Hi, for me, my key takeaway really is we have programs available for the Black community, for those people who want to upskill. We recognize that with COVID, a lot of people have lost jobs all over, not just the US, but really all over the world. And the good news is people are hiring, but trust me, they're not hiring in the traditional sectors. Within finance, people are being laid off, but they're hiring people who have blockchain skills, digital asset skills. If you are in that space, you're able to really forge the future work. So part and parcel of what we've done is kind of craft some programs to help people navigate and forge the future work, and also give them an accreditation that is actually portable and lifelong. So real quick, we have a number of programs we're rolling out in partnership with Middlesex University in London. We've got approved 5 programs. We're kicking off because of COVID with 2. The first one, which is like the basic one, is the digital financial market infrastructure management. And it's really for emerging and existing financial professionals who need to understand holistically how this financial market infrastructure is framed, and practically how they can craft products from it. So from a very practical sense, it's a 20-week program. So you got 10 modules, and you learn a number of things, including, as I said before, governance of blockchain, and as well as emerging DeFi services as well. We also have another one specifically along the vertical of climate finance management. So climate finance, maybe not in the US, but the rest of the world is undergoing and experiencing serious climate issues. And more money and finance is being mobilized to address and improve climate action. There is a gap and a big opportunity and high demand for climate finance professionals. However, climate finance, it's a new emerging field, and it also crosses over with digital, because you need to kind of leverage these new technology rails in order to deliver services. So we also have a program starting in November. It's 20 weeks as well. At the end of the program, you get postgraduate certificate, and then runs the same thing, 10 modules, covers everything from introduction and understanding of climate change, climate finance, to being able to actually craft and develop new products. So we're financial innovators, and we look at new products that straddle between decentralized products as well as some centralized products as well.
Maybe to cut you short, because we only have 2 minutes, I'll love calling to.
Yeah, so thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think one thing is we have to recognize that there are things that's already being done that work. And what I mean is we have to continue to support the after-school program, continue to support adult education. And those individuals who do have the blockchain knowledge, go back in these programs and teach what you know. We don't have to sort of reinvent the wheel. Same time, again, if you have this knowledge, go back, teach. Let's get the kids off the playground after school, back into the classrooms. Find a way to make these topics fun, because those grassroots programs have educated a lot of us. And if we can start at the grassroots, start at those second career adults, and really make these programs available to them, individuals who have the knowledge, just go back, give back, spend 3 hours a week educating the classroom. We don't have to so much change. Just do what's been working, just do more of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, ladies and gentlemen. It was an honor to have you, and we hope we will again meet next time on the track to get to face and we discuss more on our community-based education system based on the blockchain or empowered by the blockchain. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
All right. That was enhancing community-based Black education using blockchain. I'm sure you enjoyed that session, which really educated us on how to enhance education using blockchain technology, increasing decentralization, information and opportunities. And also we got to see some great courses that are coming up in blockchain. We at BitHub Africa have something which we call the Melanin Academy, which we use to upskill blockchain engineers across the African continent. And we have been operating in 7 countries in Africa. And it's good to see that we have young developers of Black descent, getting to know about blockchain. So as the next session comes up, I'd just like to highlight what some of the things that we are doing at the moment, which is we have watch parties set up on Facebook. If you are in the US, you can go to the Black People and Cryptocurrency Facebook page, just search that, and you will see the watch party there. If you're in Africa, you can go to the BitHub Africa page and you can see the watch party there. So I invite you to see the next session, which is coming up right now, which is enabling Black land and asset ownership using blockchain technology. So enjoy this session as well.
Hello, Black Blockchain Summit. It is so good to reconvene. I know we're not here in person, but it's so great just to have some type of fellowship in which we can get together and talk about this wonderful world of blockchain. I'm your host for this, Faraza Deidre McIntyre, founder of Black Blockchain Summit. I'm going to introduce our panelists in a minute, but I felt it was a good opportunity to play a little game with them first, something to kind of throw them off their rocker a little bit, kind of relax the mood before we get into the nitty gritty of our topic. Now, our baranza is called Enabling Black Land and Asset Ownership Using Blockchain. However, I want each of my panelists to just give their first name and pretend for a minute that their favorite 10-year-old niece or nephew comes up to them and says, I hear you're going to be on the internet, an internet star, and you're going to talk about this Bitcoin thing. I want to see the panel. What's it about? How do you explain this to a 10-year-old niece and nephew who loves you so much and thinks that everybody on YouTube is a star? How do you break this down for them to understand what you're going to talk about today? So let's kick it off with Patrick first. And those of you in the chat, you can actually try to play along with this as well. What would you say to a 10-year-old child if you were on this panel? And how would you explain what the topic is about? Go ahead, Patrick.
Hey. Thank you so much, my dear. And I would love to start by saying to my 10-year-old niece, who's actually a reality figure in for real, hey, you know what this is about? This is about maintaining records of a purchase of a piece of land or pieces of land where we're going to build something and maintaining it electronically in the most stable means possible. Using a type of technology that the way that we do it now sets up the template for you to do it better later on, and gives us the most secure way to do this so that it's accessible electronically or over the wireless networks that you use as securely and as safely as possible. Is that too big?
I think that's pretty good. Chris, you want to take a stab at this?
Sure. So I would try to break it down for the kid so they could understand what it means to them. In that, when I was 10, I loved going over to my grandma's house to hang out with my cousins, and all the cousins would go over to grandma's house and grandma and granddaddy's house. So I would explain to that 10-year-old, like, hey, you have cousins, you go over to grandma and granddaddy's house. Sometimes grandma and granddaddy can't pay their bills. And we got to make sure that if grandma and granddaddy don't pay their bills, like 1 month, that they don't lose their house, so you can keep going over grandma and granddaddy's house. Because sometimes people will get in a situation like a pandemic, and sometimes people get sick and they can't pay their bills. And then somebody will come in and take their house away because they couldn't pay one bill. And the kid will be like, really? And I'll be like, yeah, it's like that, because this is something that the system has decided is how they're going to treat people, and specifically people that look like you and me, because if this happens to your little white friends, they won't take their grandma and granddaddy's homes away. And they'll be like, really? Why? And I'll have to explain, well, because the system sees you and me as different than your little white friends. So you have to understand that when we have to create systems to protect grandma and granddaddy from these people, that the system has to not know if we're black or white. And it can't be able to tell if we look like us or we look like your little white friends. So we got to make sure that the systems we use to purchase these homes aren't able to discriminate against us and then come and take grandma and granddaddy's home away, because then you won't be able to go over there next week or the week after if they can't pay their bill. And that's where I would try to break it down so they understood that it's not just about technology, it's about being able to go over grandma and granddaddy's house.
Wow, those are two very relevant and different answers, and very much giving a wide perspective. Troy, do you have anything to add to that? What would you tell your favorite 10-year-old niece or nephew who's so excited? Uncle Troy, he's gonna be on YouTube.
It's
break it down.
Those were powerful answers. So that's a tough act to follow. I guess what I would say is, that what we're going to talk about is a sort of a system where instead of kind of people keeping track of things in some kind of physical location or in some centralized kind of location on the internet, which would be subject to potentially getting hacked or otherwise attacked, and that they kind of understand those concepts, right? Is we're going to be talking about how you create a system to manage these records on a decentralized kind of consensus type basis. And I'd probably get some blank looks, so I'd have to dig into that a little bit deeper. But yeah, that's probably the right way that I would kind of frame it for them.
Now, the reason why I put this little role play up initially, not only do I have a 10-year-old, I have a 10-year-old asks a lot of questions, and she's fascinated like anyone else about, who's on YouTube and who's doing makeup and who's doing what. And I think she learned more a little bit about Bitcoin from other peers her age. Might not be the right thing, but from peers her age on YouTube than she is from me talking about it, because it's more like, yeah, I want this snack, I want this, or whatever. And so, but the thing about a 10-year-old is they do ask a lot of questions. Now, also on the other end of the spectrum, have a 16-year-old who is at the I think I know everything phase. So right. I wanted to peer into that 10-year-old because we have to realize that even as adults, there's a lot of 10-year-olds in us. We've always been in situations that if you have never been to a medical conference before and you went in and they use certain vocabulary, you'd be a little lost. Or if you went to a construction industry conference. And with Black Blockchain Summit, every single year we have new people who have the inner 10-year-old, but they have that 16-year-old persona. I'm not going to ask anything, that I'm just going to nod my head and say, I know what's going on, I know what's going on. So I would kind of want to break that wall around, and I hope that those of you in the chat room had fun with that little role play, and hopefully we'll get to see your answers soon, and that pose that type of challenge of any of these panel discussions of how do you explain this to a fifth grader, so to speak, that they understand some idea of what's going on. Now let's tack into the who everyone is and how it relates to enabling Black land and asset ownership using blockchain. So we're going to reverse the order. We're going to start with Troy to give us a brief 2-minute explanation of your background and how you see what you've either done in the past or what you intend to do in the future that connects to this topic.
Yeah, sure. So I am a partner in the corporate securities group at Perkins Coie, focusing on emerging growth companies. And I do probably 35 to 40% of my work in the blockchain space. So, primarily I focus on companies that are going to be offering either securities for sale or tokens for sale. And sometimes those are the same thing. Sometimes they're not. There's been some, developments on that at the SEC front, and we, kind of stay abreast of all that. But that's sort of been my focus area, on this. And I, as I think about the, I think from an industry perspective, blockchain is still relatively new technology, and we all, should be thinking about, use cases to propel it forward, right? I mean, that's sort of, that's really kind of the onus is on us as an emerging industry to do that, right? And so real estate, I think, presents a relatively unique opportunity there, because the chain of title, like there's so much in it that is sort of well suited to a blockchain solution that it feels like an important use case for us as an industry to be pushing.
Okay, Chris, tell us about your background and how it connects to Black land and asset ownership on the blockchain.
Hello, everyone. My name is Larry Christopher Bates. I am a cybersecurity expert, and I got my first master's degree in telecommunications, and I got my second master's degree in cybersecurity. And after that, I started working on land right protection using blockchain technology, working with a company I co-founded called Bitland Global. So I show this card because what we tried to do is, so on one side I have the Kenyan flag and then the Ghanaian flag. So what we're trying to do we had established this notion of trying to use blockchain technology to solve land title protection problems. And in the process, we encountered a lot of cultural nuances. So what we ended up doing is effectively becoming an educational organization, understanding that a lot of technological implementation comes down to people understanding why they need to use it, as Deidre is sort of alluding to with her example in the beginning, or what it even is. So people need to have these things presented to them in a way that relates to them specifically. And what we started to realize early on was that the problems that afflict the African continent are similar in many cases, but because of the cultural nuances between different countries and different tribes, you can't just use a one-size-fits-all approach. So as with Bitland, what we tried to do was establish a white label technology that could then be modified for cultural nuances, understanding that there's going to be different tribal law, different country law, different international law, and all these things are going to affect how you implement the blockchain. So you can't use a one-size-fits-all approach. So with that experience, I then turned back towards academic pursuits, and now I'm working on a doctorate in cybersecurity to help establish why there is a disconnect between theory and application in the real world, and try to start to close that gap.
Thank you, Chris. Patrick, tell us about yourself and your consulting, and also how it relates to Black land and asset ownership using blockchain.
Oh, he might be muted. Patrick, you might be muted. Nope. There you go.
Is that good now? Yeah.
There
Thank
you go.
so much, Mr.
Start
Brother.
again.
Thank you. Yeah. So as a young guy, I worked for Barclays Bank here in the Caribbean. I was a basketball player. I had a lot of fun in life. But at Barclays, I tended to rise to the top pretty fast. So I became the head of wealth for the Barclays Group. And part of my role was interfacing with Barclays Private Bank. And that allowed me to launch the premier banking product across the region, which allowed me to work closely with the Queen's Secretary, Lord Fellows. And so I was quickly introduced into what's called old money. And so several of the key players in the global economy would bank with me, literally. And I was able to meet, what was then the aristocracy. And I had roles like that over 30 years in banking. So the value of real estate became a very real proposition for me, because it would be one of the things that I would use as security in high-valued loans and high-value transactions, where I sat as one of the 40, quote-unquote, brightest minds in the Barclays Group, with the Barclays Capital, Barclays Mutual Funds, and these entities themselves. I'm not kidding you when I tell you, we had over $900 billion under management. That's a lot of money. So I was advising on those kinds of transactions with that kind of capital base. And I had lots of fun because, people would fly in on their private jets to Barbados. It's kind of like the land of the rich and famous. And they would meet with me. The names that you would see associated with Hollywood and with all of the brand name stuff that goes on in the world, they would meet here on Barbados, right? The legacy of Barbados is interesting because it's the only place that George Washington went to outside the U.S. And he got the vision for doing what he did in the United States here in Barbados. Also in Barbados, just trivia, just to give you an understanding of what goes on here, it was the first place that the Africans landed en route to the Caribbean and up north to the United States, right? And so, interestingly enough, it was the place also that the British kind of had their largest outpost because of the value of sugar cane. Sugar was the currency of the world. And so the idea that Barbados had such a past, kind of tripped up along the way, trotted along the way, sorry, to become an island today where the rich and famous still hang out to this day. And so there's not a lot of land in Barbados. It's 166 square miles. And so the oldest Jewish synagogue and the oldest Bible school in the entire Western Hemisphere are found here in Barbados, right? It's the third largest legislative body in the world as far as parliament systems. And the person who did the desegregation in the United States, the legal case for desegregation, that was the first in history won on that basis of desegregation, was born in Barbados. Shirley Chisholm grew up in Barbados, the first Black person to run as president backed by a major political party. She grew up in Barbados and she was my client. So that gives you kind of like my background. I've been there, I've seen some good people over time. And, you know, I began to listen to people that would come into my office. I mean, without calling any names, I can assure you, some of the major players in wealth would sit with me and I would facilitate their wealth, right? So I think that qualifies me to talk about, therefore, land as the head of wealth for the Barclays Group in this region where there's a lot of wealth. Wealthy come. We were able to, through me, negotiate some of the biggest land purchases and, you know, from the Bahamas all the way down to the rest of the Caribbean. We were able to do some transactions. And let me say that each of the offices that we would do the transactions through, we would come up with solutions that would not just benefit the shareholders, but the clients themselves. And so everyone walked away happy because owning a spot of land in the Caribbean, and these days, especially Barbados, it became something of a thing that you have to do, you know? The royal family are here, the Hollywooders are here, and, you know, the benefit of having this experience was something that the rich would want to do. So that's my background. And so the land itself, the land ownership component, because we're now moving to a more secure platform, you know, we've worked with some of the top lawyers across the space, from the United States to the UK to wherever. And now that we're looking at a blockchain solution, I believe that we, particularly of African descent, this is not just the thing that seems to be our thing, but it's our moment. Our Black brothers and sisters are going to be doing this. This is kind of like the lead thing, because I've now brought this knowledge of how to do high net worth and ordinary worth products and real estate the old way into the new way, where I sit on several boards for some of the more innovative blockchain entities, and I advise central banks. As a matter of fact, the first true central bank digital currency, I was the lead consultant that did that, which is the EC Bank, the OECS central bank. I called up my buddy who is the governor of that bank, and I said, hey, listen, let's do this. I wrote the white paper for the United Nations, which is, you know, used at the moment as one of the lead consulting tools. And so, you know, that's what we did. So bringing those two things together, the blockchain component and of course the banking, traditional banking component with the real estate and securing the value of that asset that the bank would ordinarily hold or the customer or the client, bringing those two together on a secure network that is secure in more ways than one, that's where we are. And I want to say this is where we are at the forefront now in this discussion, at the forefront of where it matters most, because you see, assets, it's the pivotal tool in acquiring and securing wealth. So we're at the forefront of it all in this discussion right now.
Thank you, Patrick. I want to go back to Chris for a second, and we're going to go again to Troy and back to Patrick with different questions. Chris, you mentioned you had a relationship in terms of education, specifically with Ghana, and I wanted to know, has there been any tick on the meter of anything that relates to the return, beyond the return that was in Ghana, and anything about Americans buying property, some type of opportunity to try a new system. If there is even some beyond tourism that happened in that specific realm, because you mentioned in Ghana in terms of property, I know there was a large promotion of the country of Ghana offering citizenship to the diaspora, and specifically, and you know, obviously there's property involved with that, and what your thoughts were on that instance.
So this is a extremely touchy subject in that I want to be very cautious about how I speak about this because of I'm not trying to offend any government initiatives or point fingers. But what ends up happening with these types of initiatives is the only people who were able to actually take advantage of them were wealthy people who were already wealthy. And the reason is because the systematic theft of Black capital has left a large percentage of families in America without the available capital to seize on an opportunity like this. So when the Ghanaian government is offering an opportunity for Black people to come get their citizenship and come buy land, it's a hollow gesture at best, in that when they are trying to present this as if it's an opportunity, they are standing at the gates at which they were selling our ancestors, trying to say we need to pay our way back rather than paying our way back for us. So what I'm saying is if African governments want Black people to start buying land and start investing over there, they're going to have to give us our citizenship and give us a ticket over there, because we are not at a situation where we have the luxury capital to move ourselves or to purchase land outright in the same way. Unless they're giving us loans, unless they're giving us zero interest or negative interest rate loans, we're not going to be able to seize on that opportunity. I would have loved, as someone who's been working on land right ownership, I would have loved to take advantage of the opportunity. I would have loved to get a dual citizenship in any country in Africa for that matter. But as of now, it's way too expensive and way too difficult for me as a diaspora, like lost son of my home, to go back. It's not because they are making it that way, it's because they are not making it easier for me. They're not actually enabling me. So when they are offering these sorts of hollow gestures, we can't do anything about it because we are not in a situation as a people to seize on that opportunity. So when they are doing that, they are using the same type of PR hollow gesture that the West has gotten good at, that I am trying to make sure that we don't just take these Western tricks and start mimicking them in our pursuit of capital accumulation and land ownership, because we can't do this in the West because we don't get equal value for our land. If we are Black and we buy land in the West, we will get 3/4 of what a white person will get for it. I posted a link to an article about how a interracial couple removed all indicators of Blackness in their home, and they got an appraisal that was 125% higher than when they had indicators of Blackness in their home. So these are the things, when we try to play the real estate game in the West, we already know it's systematically racist, but the numbers are in, and we're playing at a rate of 25% losses out the gate just because of our skin color. So when we're talking about how we're going to then reconnect with our motherland, we can't be doing it using these Western games, because this is how we'll end up paying our way back home. We can't pay our way back home.
4 or 5 incomes just to buy what they bought on my block, and then we pay more than the white family. So it's a problem throughout of this ability of being able to be anonymous. You just look at the data of my income, my credit, my whatever, and then set the same rate for everyone is imperative. I wanted to take the question to Troy, and we only have about 15 minutes left. So Troy, if you could speak for about 7-8 minutes, that would be great. But Troy, you mentioned that you have real estate, but there are other assets as well. If any of your dealings are dealing with other assets, such as resolving issues in terms of art or in terms of any type of other asset other than real estate, you see blockchain solves a problem, or it's a revenue boon. It could be a revenue boon also.
Yeah, for sure. Before that, I just wanted to comment on that story that Chris had raised. I saw that same thing, and I just the one thing that sort of struck me was just how incredibly resourceful that woman was, right? In like looking at this problem and saying, okay, like I get it. I see what's happening here. Let's run this experiment and see how it works, right? Like that level of ingenuity. Like I just have mad respect for, her. Yeah. I mean, you gotta. I
think both of them knew. I mean, I loved his shirt. Your husband's shirt said, "Wash your hands." That too.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, in any event, just thinking through like the other asset, like real estate, I think does present a very powerful use case. For me, the place I operate most is in the securities field, right? Where you're talking about, right, ownership of the various companies, right? And how you could, put that on the blockchain and the problems that solves around, being able to kind of track it. And lots of companies are, kind of looking at these, right, as different alternatives to the traditional sort of, either stock ledger, right, that is, kept and is subject to, potentially being modified, right, that sort of thing, or even the electronic files, right, where, you just don't have the necessarily clear kind of picture of ownership evolving over time. One of the key benefits of the blockchain is the transparency to that ownership and the kind of consensus mechanism for how you track these things, right? So that if a mistake is made, it is not corrected by a single person, right, operating in the dark, which has its own challenges associated with it, but it is corrected by by consensus, right? So the transparency is there. That record kind of is more trackable over time. And for things like art, authenticating art, that's another kind of use case that I think is developing as well. Really anything where it's important to kind of have the record developed over time. And so, for me, it's primarily in the securities arena, but there's lots of other areas where, people are trying to deploy this technology.
So, Patrick, to swing it up to you before I go into a close, because I know we're coming to the end of the recording session, but Patrick, one of the things I wanted to ask you is in terms of Bayesian, in terms of being in the Caribbean region, because Barbados is a larger nation than some of the others, but how do you see it that Barbados can compete with, Canada or United States? What's the allure of property or assets that need to be verified and tracked in terms of bringing wealth to Barbados?
Okay, so that's a good question. And just to see if we can put it within the context of what's going on with other technologies to support the answer, there's this thing about tagging. What we can do is, of course, key something into a blockchain, which is a distributed ledger, the ledger itself is secure, we want to make sure that there is some sort of authenticity to the tagging of the asset. In the area of land, we could have exclusive tagging on land spots that allows for us to, when we key in those specific coordinates, then it becomes visible. This is that piece of land. Or in the case of, in the case of we have an asset that is beyond the actual land itself, like a thing like say what we mentioned just now, a painting. The asset itself can be registered with a tag that is unique to the blockchain experience. Then it can be unique to the searcher, the seeker, the investor into the asset. That makes not just authenticity a reality, security a reality, but it also makes accessibility a reality. So that, as say, in the area of like the SEC in the United States and the FSC here in Barbados, you can have access to monitoring the value of that asset, a reality, which investors want to know. How much is this land worth, right? How much is this picture worth? So it adds value. So that then the adjoining technology of tagging and then searching via a search engine, which I must say, the guy who invented search engines is also from Barbados. I bet you did not know that. And he went to school with me, right?
Andreessen? Mark Andreessen?
Yeah. No, his name is actually Alan Eptage, right? And he created this.
Oh, Alan Eptage, yeah, when he went to Canada, became a photographer. I know.
Yeah, you know the guy. You know the guy. So he grew up with me in Barbados. He went to school with me at Harrison College, right? He created this thing called Archive.
He's created Archie, the search engine that he misspelled archive. I do know. I do remember. Okay.
You remember,
yes.
Right?
Yes. Alan Eptage, yes.
Yeah, he was lazy and he created this, right? So what I'm saying is that, the value then of the total package. You have the internet, you have the tagging component, and then you have now with it, right, the ability to search and see what asset you want to have, which is now rare. You can create no capital markets out of that experience. And the land, the house that you may want to put on that land or the potential house, you can search and see and create a fictitious yet real experience of the house value that could come from, that same real estate asset or any other asset. So the blockchain is now usable. And I kind of want to slip back to my colleague who mentioned that there was an experience where he wanted to see that the component of going back to Africa is a real thing. That component, right, of going back to Africa is real, and we can do it in a way that allows the banks in Africa to create a crypto using the same blockchain, a crypto component to the diaspora going back, which can be purchased by people who are in the space, purchased, put on the market by people who are in the space, and then that can fund the going back to Africa of all of our people who want to go. We can raise capital for that.
I've been trying to push that very idea to get to the AU because that's the only way that's actually going to happen. And it's going to have to work with the AU and with all the countries in Africa. That's the only way it's going to actually work. That's the only way it's going to happen.
Yeah, and we can do that together, brother. Listen, right? This is a new era. We're going to work together, hand in hand. You and I, we're going to make this happen, brother. And let me tell you, right, it's going to be an amazingly good experience. It's going to bring brotherhood among us and unity. And let me tell you, I'm on board with you, brother. Shout me out. We're going to do this. We're going to make it happen.
And this is a great segue and a great reminder to people to check the WHOVA app, WHOVA, because if our panelists haven't already done it, definitely put your contact information in there. I certainly expect Patrick and Chris to connect. Troy had to leave us a little bit early. He had to tend to some business, but definitely Troy should be able to put his information into the app. I just want to thank Troy Foster, Chris Bates, and Patrick Tanis for joining us on this panel discussion. I'm Deidre McIntyre with Black People in Cryptocurrency, and I know we didn't have an opportunity to really flesh out blockchain in kind of like the 10-year-old style. But you know, if you're a 10-year-old and just quite figure out that in the 10-year-old, we can't quite going on and what people are talking about, what we're saying in terms of being important is, you know, every child that attends a public school system at the very least, or a private school system generally has an ID card. So you can have an identical twin sibling. ID number is different from, even though you have the similar face, is different for the card, so the school can attend to you, you know, whether you paid your lunch or, you know, where you're supposed to be at a certain time. They know who you are and they know that you're in school. So all we're talking about is giving ID number along much more detailed ID number to physical things, so that people can stake, you know, not only ownership, but also exchange that ownership if they want to sell it or if they want to give it away. Everyone in the world can see this type of transfer. It went from this person to the other person, and no questions and no disputes between nations, within nations, among people. And so that's what we're talking about, the power of blockchain, this idea that Bitcoin made it possible for data to be exchanged for the first time. That there's no duplicate, no fraud, no question, even if it's an accident, oops, you just exchanged it by accident. And so we're talking about how help, you know, people who at times were not charged the same amount of money for property that we buy. There's also questions about property that we buy. We also have the situation of people, especially in the Caribbean, who are affected by hurricanes, I mean, in the southern United States, and their property is wiped out. How do I verify that what is now dust was where I was and who I am? That property of identity. So this idea of land and asset ownership is critically important every time we hit a hurricane. And every time we get to a situation where people's properties are wiped out, how do I prove, if I no longer have the paperwork, how do I prove? And even in the Northeast, how do I prove if there's a fire? How do I prove that I was there and that was mine when my own bank is gone, as well as my own house? So these are problems that blockchain can survive, so we can stake our ownership. So any parting words? We have about 3 minutes left. Anything else that anyone wants to say between Patrick and Chris?
Yeah, just to sort of add on to what you were saying and what Patrick was alluding to, one of the biggest problems with blockchain is deciding who gets to put the data on the blockchain. And this is like where we're at in the conversation. So this is where we've gotten to a point where we can preserve the data and we can preserve information, but now we have to decide whose information we're going to be preserving. So this is kind of where, when we're talking about arbitrating and getting to a point where this technology is preserving ownership, we have to make sure that the people who are registering the ownership are actually in line with what's happening in the real world, because then we could have a blockchain of ownership that does not align with what actually works in the real world. So that's kind of where this technology is a fantastic opportunity to get ourselves on equal ground concerning capital and preservation of value. But we have to make sure that, as Patrick said, when the people are entering the data values and saying who owns it, that they're actually reflecting the proper values and the proper ownership to make sure the technology isn't just used against us.
All right. That was a very interesting session on land and assets ownership. So we're going to our next session. And before we do that, I have a question from Stanley Jenga. And the question is, can the check clearance process be digitized and have it done within hours and not days? Can banks be allowed to outsource more non-core functions? Can we have bank systems interfacing with government systems, such as the Huduma number in Kenya, or e-Citizen to enhance efficiency and remove some level of knowing your customer burden from banks to government agencies. So I think the answer to this question is it is possible to allow people to transact over a network using blockchain technology. And we're going to be having a session on the Lightning Network later in the summit. So stay tuned for that. So without further ado, I would like us to go to our next session, which is disrupting self-hate, racism, and tribalism through blockchain technology. And we're going to have Deidre McIntyre, founder of Black People and Cryptocurrency, and Dr. Kevin Washington, also known as Mata Kairi, head of sociology and psychology at Grambling State University. So this is a very, very interesting session, and please stay tuned to it, and I'm sure you see it's quite interesting. So see you on the other side.
And I'm founder of Black People in Cryptocurrency, and I'm glad to be at Black Blockchain Summit for this wonderful fireside chat that we have planned for you today. It's called Disrupting Self-Hate, Racism, and Tribalism Through Blockchain Technology. And I'm joined with Dr. Kevin Washington, also known as Dr. Mawada Kairi. And we're going to get right into it. I mean, Dr. Mawada and I we chatted a little bit, but I was intrigued by his long bio and his long, extensive. So I want to get into the meat of what his background is, his connection to our home base, which is Howard University as well, and all of his experiences in terms of dealing with the mind. So Dr. Mawada, tell us something about yourself.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here to have this discussion about blockchain technology and to be with you, Sister Deidre McIntyre, this process of unfolding and unpacking something that is definitely transforming our community globally. And so we need to be able to be ahead of the curve when technology like this comes up. We need to also be able to be in the mix, right? Facilitating this growth and development, and more importantly, influencing how it impacts positively our community so that we can continue to build and to become stronger. As you mentioned, Howard University is where I first became associated with blockchain. As I was leaving campus teaching a class, one day I saw this group of individuals that was so energized about blockchain. And I've been speaking with someone at a local coffee shop, I will not call its name at this time, but we were having a conversation about blockchain technology and the white papers. And so he was convincing me about this process, and I was asking him, what is he? So let me show you. So we had been in communication about the same construct. And then all of a sudden I passed by and I see this conference probably about a month or two later. And then I knew that I was on the right path. The right path was to begin to ask critical questions. What is this? And what's happening with it? And how does it work out? And then I think I met Sinclair and some others in this space. And we began to have a greater conversation about what does it mean for Africa. So my thrust in psychology is that I am a counseling psychologist, and I was teaching counseling psychology and doctoral students at Howard University at that time. I look at the dynamics of cultural trauma for people of African descent. So I talk about persistent enslavement, systemic trauma, which is this idea of persistent as ongoing enslavement, the ideology of enslavement that incarcerates a population, systemic, it runs through every aspect of their lives, and the trauma that has been incurred from what's called the Ma'afa, or some call the slave trade, and we can unpack that a little bit more. But the reality of this conversation, how it ties in, is that we cannot have a post-traumatic moment when we're not beyond the trauma. So when we see issues of a pillage of a community, the idea of economic deprivation in communities, we see dynamics that's happened in the course in the United States with the knee on the neck of George Floyd, the intrusion of Breonna Taylor, the raid or the enslavement rally process of Ahmaud Arbery, or even see an individual being corralled at his home or leaving a home. When you talk about Jacob Blake, we don't have a post-trauma moment, that we are re-experiencing the dynamics of trauma every single day, and it's tied to enslavement ideology, which suggests that that which is European is greater than all others, and that that which is not European is inferior. And the greatest threat to European ideology, European well-being, European wellness, and this some will call white, the greatest threat is African. If you don't understand that way, think about the various games. Dr. Francis Cress Wilson has given us a wealth of knowledge. And I'll just give you one example of the game of billiards, and the ultimate clash on the billiard table is between the black ball and the white ball. And so we see this played out over and over again. So they psychologically reinforce themselves with this idea of the inferiority, superiority conversation of black and white. And so we look at ways to crash that, challenge that, to begin to heal from the trauma that causes in a people that begin to internalize that entire process. And so that leads us to Black self-hatred. But that's who I am. And currently I am the head of sociology and psychology department at Grambling State University. My alma mater, where I went to, did my undergraduate. My parents met there. So my entire life has been at Grambling. And I'm excited about the opportunity to be able to share in the experience of facilitating the growth and development of a place that has meant so much for me in my life. And also I am the founder and CEO of NSAPO Empowerment Works, which is a counseling psychological services organization. And so we engage in individual counseling, psychotherapy, as well as consultation to organizations and groups. And I'm also a speaker and Watcher Speaks as well. Watcher works out, and then I do a whole speaking piece on Speak Black to Me. And this ties into the Speak Black to Me discourse.
Okay, so the general, or what I like to say is the 10-year-old explanation of what blockchain is this identification, applying a alphanumeric identification like a school ID or a social security number for people who know numeric identity, license plate number. Now, blockchain has its own numeric system. You're placing an ID on either physical property that you've tethered to this ID or digital property that you've tethered this ID. And once you have it, at some point, you can exchange it in some fashion, whether you're selling it or airing it or gifting it, or you accidentally sent it to the wrong person and it goes to some other type of possession. And so my question is, in relationship to PEST, post-enslavement stress trauma, if I have that correctly, do you think we as Black people, because of this experience, have lost the concept of ownership of anything? And if so, how do we regain that as compared to how the European thinks of property or assets?
Oh, that's really good. So when we talk about persistent enslavement, systemic trauma, the S is systemic, as it runs through everything. That's important because even in the economic system, there is this idea of inferiority and superiority. If you begin to look at the African existence, we perpetually existed as property in the context of the European worldview. So we're simply a commodity that is bought and traded for the advancement of the population. If you begin to examine directly the enslavement experience in America, or the exporting through human trafficking from the continent of Africa, it was the loss of personhood and being used as commodity for wealth building of a population. And so this same ideology is present today. If you look at the conversation that was had as we are in this moment of 2020, when the basketball players made a decision not to play. And that was a decision made to not to play, to perform, because there's an understanding that what they mean to economic growth and development to a population, they wanted to be able to disrupt that. The challenge is that when the individuals don't own themselves. And so that is the nature of the conversation that we have globally, that when we are not in ownership, whether it is in education, whether it is in health, in law, in politics, when we are not in ownership of ourselves, of the things that make us who we are, we're perpetually used as a commodity for someone else. So the prison industrial complex, and I'll wrap it into your question. The prison industrial complex operates by virtue of having a labor force. The 13th Amendment says that slavery is to be abolished with the exception of those found guilty of a crime. And so I can find you guilty of any crime, and therefore my economics is further impacted or enhanced if I'm a part of the controlling group, because the person that is in is not a person, but simply a product. When we talk about, again, healthcare and these things. So you asked the question, blockchain construct, how can it be utilized, or can we think about it being a part of who we are at wealth building and product development? It is difficult to do that when we don't see ourselves as being owners of reality. That we always see ourselves as being simply a commodity that is bought and traded in the context of building wealth for someone else. And simply we want the trickle down process. And it becomes comfortable to receive that because it's what we become used to. I'll give you a classic example of in Senegal, for example, there was a conversation had about rice. And we know that what rice look almost like couscous / grits and not the grain. So then they say, well, we'll grow our own rice and then we will sell the rice. Well, the problem was that the people would not buy the rice in the grain form because they've been conditioned to see rice as being a small couscous / grit product rather than being a long grain. But the point is that once we've become conditioned to see ourselves as commodity, it becomes a challenge to be able to transcend that, to be able to see how one can be the owner. And what I'm seeing with blockchain and the concept about selling in this process and buying and building is about ownership of data, content, information, which then leads to ownership of greater goods to be able to build. And that's a challenge for us because we are used to being commodity rather than being owners.
Yeah, I see that a lot. I have a group on Facebook, Black People in Cryptocurrency, and there's about 10,000 people in the group. But as with any large group, you just see the same, like 30 or 40 people talking a lot of times. And one of the biggest debates that we had was one time when I posted that, I see a tremendous amount of postings that either celebrate or encourage people to on-ramp on white-led startups, but I don't see the same of the Black startup founders that are in the group, including, if I'm posting, and I'm curious as to, how do we change that mentality? Because in my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any Black-led startups are going to survive or thrive without Black investors realizing that they need to turn to Black startup founders and invest in them, or without Black consumerism or support. So I'm very curious as to, how do we, wrap our minds around breaking this pest chain, so to speak, because I've seen it. I used to be a public school teacher in Brooklyn, and it's where you would expect it in Brooklyn, Cypress Hills, among so-called working class families, Black families, a lot of Black immigrant families from the Caribbean and from Spanish-speaking Caribbean, but their school is still 90% Black. So in a way, you almost expect to see it because you're dealing with a juvenile population. But in turn, I've also seen it among MBA holders in corporate America, that if you suggest that a startup is Black-led, and that startup founder may want to hire disproportionately other Black people, the first questions that arise are, well, you should hire the best people, as if to imply that in a certain effort to have a browner company, it doesn't necessarily have to be 100%, even if you're shooting at 50%, is somehow an inferior company because of that notion. So how do we go about, remapping the minds that are affecting, across socioeconomic backgrounds, this idea that a Black blockchain startup is inferior than a white startup that may be doing the exact same thing.
I like when you said remapping the mind. There is a narrative that my elder talks about, and he talks about the making of a sheepdog. And he says that you take a dog when it is born as a puppy, and you make it suckle at the breast of the sheep, and it begins to believe that it is a sheep, and it will use all of its dog instincts to protect the safety and sanctity of the sheep. So much so that once it is an adult, it will guard against anything that will come into the space of the sheep because it believes that that thing is its enemy. You can take another dog and put close by, and it will attack and kill that entity because it is threatening the safety of the sheep. You can take its own biological mother and put in the space with it, and it will attack and ravage and attempt to kill her because she is a threat to the safety of who the dog thinks it is. And then
so literally the only thing that I remember from my Psych 101.
There you
the
go.
Conditioning
The condition.
of a dog.
There
That's
it
the only
is.
thing I remember anything else.
And that's
I
it.
did take one class. Keep going.
And the worst part of it is that if you put a mirror in front of this dog, it will attack its own image in the mirror because it believes that its enemy is its own image. And so that is the making of a sheepdog. And so what we have here is, what you mentioned classically, is this idea of conditioning. That is a presented type of a mindset that is developed over time that creates what you talked about, a schema or mapping, where one begins to see the thing outside of itself as being greater than itself because it has been perpetually fed by the thing that's alien to it. So when you begin to examine how have we sustained ourselves, we've been conditioned to see that the European reality is the only one that we need to attend to. It's what I call learned significance. We learned to think that, assume significance. We assume that everything European is great, and learning indifference will become indifferent to anything about ourselves. And so we begin to think about how we have been fed, sustained ourselves. And so we were fed on plantations, we were protected. And so the way that you season individuals, by the way, for the enslavement experience is that you begin to take the child away from its mother when it is born. And so the mother may have gone to Jamaica, but the child is taken to Brazil, or another one may be taken to the United States. And so a child doesn't even grow up knowing who it is. And so it begins to believe that the oppressor is its own parent. And so it begins to be that the also works in its best interest. And so then you have people that have difficult time seeing themselves ever work in their own interest because all they've ever seen was somebody that looked unlike them in control. So then we believe then that the white man's ice is colder, that the white man's sugar is sweeter, that the white man's water is wetter, right? And so we begin to believe this because we've never seen ourselves in control. Let me tell you about conditioning within myself. I talk about blockchain and on-ramping. The first time I saw money from Jamaica with Marcus Garvey on it, my initial thought was the money wasn't real. Now think about that. Here I am in my 20s. Why did I, even though I'm a psychologist and I've had the notion of conditioning, think that the money wasn't real? Because it had Black image on it. So it was like monopoly money to me, because I had been conditioned through iconography and imagery to see that value and worth can only come through European. So the only money I've seen has had Jefferson and Washington and Lincoln and Benjamin Franklin. So that becomes money because it has value. And nothing like me has ever looked like that. So now you ask me to invest in something like blockchain concept. Well, I already know that people are trying to get over on it and they look like me. That's psychological. The only thing that has value and worth are things that are European. That's psychological. And the only way that you can make money is with European. So we talk about, well, I want to, it's not just Black. It has to be just as you said, the best person for the job. Well, if the best person is Black, what do? You have to always adjust the schema because you don't want to appear to be partial to your own kind. I suffered sometimes in academia when I had Black teachers and I was in a majority setting, because that teacher had to show that she was fair to all students, that she would get on Black and white students alike, which means she had to get on me more to demonstrate her fairness. Now think about the paradox in that. The teacher had to be unfair to me to demonstrate the fairness of the people. So I'm suffering in that academic environment for her to demonstrate her fairness. So I'm the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, to show that. And so the point is that we recognize that there's been conditioning that's taken place. And you asked the question, how do we begin to break that conditioning? We have to begin to create the scenarios where there are dollars with Marcus Garvey on it, for example. We have to begin to believe in ourselves, in our smaller circles, those who are challenging the psychological chains of slavery, that, as according to Dr. Naeem Akbar, that we are challenging that, and we're seeing that, yes, we are capable of doing the great and wonderful things. More importantly, back to the things that we have all done in this space. And I'll give you several examples that make sense. The reason that I'm in a climate control space right now is because of the genius of a Black man. The reason that we have the pen that we write with is for the genius of a Black man and woman, right? The idea of the traffic light. And the question becomes, which one of these enterprises, from the pen, the lawnmower, the gas mask, the technology in the cell phone, the microphone that's been used right now was created by a Black man of technology, and that which the alarm system in this building was influenced by a Black woman, Gladys West, and the GPS. Which one of these inventions, creations that we are benefiting from right now, the light that's shining here, the electricity, Lewis Latimer, which one can we say that we benefit from economically as a group of people? And there's not a single one. But we have created all of these things that's made everybody's life better. Well, if that's the case, then why can we not do the same thing for ourselves? And that's where blockchain comes in and say, look, we've been doing this. We have a history. That's what you do. You show your portfolio. Here's a track record. It's not new. Here's a track record of our greatness, that we are the drivers of the economy of the world. If you don't believe me, I'm going off again, Deidre, that the crown jewel of in England is made of gold. Where did the gold come from? The gold did not come from Europe. The jewels on the crown came from India and Africa. The gold came from Africa. The economy in this country was based on resources that came from the soil of Africa. As a matter of fact, the economy in this country was impacted by the knowledge base of Gambians who came over to South Carolina. What they call South Carolina gold was growing rice. And back to that example again, growing the rice, which saved Carolina, which saved, more importantly, the entire United States, because it was going under because it had no economy. So the genius of a population has a portfolio of greatness that's impacted the forward flow of humanity economically, from the UK to the United States to Australia, all over where you find Europeans, they have been pariahs and parasites onto the genius of African people. So if that is the case, then how much further can we go by simply believing in one another, on-ramping to a blockchain construct, to begin to benefit ourselves and expand not only the reach and grasp and breadth and depth of population, but also begin to expand the economic development of ourselves, so that we are the owners of ourselves in reality, and not simply being lent out as labor for somebody else's wealth and well-being.
Yeah, I think we have to start, very young as well, almost preschool, because there's a little, in light of Chadwick Boseman's recent passing, people are resharing some old videos that were popular during when Black Panther launched, and there was a little boy who is crying and his mother's filming him, and he's saying, she's like, "Why are you crying?" And she says, "Well, I'm not Black." And she said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "Well, I want to be Black Panther and I'm not Black." And she goes, "Wait a minute, I think she was half Filipino and Mexican. And she's like, "And Dad's Black." And he said, "Well, that means I'm white." so she keeps filming because it's humorous. But this, 4-year-old child had absorbed in his mind that he was white already, and that it kind of reversed the paradigm because he was upset that he wasn't Black, and that's kind of the reason why people were sharing it. But these types of notions of this tribalism or this self-hate or something like that is usually reversed. It's usually a scenario that a child of that age has absorbed that they're not white, or they're not lighter, or they're not of a privileged class, even dealing within the Black diaspora. So how do we get if you take a scenario such as maybe Sudan, how do we get people who identify differently to recognize their Blackness? And the reason why I kind of say Sudan and certain places like Somalia, they suffer from this Arabism. Both groups are Black, but they're fighting. One wants to identify with being more Saudi and these type of cultural and very anti-African, anti-self. And another group is trying to reclaim their Africanity, their language or whatever, but they still recognize that they're Muslim at the same time. And they can't seem to get together to work together. And that's just a small microcosm of what exists throughout the African continent, what exists throughout the Caribbean. I'm from Trinidad. I'm not Jamaican. I'm Jamaican. I'm not from Barbados. I'm Haitian. I don't. Everybody doesn't speak English. How do we kind of break down these barriers that everybody can kind of work together, still representing their respective cultural and ethnic identities, but then we can actually move forward?
A good example of how that has been broken down is looking at the Hutus and the Tutsis, right? You talk about Kagame coming in and creating this economy in a space where people had brutally attacked one another based on European ideology or Western ideology or alien ideology. And so what we recognize is that there is this alien ideology that comes into a space that permeates the mind. And so we challenge the mindset of the ideology. Is it true that to be Islamic is better than to be traditional? Is it true being Christian, or is it true being from Trinidad, right? What is our common lineage? So having spent some time in Barbados and other spaces, recognizing that some people identify with the fact that we are African people. So when you begin to break that down and say that we come from one space, and that these were holding stations, it begins to change things. I was in Barbados and there was this seasoning that had this Black face on it. It looks like old Blackie or Darkie image that was used here in the United States. And so when I showed it to the person that had taken me there, we worked in academia together. He worked we were in Florida together. And so when I showed him the image, he said, "Oh, that's what it is." I said, "No, look at this close to it." And it wasn't until I began to inform him of the symbolism and iconography that was being depicted here, which symbolizes this idea of the inferiority of Blackness at some level, he began to see, so you know what, I've seen this all my life, I never thought about that. The point is that we have to present moments people can begin to think about and ask the question, am I better because I'm from the North in the United States, or if I'm from the South? Am I better because I am Mandinka, Wolof, Sadea? Am I better because I'm Hausa, Yoruba? Am I better because I am a Fanti, Twi, a guy in Ghana, right? So we get caught into these conversations that are based on European estrangement, because the reason why we have the country bifurcated in the first place is because of their economic development, dealing with the Council of Berlin. So we have to recognize that we perpetuate their economic growth and development as long as we stay bound by the divisions that they created within us. And so we challenge those divisions and say that, no, I have a different way of life, but my different way of life, that doesn't make me better. And so you see communities like in the Gambia, for example, people have some tribalism conversations, but it's not something that they can't come together and to experience what is Conquerant and so forth, so they can come together and share in the experience together. And we can do the same thing here, but we also divided in this space. We get divided between Bloods and Crips. We get divided between a whole host of things, but at the same time, every time we divide, who benefits economically?
Yeah, I think that we have to even go back historically to it's in my bio on the Hova platform, but I have at least 3 different identities, at least 3 different things that I do. I consider I do very well, and Bitcoin and blockchain is one of them. But well before 2009, since I was 8 years old, I was always writing about and reading about Kemet and Kush, more Kemet than Kush. I'm still a novice, I think, in terms of nubiology. But one of the things I shared with someone recently, and we just finished a camp experience. Kemet Nubia camp was geared towards children. It was a virtual camp that we debuted this summer. 4 of us in total that are working on this project. And I said, one of the observations I've noticed in many years that I've looked over Kemet, it was not a single ethnic group. It's not a single religion. They were related deities, but if you had the Amunis of the 18th dynasty, they were not the Ramesses of the 19th dynasty. So you can almost see those as different religions. And I said, I don't recall in all the documents that I've read that there was ever a war declared over ethnicity or religion. There was war declared over property and land and taking away and resources and drought and famine. So all these property entities that are tied into the blockchain, but it wasn't a war based on, well, I don't like you because you're Assyrian. Even with people of Kemet being boastful, and they were boastful about themselves. They talked highly about themselves and their land, Kemet, and all that kind of stuff. But you didn't have, I'm fighting the Taseti, the Nubians, or the Ta-Nehisi because I just don't like the way they look, or I don't like that with the training. It was a border issue. If they were fighting the Aha or the Asiatics, it was a border. They keep running up in this country, or we keep running over their country. And we lost the power and the control. It was always that. So I think if we look very much at some of the old, pre-Greek type things, and not to say it was a utopia, it wasn't, had the same rape, murder, and everything as anything else, but you don't have the dispute that I've never read the dispute based on we just don't like the way they look or the way they are. It was always a property resource thing, which hopefully we're hoping that blockchain can kind of resolve the clarity of who possesses what, who is exchanging what in terms of property, the real physical property or digital property. So with that, have you ever come across any modern day people throughout the diaspora that you think that are getting it right, despite their diversity, that we can model and use in terms of the blockchain sector?
I like the way that you talked about the Taseti, Tameri, Tawani, right? The Punt, Kush civilizations, right? And how people are able to have discussions and debates around issues of property and acquisition, but not necessarily around who's better. And that comes from a position of a feeling of inferiority. And so we have to recognize that in large part, the reason why we have self-hatred imposed upon us is because people who dislike themselves begin to make other people do what they do, all right? So people think that you think the way they think. Let me break it down that way. And so what we have is that we bought into the ideology of white supremacy. And the question that you asked was, had there been some group or groups of people that are breaking through? I want to submit to you that blockchain becomes one of the more promising aspects of breaking that particular chain of what is better, who's better, because it trades and swaps on a variety of levels. It actually trades around individual assets. So we talk about the data set. What is the asset that you present that benefits me in my space that then can be sold, and then we can begin to trade around this asset? And so we're talking about so-called asset management, but asset building. And that's different from a deficit model thinking that you think you are better than me because, no, we talking about how can we build from assets. So I mentioned to you Kagame, right, the idea of Uganda. The difference is that actually breaking those particular chains of psychological slavery to create asset building. So what are we going to do? We have to have some penultimate or superordinate goals. Superordinate goal is one in which everybody agrees that it is one that we're working on right now for the moment. So if we can say that supporting the goal is for us to generate economic wealth in this space for our community. And so we're going to use blockchain to generate the land wealth, the resource wealth. We're going to use blockchain concepts to begin to benefit economically from, let's say, the greatest exporter of America, rap music. And so we're going to find ways to exchange around the resources and the assets of that, be it sound, lyrics, rhythm tracks called beats, technology, mastering the various forms of editing. We're trading around that to build something bigger, and that is to build a greater empire where we're controlling the wealth to then influence change at the ground level. What we have to always do is to make sure that whatever we're doing conceptually has a grounding that is practical for our people. That is the best way to begin to eradicate that. And that's what has happened in various countries that have been able to utilize this breaking down of the barriers, is that this answers the question of anguish, of pain, of hatred. If you also look at Egypt or Kemet, we talk about the 42 negative admonitions, or we talk about the Hosea, the various books that were written. The question becomes, how can my living begin to resolve issues so that we all are made better because of our existence, right? That is, that the sake of the 42 negative admonitions talk about, I have not hurt, I have not defrauded, I have not harmed anyone else, right? Idea is, how does my living make your existence better? And how does it make it better for all of us? That's where blockchain is going to be critical, because the question is going to be answered in, by doing these things, we will all be elevated and become owners, and not simply be owned by someone else. And so we can use ancient civilizations, and we can use Kagame, and we can use other spaces that are doing this very thing to say, we will uplift our community because my existence makes us better.
So how do we assess? Because, even dealing with, if we were just dealing with Black people, how do we assess the most progressive of our community, on face value? Because you could just do a bad deal with someone you just didn't know was suffering from pests in the beginning. And so you have one conception of what you want to do. And this person says, yeah, I want on it. And then you start, and all of a sudden it crumbles apart. And Europeans weren't even a factor, even though the mindset, problem of the conditioning was already there, so to speak. So how do we kind of assess so that we can link across borders and virtually and progress with the right types of people, the right mindset, rather?
So the question becomes, is what we're doing best or good for African people? That's Dr. Rambani's famous question. Is what I'm doing good for African people? And so we have to ask that critical question. Now, we have people among us who look like us, but are not of our best interest. They are sick. We are all experiencing some level of sickness that we're working to get well from. And so sometimes in displaying their illness in our faces, in our spaces, is a moment for them to heal that through getting a new life lesson. And we will have these encounters. It's not like it's going to be, as you said earlier, it's going to just be a smooth path to make this decision. We can smooth the path out by transforming our thinking. Dr. Fukuyama gives us a classic example about how to pre-pave the way. In ancient Kemet, it was a very similar construct of how to pre-pave way, logic, and spirit, such that we will encounter things that we can make them smoother along the way. And through thinking and experiencing and being better examples and each and every day. So the fundamental question becomes, am I a human being what? I'm being the best version of myself today, and I'm becoming better at that each and every day. So I'm also becoming. That becomes an example of how others can also live. So we do not then stop because we'll come and we'll betray our trust. And sometimes we betray our, today I'll do A and C, we don't do A, B, or C. So, but the reality is that we then realign ourselves and to move better, to become a better version of ourselves. And so Sister Deidre, my question always on this very day has been from the time I got up is that what about me will make this process of our people better, and how will my interaction with Deidre McIntyre make her a better person? How will she make me better? Right? It's not about what is it about me that's great and wonderful that people need to hear. The question becomes, what is about the experience that will make me better? Because I want to be better every single day. And I think that's the challenge that we have to have. And sometimes the challenges that we encounter, where we betrayed, are designed to make us better. You don't walk into a gymnasium. You don't walk into a space with weights and just all of a sudden these muscles on you and you don't swallow. You have to engage in resistance. The resistance is the thing that breaks down the muscle, but if we keep working it out, working through it, we become stronger because of it. And our strength is when we begin to elevate and become better. So sometimes we will have moments of resistance, moments of betrayal, moments of pain. That's part of being a psychologist. We talk about that, but I don't get stuck on the problems. I get stuck on the possibilities. Possibility is the what next.
Well, that was an amazing session with Dr. Kevin Washington, Moita Kairi, on. So we now move on to the next session, and let me pull it up right here quickly. All right, so our next session is empowering Black communities using blockchain. And we're going to have Deidre McIntyre, founder, Black People and Cryptocurrency, Lindsay Parker, Chief Technology Officer, BC Government, USA, Troy Pelshak, Senior Project Manager at Atlas, and Fasa, co-founder of the Black Browser, which is an amazing project that's being developed. Gina Roscoe, Senior Vice President, Operation Hope, and Telly Valerie, who is coming for the second time. She is the co-founder and Chief Governance Officer of Beyond Capital Markets. So this is a very interesting session called Empowering Black Communities Using Blockchain. Enjoy.
I'm excited to bring this next barasa to you. This barasa is called Empowering Communities Using Blockchain, and we have a task panel. So I want to jump straight to the conversation, and we're going to start things a little bit differently because I used to be a teacher, and I used to love to slam kids with emails, even though they required you to do them. So this is going to be a thought-provoking do now. So we can have each panelist speak on it. They can jump forward when they feel comfortable answering the question. A lot of times when we talk about the Black community and anything business related or anything that is technology related or even government related, we talk in terms of deficits and what we need. I want you to pick one asset that you feel the Black communities, and you notice for the Barasa, it's plural. So from one of the Black communities, what one asset did we have that you think blockchain can enhance or accelerate? So who wants to tackle that one first? So don't give me your bio. I don't want to hear anything. You can say I'm Janae, or I'm Troy, or this, that. Let's focus on this one thing, and then we'll double back to everyone's background and how they're connected to this technology. So what one asset? Who wants to start?
I'm Janae Roscoe, and I'll start off. We are innovative. We are talented. We've got a bunch of ideas, and that's the positive thing we have going for us.
I would just also add in with respect to blockchain that with that innovation and our ability to cultivate ideas under stress, we produce a lot of what most would consider to be intellectual property. But we currently are in a system that, you know, a lot of those ideas aren't acknowledged. We don't really have a digital safe space for us to be able to share those ideas and collaborate. And I think that blockchain and the security that comes with it and ledger-based technology on the right infrastructure would allow us to be able to own our ideas, which means owning our culture and where we're moving towards the future. It also creates an opportunity for us to be able to scale our ideas as well in unique ways. I would say so.
I would add, I think a low-hanging fruit probably would be land registry. That'd be huge, just in the sense of if you look at the recent study that was done as far as the U.S. Department of Ag and what it's done to systematically over time, including some of these big corps that have pretty much purchased land or for sale of land in your ag regions, your Alabamas, your Mississippis, your sub-regions of those. A lot of the undertone that we miss is a lot of the family ownership that has been passed down to all living heirs is then muddied in the way of land registry. So if that becomes something that can be normalized, put on the blockchain, that it becomes immutable. Only thing you would have to do is just stake your blood ties to that particular land registry. Then it wouldn't be a sense of basically stealing land at the courthouse steps or for selling courthouse steps and these big corps taking all our valuable land in agriculture. That was the beginning of the wealth out there.
Yeah.
And so that answers your question, Dee.
I would go back to Janae's initial, like you kind of took, I think, one of the biggest benefits of the Black community, and I think it kind of goes hand in hand. The first thing that popped into my mind was resiliency, right? Throw something at us and let's see, just watch how we'll bob and weave to get to continue to live, to continue to flourish. And so I think, in fact, what this pandemic has now sprung upon us is that same need to again be resilient and to think through how, despite, right, and we'll obviously we're going to get into the despite part, so I'm not going to go there because that wasn't what you asked for, but what this has now done is it unfortunately it's given us an opportunity. I mean, fortunately or unfortunately, we can kind of get into that, but it has given us another opportunity to continue that resilience and think through sort of where we're going to go next to that innovation point. So I think blockchain presents a pretty interesting and compelling solution when we're thinking through that resiliency.
Wow, Lindsay said it all. I had resilience as well. So I think then the next thing I would say is community. We have a very strong sense of community, whether it's distributed. We might not necessarily have ways of working together, but we still have that strong sense of community. So blockchain allows us to kind of get back to that original communal togetherness network. And it allows us to kind of have a sustained long-term transformation as a result of
sense of community.
Yes, and with that, Telly actually stole off. Like, no, what's that community? No, what's that community? She stole my answer. You know, we do have these. I think we're in not challenging times, but we're in the same kind of loop of times that kind of keep returning, and we have to keep reconnecting with our global community, our global connections, and this conference is one of the ways that we can share knowledge and connect. So now we're going to get into the nitty gritty. I did all this to set the stage because I didn't know who to introduce first. So since Janae was so brave to tackle this question first, she gets to tell us who she is and about her organization and how it may relate to blockchain. She goes first. And then next will be Fasa, then Troy, then Lindsay, and then Telly.
Well, nicely done. My name is Janae Roscoe. I'm the Senior Vice President for Government Relations and Public Policy for Operation Hope. Operation Hope was founded by John Hope Bryan in 1992 after the Rodney King and LA riots. And the work we do, we're known as a financial service NGO. And as it pertains to the blockchain and Bitcoin space, we work with the financial federal regulatory agencies to encourage our small businesses and entrepreneurs, or just and young people, through our Hope Business in a Box program that encourages young people from the K to 12, as well as college students, to take their ideas and make them a reality, becoming small businesses and entrepreneurs, taking their dreams to reality. We've been working with a lot of the different federal regulatory agencies like the USPTO and CFPB and MBDA, Minority Business Development Agency, US Patent and Trade Office, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. In particular, the thing I guess I want to start off and express about the work that Operation Hope's been involved with is we went through a phase between 2014 to 2015, 2018, where you had the federal financial regulatory agencies being very cautious about the Bitcoin and blockchain space. And it was sort of like, let's wait and see what this is about. We're a little apprehensive. We're not sure about the people getting involved in it. And as of recently, all of these agencies have opened offices of innovation. And in particular, the CFPB opened up an office called the Compliance Sandbox, Assistant Sandbox, where they are now welcoming the blockchain community to apply for and receive federal regulatory support around their ideas. So we went from being cautious to, no, FinTech is now a CRA, Community Reinvestment Act, encouraged component. And instead of just trying to pre-regulate cautiously, we are encouraging for American innovation standpoint to get into the game. So that's one of the ways that Operation Hope has been involved with it. And we're have a Hope in Hand product, and we're currently just launched today a Black Business Relief Fund, where we're offering up to $25,000 and opportunities for 300 Black businesses in particular, which would include businesses that want to get out in the blockchain and Bitcoin atmosphere. So I'll stop at that, but thank you, Black Blockchain Summit, for giving Operation Hope a chance to have this platform. We believe in it, and looking forward to working with you all in the future.
So thank you, Janae, and thank you, Black Blockchain Summit, for inviting us to be on here. I'm here as the co-founder of the Black Browser Project. One of our other co-founders, David Benjamin, spoke in an earlier panel. The idea that the internet is a safe space for our people it's just not true. And this started back a long time ago. The algorithms that are used to be able to allow people to transverse information across the web, they're finding out these algorithms inherently don't consider our position as African descendants. And as a result, a lot of them end up being racist. A lot of them end up marginalizing our narrative, marginalizing our businesses, marginalizing our ability to be found in search. And funny enough, in 2008, a browser was launched called Blackbird. Blackbird, they reached out to all the Black media outlets and they let them know, listen, these algorithms, when they hit the way that they're supposed to hit, they're going to disproportionately impact our community more than they've impacted any other community. And so if you don't jump on board these new algorithms that we've created with respect to our community, then we're not sure you're going to be here in the future. And of course, with respect to our community, it's always, somebody's ice is always colder. And we didn't do it. And as a result of us not doing it, a lot of the Black media outlets at that time were either bought out or they're just not here anymore. And so our narrative is missing on the web. Those brothers, they really paved the way, but they were a little bit early, some might say. And having the opportunity to connect with some of my partners, we elected to move forward towards a web browser so that we had something that represented our ideas and our thoughts, because it's not just Black lives that matter, our ideas matter as well, especially if we want to be a part of shaping the future. A lot of people don't know this, but Google paid Safari, it's like $12 billion last year to maintain the identity as their default search engine. When we search the web, we're the only people with a guest pass to surf the web, but we have so many great ideas and stuff. So if we don't build a digital infrastructure that allows for us to really harness the power of what the web really is and what it could be for our people, then I don't know if we have a dog in this race or have a seat at the table in shaping where this future goes. And so blockchain coming into that space, we've always talked about, there's people that are talking about a decentralized web, there's people talking about a blockchain-driven web, and there's people talking about being able to monetize data. There's a lot of great things that could happen, but without blockchain, it'd be very difficult to do that securely. So if we can create a platform, and that's what we're moving towards, is creating a platform where our people with these great ideas and how to use this technology, this blockchain, to be able to move us forward, community, culture, well, we need to have a place to do that and a platform to do that, and that's what we're working on. And that's it. Thank you for, again, for giving us this space.
All right, Deidre, I think I'm next, right?
That's right. I was gonna, if I was too long, I was gonna say Troy.
First of all, great to see you again, Deidre, and be on the panel with you. That's first and foremost, and most of you people on here, thank you all for taking the time to allow us to, I guess, present and speak on this much needed topic,
Hello,
much
and
needed
thank
space,
you.
much needed involvement. I appreciate all my other panel guests that are here and speaking about it. I am Troy Pelshak. I am the principal at Atlas Zen. We are a project management firm, and we focus on Sub-Saharan Africa and West Sub-Saharan Africa, and here in continental US, and of course by way of London, halfway between here and there in the UK region. But we help our clients basically take their projects from conception to flourishing, full step, but primarily staying in our lane and focusing on primarily West Africa. We've been on the ground, it's been going on a little over 2 decades now, West Africa. Number of contacts, number of trips back and forth, but we have 4 people on the ground there in country, and we've dabbled in a number of sectors and spoken to a lot of governments and private sector individuals that actually have what is the segue between what we do and the blockchain technology, because they're seeing it coming at a fast pace and it's intersecting almost every aspect of our lives, whether we know it or whether it's an undertone, and it's intersecting so many. So most of them want to get on the forefront of how do we get in front of this so we're not caught by the wave and kind of ride this wave in to the best of our ability, but well maximizing our core competency and removing the risk when it comes to Sub-Saharan Africa for those who are venturing in, or opening the rest of the world for Sub-Saharan Africa because of certain blocks by whether inherent or natural or unnatural government and trade, I guess, restrictions. You have a lot of vibrant people. What you see happening in West Africa is the same thing that I guess what was happening in the US, disproportionate access to the global trade.
there's always either a knock, don't do that. But then you ask yourself, well, how did the richest Black man on the planet become a Nigerian? Where did the billions come from if it's so risky and we're supposed to stay where we're supposed to wait till government, foreign governments lays a nice soft landing path? And that's where I guess the disproportion of information, access, and accessibility always stems. And blockchain has the immense, especially with the smart contracts. That's what we've been heavily looking at currently. Smart contracts take away a lot of other things. Now it's just a matter of, do you want to take that product or that service? And you don't have to wait for other restrictions that are saying this is the true way to do it, not the only way. And we try to help our clients kind of see it full A to Z, as we say in Africa. Thank you all.
Well, thank you so much to the Blockchain Summit for having me here again for the second year in a row. I'm honored to be here. My name is Lindsay Parker, and I happen to be the Chief Technology Officer for DC government. But I think the better way to understand sort of what I do and why I do it is to know where I come from. And my grandparents met at Hampton University, Hampton Institute at the time, and got together their freshman year and were together forever. They're probably the most important role models in my life, and they dedicated their whole careers to public service. And they started out as teachers, both at Dunbar in Baltimore, and then my grandfather became one of the members of the first USAID classes, and they both traveled to Liberia and Nigeria together to do development work at that point. So helping kind of develop what USAID became. Let's not talk about it now, but the truth is they've inspired in all of their offspring, their grandchildren, this sort of drive for public service. And how do we utilize the crazy systems that be to do good by a community that we need to do good by to make sure that they're in a better off place than when we got there. And so that is sort of what has driven my entire career. And I had the good fortune of working for two different mayors in Washington, D.C., Adrian Fenty and Muriel Bowser. I was just recently her deputy chief of staff, but became the chief technology officer a year and a half ago, and have this fascinating perspective right now during COVID, where, everybody wants and ultimately I'm essentially the CIO for DC government. So it's just a name, it's like a silly name thing. But the idea being that we're in the middle of this pandemic that has just accentuated or just exacerbated sort of all of the gaps that we talk about in our city, and has brought them into, if you didn't know it before, now everybody should understand the health gaps, the opportunity gaps, the education gaps that exist in what should be almost a mecca that others should try to emulate in terms of a majority Black city. And we now, I know that everyone that I work with has, I don't know, let me not make an all statement. A lot of people have recognized the need and the way by which we need to close some of those gaps anymore, right, in the current world that we're existing in right now, is through technology. Right, we need to make sure that we've got, some Medicaid recipients sitting at home with diabetes, high blood pressure, right, and we know that the majority of them are in our community, and we need to make sure that they're still able to get to the telehealth, the healthcare options that they're accustomed to seeing every day. So we're thinking through telehealth options for them. Same issue with foster kids that need to be able to still have contact with their birth families. Same issue with students. Here's an interesting issue that hopefully won't sit on the front page of the Washington Post when this becomes public, but we provided devices to students over the summer, particularly those that needed extra classes and extra summer school. Those students then, we weren't able to refresh their devices like we were everybody else. So now we're seeing issues with updates, and we're seeing issues with sort of security settings that we have to try to figure out how to deal with remotely. We need them to kind of bring them back, give them new ones. But this is, again, impacting a community that didn't have the skills, the digital skills to begin with, to understand sort of how to take ownership and access the services that they needed to. And so this kind of, this panel, I'm just just thrilled to be a part of it, because there's a lot of things that, one of the things that we're focused on, and I'm calling it Tech Together DC, is really thinking through, I hate talking about bridging the digital divide, because it's still a bridge and there's water. So I say getting rid of, right? And the things that we're focused on are access to service. And so next week you'll hear the mayor announce service for our most underserved community members, making sure that they've got internet service, making sure that those same residents have access to computing devices, not just cell phones, because we know that 86.4% of our city has a smartphone, but a larger number does not have a computing device. And so making sure they have access to devices, making sure that they have, there's a comprehensive plan to demystify technology and make sure that we're talking about some of those security issues that were raised before. And then lastly is, if we do all of this for our residents, they're going to then look at us at DC government and say, well, why can't we access these services online? And so making sure that we also have a continuum for DC government employees, majority Black in DC, to also go along a tech savviness continuum, so that we are able to get them to a place where everybody understands what blockchain is. And everybody understands sort of the benefits of ensuring that sort of that sandbox environment that Janae talked about is created even in DC, right? Like, how do we make sure that we've got a sandbox environment so that we too can learn from what's going on in the rest of the world, make sure that we understand sort of the opportunities for our local businesses in the financial space, and innovate. So that's we like to call ourselves the inclusive innovation capital of the world. And so in order to do that, we've got to get on this train. That was long, sorry.
Okay, I guess I'm next. Okay, so wow, I'm just amazed. Thank you very much, Black Blockchain Summit, for having me on this year. Last year I couldn't make it, so I'm really pleased. And this panel is like really amazing. I don't know what to say that could top what you just said, Lindsay. So I can identify with the last three speakers. Lindsay, in my field, what drives me has always been development and creating a sense of, I don't like to call it social impact, because I think social impact has been watered down. I like to call it transformational impact. So, and there are multiple dimensions of transformational impact. So my name is Telly Valerie Onu. I live in St. Kitts and Nevis, from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I'm actually Afro-Caribbean, so of African descent. I'm here representing two and a half entities. One, I'm the co-founder for Beyond Capital Markets. My co-founder is actually African American. So we've done something very unique in the space, in that we've actually proven that Blacks from two different communities and societies can work together. We've been doing that since 2014. And we have a very unique story in that I'm actually currently in Nevis, and back in 2014, pretty much a year into us meeting, we came down to Nevis. We stayed at Alexander Hamilton's property, and we sat down to talk about this broken financial system. And he being, one of the main architects, and financial innovator for the traditional financial system that we find ourselves in, we said, well, the system's broken. Well, that's obviously the narrative, and it's been the narrative why we even talk about blockchain. But we looked holistically at, what aspects of the system was broken. And then we sat there, and on his property, we mapped out and redesigned, came up with a concept to kind of redesign this digital financial market infrastructure. So Fanta, I hear you. We do need a financial market infrastructure that supports us and allows us to allocate capital. So 2015, 5 years on, I'm happy to say we've been able to then develop not only a digital financial market infrastructure framework with some technologies on it. We've been able to partner as well with other, should I say, to be ethically pleasing, the other ethically connected protocols. So I'm also the head of governance and execution for Bantu blockchain. We're still in should I say, we're in incognito mode, but we're hoping to launch our mainnet in December. So you hear about that. So we're a highly distributed team, comprises of a lot of people from African descent and all connected, all with the purpose of reconnecting the Bantu, us as Bantus, and empowering humanity overall. So having that protocol foundation on the blockchain, as well as building out a digital financial market infrastructure, we kind of see it holistically, because we know blockchain does a lot of great things, but it doesn't solve everything. So we tend to look at it holistically from a digital financial perspective. And so what started out with basically financial acceleration type programs. Since 2015, we've trained central banks and institutions, and I'm happy to say in the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank has moved ahead with now starting to pilot a central bank digital currency. At the very beginning, it started out with just the capacity building and training. So I'm all for how do we educate and build capacity. So our foundation is education. We've been able to launch an institute or academy for finance and digital finance. It's called Our School, because our background is also alternative investments as well. And we've been able to secure partnerships, some great partners with Middlesex University, and they've validated our postgraduate programs. So now we have 2 postgraduate programs for this year and 5 more coming up next year. And we have just, knock wood, just secured, received a certification to do a new chartered industry certification, professional industry certification as a pipeline to that program. Because what we found is, unfortunately, I think with the emergence of blockchain, you had a sort of organic development and learning and stuff. And let's be honest, there's some solutions out there that just don't make any sense. And so there's a need to kind of professionalize the whole industry, especially if we want to connect and increase adoption. So we went about looking at our base, which is finance, understanding the financial foundation, but also understanding how we can transform and support enterprises and institutions in their transformation, while also creating a pathway, an alternative pathway for education for our people across all sides. So yeah, that's a little bit about me, and I'll go on. There are probably other things I could say.
She said a little bit. All of you are jam-packed, working on a number of different things. So I'm going to go a little out of order to ask different questions of different people and try to keep your responses to about 2 minutes. So with Telly, I'm not going to go in reverse order, but because she was the last to speak, I had a question since you broke news that there's going to be a Bantu blockchain. What specific blockchain issue is that project? I mean, we need the scoop. Black Blockchain Summit needs a scoop. What specific direction is it going? Is it going to be an opportunity for people to mine? Is it going to be an opportunity for people to build? You know, what can you tell us now so that we can prepare?
Okay, I can't speak too much, but I can give you a little snippet. No, it's not proof of work. Okay, we believe and we love our planet, and we're not into this crazy over mining. So it's just not going to be about that. It's going to be one that rewards instead of takes from you, and it's one that truly connects solutions with people. So we're not just focusing on just onboarding the developer community. It's going to be one that's focused on onboarding other people and increasing adoption. So it comes with solutions baked into the framework, which is something unique. And one thing I could tell you, it's designed for us as a people, as a Black people. It connects with our needs. So when you talk about user friendly, trust me, when it launches, you'll be able to connect and understand. It's for us. It's for the Black community across the world. Africa
that's exactly
diaspora. That's what I can tell you.
That's exactly what I'm gonna jump to Lindsay next. Specifically, it relates to the DC government. Do you find that because of COVID-19, your focus is more putting Band-Aids on the stab wounds as opposed to being at a point where you can accept relationships with people who might have blockchain startups? I mean, well, give us an idea, Lindsay, of where blockchain fits into resolving some of the issues in DC.
Deidre, that's a good question. So I think the correct answer would be, you're right. I've got about 40,000 people, users on our enterprise, like DC government employees, DC government contractors, and then another 54,000 on our school enterprise. And so it's a big enterprise. Arguably a little convoluted, right? Has kind of been built over time. And so you're right in thinking that we are focused on sort of the basics, right? Making sure our infrastructure stays solid while over 63% of our user body now is working remotely, right? Those are the kind of things that we're focused on, and it's taken up a lot of bandwidth. That being said, the thing that I keep saying in terms of anyone that's in a growing or innovative space, and I have specifically said it to our Black small business owners in Washington, D.C., is what I need now more than ever is for them to create opportunities for others in our community so that they can actually get involved in projects now, learn about kind of what's going on, what's the latest and greatest, be involved in some of these innovative projects today. I am actually just going to be standing up a working group to look at what I can do in terms of contracting for projects and paying for people to have DC residents as interns on those projects so that they can be contracting alongside. So those are the kind of things that I'm looking, but you're right. I am much more focused on the overwhelming challenge in front of me is I want to be smarter, right? I want to be more innovative and I want to be more forward leaning, but I've got to make sure that we're connected first. And so making sure that I've got internet service devices and understanding that technology shouldn't be feared, but should be carefully utilized those are the biggest things that are sort of top of mind for me, making sure that our community is actually able to access opportunities to come. But we do, our insurance and securities and banking department is about to come up with a sandbox solution to start testing different solutions in-house, primarily in regards to financial solutions. So that is soon to come.
And where can you just check the DC website? I mean, where will people know about the announcement?
DISB.dc.gov. Department of Insurance, Security, and Banking. You have to know the acronym. I'll leave the website, I'm sorry, but disb.dc.gov. And they've actually got a committee working on this right now. So I don't know, eminent is probably strong language, but shortly it will definitely be coming about, which is exciting.
And I want to put a shout out to, first of all, it's great to see an African-American person of color woman in that prestigious role with our mayor in DC. So thank you for your leadership. And I'm glad you put a plug out for DISB. We work very closely with the DC government's Financial Literacy Commission. And that is one of the issues that comes up regularly around Bitcoin, blockchains, and we're looking forward to that sandbox opportunity coming out. So I just want to, for the record, for the Black Blockchain Summit, if you live in places where there are some really good regulatory banking entities, they're doing progressive things, please work with them.
Janae, actually glad you dropped in because the sandbox was referenced. I was actually going to hop back to you about the sandbox that you mentioned and how people could find out more information. And is Operation Hope the organization to go to be found about all these funding issues, because the community does suffer from the amount of funding and being qualified for the funding. So if you could speak on some of the qualifications of these funding so people could get their act together, as well as how they can keep abreast of when the sandboxes are available.
Well, I'll start off with Operation Hope. Our website is www.operationhope.org. And if you Google Operation Hope and Black Entrepreneurs Relief Fund, you'll see that's out there on social media. The information about the $25,000 grant opportunity. And again, because we are in the financial sector, we are looking for innovations in the Bitcoin, in the blockchain, and the financial service industry. We're looking for innovative ways to support businesses that are out there who've been struggling from COVID in particular, and they're sort of stuck in trying to get their ideas to the next level and getting funding in that regard. So hopefully people will come in that regard. In the Government Affairs and Public Policy shop that I work in, we work very closely with over 24 federal regulatory agencies, and mainly the ones that are dealing with finance. And so, in particular, the Office of the OCC, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, has an Office of Innovation. The U.S. Patent and Trade Office has an Office of Innovation. The CFPB has an Office of Innovation. The FDIC, the Federal Reserve, the SEC that deals with investor.gov, and other entities. You hear the doorbell. These are agencies that we work with, and CFTC. All of them have not just shifted from, we don't know what blockchains and Bitcoins are, and making people cautionary, to say, no, let's open the door of opportunity for people to help America in their innovation strides be progressive, and welcoming people of color in particular who are innovative in their own right to look into this space. And so it was a big push from the CRA perspective, the Community Reinvestment Positioning, to make sure that FinTech was one of the CRA approvals that the financial industry, including credit unions, for NCUA purposes, would open the door so that people in this particular space who had ideas would not be stopped, but actually will help us in the next phase of how things are going in the financial community, that we can help make these things real. And so we're working in that space from the public and the private sector capacity. And we want to continue to encourage companies and entities that look like us in the Black and Brown communities to not be shy, and know that there are avenues out there that can help people turn in their applications, look for these sandbox opportunities, and help protect from a legal and a financial standpoint, their ability to grow for our company, for our country and our communities.
Thank you, Janae. We're going to go Troy and then Fasa, and just remember again about 3 minutes to respond. Troy, you mentioned that you do a lot of project management in West Africa. In what ways can Black startup founders, for instance, become involved in a blockchain capacity with some of the relationships that you have in West Africa?
Thank you. Just keep it real short and sweet, I guess. In essence, a lot of connections that are made organically. Most of the time, if you go through here when it comes to international trade, is through one of the U.S. government agencies or one of the U.S. government programs, reverse trade missions, and those standpoints. I was fortunate enough to sit on then Congressman Mel Watt's International Roundtable, which he held in the middle of his district when he was still congressman. And one of the biggest challenges was making those connections and spreading it out far and wide, casting the net wide. And I get the question all the time is, well, what's the opportunities are there, or what are the hurdles that have been done? And the simplest thing that I can tell anybody and everybody is stay in your lane. Your core competency here, there is that same either need, desire, customer base. Their infrastructure might be different. That's where the lag sort of comes from. Now, when it comes from a blockchain solution, same thing, stay in your lane. If your blockchain solution is here based on focusing within either a certain sector or certain demographics in West Africa, understand the social construct of how people engage in the, let's say, traditional format is how they're going to engage with blockchain or whatever solution you have. So don't try to recreate, understand the customer base and understand how does that dovetail back into your blockchain solution. So I don't want to go too much into detail, but in summation, that's kind of what we do is we help make actionable connections to West Africa. I've sat on a few ICO boards, a few exchanges that was trying to dovetail in a few investment bankers that want to diversify their portfolio for some of their ultra high net worth clients in the UK, in London. One thing they said is there's regulatory hurdles you need to overcome, but then there's the social, and you can't just lump it all and say this is a one size fits all. Well, it works great here where we consume with something as simple as data rates, upload and download speeds, which Lindsay, you got the same. I think everybody, our school district here is having the same challenge you got farther than us here. Charlotte, North Carolina. I think Chicago's the only one that's kind of really sort of put a long-term plan towards a solution. But there's so many different, what happens to opening it up to testers to global testing? There goes the interaction between your Sub-Sahara developers, your Caribbean developers, your devs, all these other people that are saying, hey, I can do this. I just don't have the platform in order to get in. And so that could be your testing pool. I know there's a few West Africa companies that deal with West Africa that they have over 200 employees between just Nigeria and Kenya. And all they do is back-end support for US tech companies. So they're available. That's how blockchain can sort of take out that risk factor, smart contract executionable, simple things that we give some time. I gotta hear what Fasa has to say.
Yeah, I'm throwing the same question at Fasa because, even though he's not representing a country, he's representing, the Black browser is representing something that's supposed to be inclusive of all our communities. So it's more the same question of, how do we get, you get a lot of Black startup founders that are nipping at the bit, looking for opportunities. And so how do they connect their projects to what's being built with Black browser?
Let me read something real quick. It's just one line. Data sovereignty is the idea that data is subject to the laws and governance structures within the nation it is collected. The idea of a Black browser is more than just having a presence on the web. We're talking about our data, the lifeblood, the fuel that will move us forward in a digital economy. It's the idea of a digital Black nation, a digital nation of African descendants. We're talking about the data that we would innovate from, that comes from our community, that other companies IPO for billions and billions of dollars, with us being able to leverage that data ourselves and build pipelines into the innovation and entrepreneurship sectors that and institutions that Janae was speaking of, into the innovation and entrepreneurship programs that are within the HBCUs. We're talking about us moving our own people forward. We don't have all the ideas in terms of the Black browser itself, but the thousands of applications, opportunities to use smart contracts, the opportunities to really leverage what we're doing in blockchain, and to scale those ideas out without fear of somebody coming in and with a larger entity and just gobbling everything up. Like, there's a reason why these pitch contests and these diversity and inclusion initiatives don't necessarily, they help us, but they help us in very siloed, individual, isolated ways. If I bring my idea somewhere and it's from a different community, the first thing that they are told to do is to chop it up into pieces and tell you, well, we'll give you enough money to get you down the runway, but not enough money to get you in the air into the place that it is that you're trying to get to. So you're playing a game, and there is a wealth gap in this country. So that's an issue. And like I think Lindsay was saying, the digital divide, like, that's a real thing. We need to eliminate the digital divide and get rid of this wealth gap. And we can only do that if we create a digital safe space for our people to be able to scale out our ideas so that we maintain the control over them. I'm not saying that other people shouldn't be able to invest, but if we had a digital nation and we focused on the digital real estate that's able to scale much faster than anything else that's going on in a digital economy, then you could work with us as allies on our own terms instead of forcing us to, you know, wait for you to hire 1% of your company has to be minority owned, or wait for us to, there's so many issues with it. I don't want to talk too much, but I just want to say that it's important that we figure out how to work together. And I do think that we need a platform to stand on. And it's funny, I had mentioned the brothers, last thing I'm going to say, the brothers that started that Blackbird browser, and they were early, so they didn't get the type of perception from our community that they should have had we not had the psychological impediment that always holds us back. We partnered with those brothers. One of them is the former founder of the Source magazine. They had built some stuff that was like the first iTunes before iTunes was up. These are our ancestors that paved the way before us. Now we could go and we could try to build what we're doing, and then they could go their separate way as well. But instead, we need to leverage our community. We need to leverage the ideas that came before us and be iterative like other communities are. We're not iterative. We scrabble and we I don't want to say fight amongst ourselves, but we find ways to build the same thing that somebody else is building on the block next over, and they look just like us. So I love what the sister was saying, and Ellie, I thought it was a big deal. That's all.
Right. I don't mean to cut you off, but we're actually coming down maybe to like a minute or something like that. But I just want to remind those that attending the conference to definitely get the HOVA app, WHOVA, install it. Every speaker that's a part of this conference is on that app that you can direct message, and then you can follow up. And hopefully the panelists that are on this panel as well. Well, I see more than any other panel that I've moderated. It was so great to see a lot of conversations behind the scenes in the chat room and people connecting more than any other panel. And I've done like 4 or 5 panels, and I think that's great to see that we can, these small conversations allowing us to build on what's next. And I definitely want to give a thank you to Black Blockchain Summit for letting me moderate a few panels, and also say that I am representing today, and that's right. That's why I ended it with Sasa, to say something Sasa so I can see the shirt, because he's wearing Satoshi is Black. It just happens to be one of those days that I saw these shirts a lot. That's because we were all connected to previous conferences as well. So with that said, I want to put an end to, not an end, to be continued to the empowering Black communities using blockchain, and definitely reach out to everyone that's on this panel. And thank you so much for your contributions, and to keep moving forward. And hopefully next year we'll be able to reconvene in person. Thank you.
All right. That was the Empowering Black Communities panel, a very interesting panel. So we are moving to our next panel, which will be the Securing Black Innovations and IP through the Blockchain. And on this panel, we have Alakanani Itereleng, Dr. Robert Campbell, David Benjamin, Jesse Fenty, Brian Calhoun, and Pascal Sama. So enjoy this session.
Theme for the summit is a blockchain essential for life, global black survivor, global black survivor. So today we are talking survival on another level, businesses. So how do we secure black innovation and IP through the blockchain? So today we are diving deep into the legal side of things. So we know people are innovating as the blockchain is growing, as the crypto space is growing. We see a lot of innovations that are happening around the space. So today we are going to be discussing how are we securing these innovations, and how do we have kind of resources and information around IP and all that with the blockchain. So in order to jumpstart this, I would love us to start by introducing ourselves. Tell us who you are, where you come from, and what you are doing. So we'll start the presentation in this order. Brian will start, and you have your 5 minutes to introduce yourself, or let me say 2 minutes of introduction to introduce yourself, and then Jesse, David, Rob. I don't know if I've missed anyone. If I've missed anyone, you jump in. Brian, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And let me first say by saying thank you very much for including me and inviting me to participate. And hopefully I'll be able to share something, but I also look forward to and expect to learn a lot from my fellow esteemed panelists. My name is Brian Calhoun. I've worked in music industry for my entire career. I have worked with management companies, labels, distribution companies, performing rights organizations. I work very closely with artists. I consider myself first and foremost an artist advocate in the industry. I'm currently working on sort of like 3 big things. One is I'm working with a number of artists directly. A lot of them are through a management company called the Blueprint Group. And I do digital strategy for a number of artists, including Lil Wayne, G-Eazy, The Roots, Jill Scott, T.I., Brandy, the label TIG. I also work with the internet streaming platform Pandora, and they're big in the United States. I know there's a lot of people watching from outside the US, but it's a large streaming platform in the US. I help artists and labels maximize the opportunity on the platform. And I wrote a book and built software to help independent musicians manage their business called the Music Business Toolbox, to help guide them through commercially releasing their music and managing their business. And that's at musicbusinesstoolbox.com, and happy to be here.
Thank you, Brian. Jesse?
Yes, hello everyone, and to people I guess who are going to be watching this next week.
My name is Jesse Fenty. I'm from Washington, D.C., and I live in Washington, D.C. I'm a practicing patent attorney, intellectual property attorney. I started my career as a patent examiner at the U.S. Patent Office, and I worked there for 9 years. So patents is my specialty, but I also do trademarks and copyrights and other intellectual property work. I have a background in electrical engineering from Howard University, so anything electronics I'm pretty happy working with, but I also work on software, mechanical devices, and a bunch of other things. And so I presented last year at the Black Blockchain Summit and talked about how blockchain started off as an idea, kind of an obscure idea from who knows where, but then the corporate entities and companies have since, for lack of a better word, taken it over. And so I presented about, I showed last year about how the different companies and how many patents they have, how many trademarks they have in the space. So I have some more data this year to kind of update that. And I also have my thoughts about how the Black community and the diaspora can really get into the game, or try to at least, and to compete against these large companies who have, hundreds of patents and who are actively working in this space. So glad to be here.
Thank you for such vast knowledge and vast. I think your resume can help us. We look forward to having more beautiful chats with you and the rest of the panel. David.
Hi, my name is David Benjamin. I live in Oakland, California. I am the CEO of a company called Bridget. I started Bridget about 2.5 years ago, and since then we've initiated 2 new projects that are using the Bridget technology. The first of is called School. School is a virtual learning platform that makes people and thinking visible on web pages. It turns the entire web into a classroom. Wants to be a online school platform for K through 12, university, corporate, and lifelong learning. Some of that's going to be happening down the line, obviously. But the project I think is most pertinent for this conversation is the Black browser. So I'm partnering with 4th Ave, which is being initiated by PJ Ross, who is speaking in a previous panel. And the Black browser is essentially it's a piece of digital infrastructure that we, the Black community, can own. The browser is pretty much a forgotten. It's more or less forgotten in my way of thinking. It's like something we take for granted. Everybody just pretty much uses Chrome or Safari if they're on Mac, maybe, but it's not something we think too much about. But it's really our portal to the internet, and it really makes sense from our perspective for us as a community to own that portal and to be able to take advantage of some of the next generation opportunities that will enable us to thrive on the internet. And in particular, we're really excited about the notion of a safe digital space, which I think is really pertinent to this panel. So thank you. I'm excited to be here and to learn from all of my fellow panelists.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. We have Rob. Hello, Rob.
Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry. Yes, Rob Campbell. Okay, great. Rob Campbell, located in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. A little bit about my background. I'm a former Navy guy. I started out in electronics. Then I became an officer. I got into cryptography. I worked in the intelligence world. I went to grad school, got a computer science degree, master's degree, working in computer science and cryptography. I do my defense for my PhD this Saturday. So as of, I guess, Saturday, 11:30 Eastern Standard Time, I guess I'll put a new title on. So my interest in blockchain has been really just beyond technology itself. I'm really fascinated with the opportunity that it offers the community at large. Also, I do work in the quantum computing, quantum cryptography, and in cryptography as a whole. I publish papers on blockchain and how to mitigate quantum computing attacks against the blockchain, working with an organization called NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology. I kind of follow what they're doing in new cryptography to make sure that we can keep the blockchain safe. I also focus in the area specifically in the blockchain called identity access management, and really have some great ideas about how we can use the blockchain in a revolutionary way that the world has not seen before. I'm working with a company in Silicon Valley on that very topic, so I can't go too much into detail. So I'm working with this company as a consultant, but also I have my own organization, my own company, Med Cybersecurity. I do cybersecurity kind of work. So I think that's about it for me.
Thank you very much, Rob. Did I miss anyone?
Pascal, I can go very briefly.
Oh, yes, Pascal. Yes,
I was the latest addition to the panel.
Okay.
Basically, I'm a founder of Coincentrics, a 3-year-old startup based in Atlanta. And since then, we've given birth to 2 other projects, one of which started in the social impact space. It's called Managing. And after going through an incubator program, we actually were entertaining using blockchains to distribute donations directly to recipients. And after going through an incubator program, we had several pivots and ended up with a different type of a model. But we have a partnership with Comcast, and we're actively onboarding customers and doing MVPs. The second project is very recent. It's about 1.5 years old. It's called SaukeBit. Basically, we're aggregating APIs from different blockchain networks to enable fintechs, specifically in sub-Saharan Africa, to build solutions using blockchains. I look forward to learning. It's a great experience on the panel, and I just look forward to learning and participating however I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the panelists. I'm very impressed because we are coming up, we are from different backgrounds, life, with different skills, and some entrepreneurs from the legal side of things. So I believe all our skills will help us in what we are going to be discussing. Because we are talking innovations and IPs and all that, maybe I want us to start off by, talking about what is available at the moment before we can dive into the blockchain side of things. How easy it is for startups or for entrepreneurs or for innovators to access information on protecting their intellectual property. How easy it is to access information on that. I want us, when we discuss that, to look at the different aspects of all things. Maybe we talk about IPs, talk about trademarks. How easy it is for a startup or entrepreneurs to have access to such information today. As we talk today, I'll start off with you, Pascal, and then I'll move on to until we are all into that.
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly. Just of our experience of spinning up 2 or 3 corporations. Basically, we've had to deal with lawyers to ensure that the technology we use is available for usage. So a lot of that had to we turn out spending money to get that advice, because you don't just want to go online and search information and go with that. You want to ensure that your business is protected from all ends. So I think the typical startup, the typical person in my position would seek for professional advice and end up hiring a lawyer that would understand your business and do the due diligence to ensure that you're protected.
Thank you very much. Doing the research is important. Brian?
I think on this topic, I'd probably defer to some of my fellow panelists who might be better equipped to answer this one specifically.
Yeah,
okay.
I think in this space, I mean, this is something I work on very, very frequently. So I work with the National Society of Black Engineers, and I do a lot of education. From my understanding, from my experience, unfortunately, intellectual property is an area that's very unknown and misunderstood in the modern kind of society. And so I've been to conferences across the country, not just in the Black community, but in the whole community, and people know that intellectual property is not taught, it's not understood. People sometimes don't know the difference between a patent and a trademark and a copyright. I know David has I think at least one patent or maybe more, so he can talk about his experience. But it's just something that's not taught, and so we're trying to work. I have an organization, and I try to work with the engineers at NSB, and just to talk about IP and just to teach it, because this is something that we're lacking in our community is education, science education, and legal education, and things that should be kind of known and talked about and understood. But so part of it is just getting the education, informing people what intellectual property is and how it works, and then they can take their ideas and kind of match it to that without even always having to use an attorney. But you want to have an informed populace. That's kind of what a democracy is supposed to be built on. And so a large part of what we need to do in the Black Blockchain Summit and outside of that is to work together to educate people about what IP is and then how they can use it.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. I mean, I think it's totally essential what Jesse's talking about and the work he's doing in terms of educating people about IP. From the perspective of a startup, actually a high-tech startup, when I got into it, I really didn't know much about IP at all, although I had been doing startups for a while. And it's just one of those areas that's very, it's complex. It's got a lot of different levels, and it's hard to kind of break in and get a real understanding of it. And what I'm finding as someone who has a patent and went through the process with a company the first time, and now I'm starting to learn how to do provisional patents myself. I know that when it's time to actually submit the patent, that I want a lawyer to really take a deep look at it, because I believe that I can do a patent, a provisional patent, and the reason is because I'm working with a former patent officer he's training me right now to actually be able to put together one of these. But when it comes down to the real thing, I think that when I'm going to file the actual patent, I'm definitely always going to be bringing in an attorney, because it's just essential. And it's one of these things that if you put the wrong sentence or you omit the sentence that's really needed, it can really affect how well and how defensible your patent is. So we definitely need more education, and I think that it's hard to come by. And as someone who's a startup entrepreneur, I think it's an area that we as Black people really need to step up our game, because we're falling behind in this area. My understanding is that of all the people that are coming through with patents, our community is one of the least, but yet we're the innovators, right? I mean, we've got the ideas. We're not exclusively getting the ideas, but we've got innovations in our community. So I want to see how we can make that work for us.
Yeah, it's just knowing how to protect it. I mean, so a patent and a trademark and a copyright all kind of do the same thing, and they protect your property. They kind of form a boundary around about what you're claiming as your own. And so, for a lot of us who won't have any kind of massive real estate holdings in our lifetime, probably we have our ideas. And so intellectual property is a legitimate form of property that can be sold and licensed and distributed. So this is an area, I think, within the Black Blockchain Summit that we can really capitalize on. We can come together but we have to work with financial institutions. And one of my slides is about that. A lot of people who get blockchain and Bitcoin and patents in this field are the banking institutions, Wells Fargo and Dun & Bradstreet and so on. So we'll have to partner with, maybe Industrial Bank in DC, or I saw a post recently, I think on Instagram, about a merger of Black banks somewhere. I didn't get all the details, but if we can work with those institutions to develop some IP, to be able to work in that financial space, then we can really kind of make our mark.
I'd like to just add a little bit to that. I think one thing would be helpful to our community as a whole is understanding what we're talking about when we say blockchain. So some people think about like smart contracts that do certain things, but the blockchain is an entire ecosystem. And what I mean by an ecosystem, I mean, you've got everything, you've got a whole industry that's sprouting up because of the blockchain. Everything from service providers, wallets, cryptocurrency, you've got operators, network operators. But there is a lot of room for innovation. And when we talk about blockchain, because we're talking about three specific things. Talking about cryptography. And so there's room for innovation if you have that kind of background to come up with new ideas of how to do things differently. There is networks. And the same thing goes for networks as well. If you have ideas of how to improve networks to make them better or more secure, then there's room for IP there as well. So we're talking about cryptography, we're talking about networks, and we're talking about these applications like smart contracts that run on top of the blockchain, which is a big, big area. That's where a lot of the user customer services come in. But I just don't want to, leave out the fact that we have other aspects of the blockchain where IP is just as important as some of the other IP ideas. And a quick example that I mentioned, I was working with they have an IP attorney. They have a whole, they have attorneys, right? I mean, that's all they do out there in Silicon Valley. And so one of the key things is, first, if you're talking about IP, what is it that you're adding? What is different about your idea? What are you doing that's different from everybody else? And we also have to keep in mind that much of the blockchain, the software itself, is what we call open source, meaning it's free. Anybody can go on the internet and download the basic framework of any kind of blockchain you think of. It's pretty much open source. Now, when you start to get into some of the services, that's where people start to put on IP. But all of the software, the underlying framework is free. So then when we talk about IP, then we have to determine what is it that I'm adding here that could be considered IP. And sometimes it's obvious and sometimes it's not. So I just wanted to bring that, up discussion.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I totally agree. There's a whole lot of different, there's many different aspects to blockchain. And so let me see if I can share my screen. And I think this kind of dovetails right off your point, Rob. So let's see. This is some. Can people see this Excel spreadsheet?
Yes.
All right. So this is some research I did this morning. And so these are patents that came out yesterday. So patents come out every Tuesday from the USPTO. And as Rob was saying, there's many different aspects to blockchain. So there's this, the company on the left, this is where they're from, and this is the patent number, and this is kind of just the title of these blockchain patents that came out yesterday. So like Hanukkah, method for adjusting mining difficulty. There's cryptography, as Rob was saying, transaction processing, all kinds of different things. So people are using, and these are just companies, these are just patents who had a predominance. I did a keyword search on blockchain, and so about 35 patents came out yesterday on blockchain, and a bunch of different things. A lot of things on distributed ledgers, a lot of things on kind of things that we've heard about, peer-to-peer, autonomous peer-to-peer energy networks. This is IBM. So IBM gets a lot of patents on blockchain. Alibaba, which is a Chinese company, I think they're like a Chinese Google. They're actually leading the space right now in blockchain patents. And then I came across a currency one, electronic currency. So I kind of tailored my search towards currency because that had like a little interest for me. So that's what I was talking about earlier in terms of Wells Fargo and Royal Bank of Canada. There's a company out of San Antonio called United States Automobile Association. They get a lot of patents in this space. But as Rob was saying, there's a lot of different technology going on at blockchain. It's not just one thing. And one thing that caught my attention was NXP is a company out of Netherlands. They also have offices in California. So they have a method for RFID tag authentication. So it's not just about currency. It's not just about peer-to-peer. It's people are using blockchains for all kinds of things. So as we explore this technology, and then overall, this is basically, there's not that many patents. There's 2,100 patents in blockchain, and that's just kind of vague. It's not even really that much. But the companies that seem to be leading are Alibaba, which is a Chinese company, IBM, Bank of America, Capital One. So financial companies are pursuing blockchain patents, MasterCard, and Microsoft has a couple. But a lot of these are all financial institutions, which is, of course, is the Bitcoin, the first blockchain kind of publicity that came out. So just wanted to get some stats, and I'm a math guy, so I love stats and I love making charts and tables. But this information is good for me when I see this to be able to kind of theorize and give advice in terms of where people are going in terms of technology. So that's kind of just more information to Rob's point, because it is a very diverse field.
And thank you for that. I'd just like to throw out one more thing. The company I'm working with, it is a matter of using two existing technologies. It's not that we went out and developed something totally new. We said, well, we know this technology is mature. We have another technology that's mature. But what we're going to do is bring those two together, and we're going to use it in a different way. And that qualifies, according to the attorney, that qualifies as IP, that we will be able to, because of what customizing that we would do, that it would qualify for filing for IP. So I just wanted to, you don't have to be a scientist or, obviously you're an engineer or anything like that. Most good ideas come from average citizen who thinks of better ways of doing things. Hey, why do I have to do this way? And why can't it be that way? And that's where the great source of ideas come from that could qualify as IP. So the bottom line on this is that you don't have to think that it's, totally revolutionary by itself. It could be that, yeah, they're doing some of that. They're doing it over here, but they're doing it over there. But for the first time, you're bringing it together, and you've got another value added, and that could be potential for IP. So,
okay, thank you so much. I want to give Brian like 5 minutes, maybe to pass on blockchain industry. How does the IP work in music? How can blockchain work, and or is there any other use case in music as far as blockchain? Right.
Sure. I think it's helpful to understand a little bit about some of the intellectual property associated with music, because there has been a lot of conversation that's been going on really for the past 20 years about the lack of quality data around music. So to give you all some basics of it, in every sound recording, every recording that you hear of a song, there are actually two distinct copyrights. There are the notes and the lyrics, so what you can write down on a piece of paper, and then there's what you hear, and that is the sound recording copyright. So the first one is the copyright in the underlying composition, also frequently referred to as the song, and then there's what you hear, the sound recording, right? Those are two completely separate copyrights, and they have different sets of rights that are associated with them, and how they are administered by organizations and companies can be kind of involved and complicated, but tracking all of that information can be really, really challenging. And ultimately getting people paid and understanding who owners of these pieces of intellectual property are, because we're talking about intellectual property, right? These two copyrights are intellectual property as well. The songs and recordings are intellectual property, but it is very challenging. It can be challenging to keep track of who the owners are, what the uses have been, and ultimately paying the appropriate rights holders. So there has been there have been a number of initiatives with people who are trying to take all this information and put it on a blockchain so that it's codified there, and it's available for everyone to see, and make it easier to make the connections about recipients and payments to the appropriate payees. One of the challenges with that, though, is that there are, and if you think about it, there are literally tens of millions of recordings currently on the digital service providers, like the Spotify's, Apple's, Pandora's, and even more on YouTube and SoundClouds of the world. And because the information frequently is missing or inaccurate, and one of the big challenges is getting accurate information into the system accurately, correctly the first time is a huge challenge. And also getting all of the appropriate stakeholders to agree on a preferred method or system by which this IP is going to be tracked and the information will be shared. So you can sort of like look down the road and see what the benefits of having all of this information on blockchain. Getting to that point has been proving to be very challenging. And, I think that, as a technology, its adoption widely is it's still pretty, nascent. Very interesting. I'm super interested in it and done some investing in it and in companies that are in the space. But I think there's still, a bit of ways for us to go. But I think that the promise of what it can do is fantastic. And unlike, I think, some other instances, I think there are people who use, say, blockchain or cryptocurrency. They just stick that in their business description, and there's really no reason to have to even use a blockchain, really, when a centralized database would be sufficient for their business. This really is an instance where it could be beneficial.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for making us understand IT and all that in the music industry. I do believe it's one of those things that really understand how IT come into play into music. So I think a lot of people as well know that will be able to really grasp what you invested in to help them Pascal, I would love for you to discuss the landscape of IT and blockchain in Africa. How is the landscape for IT in Africa? Pascal? Is it there or we lost him?
talking to someone else. He's on a business call.
Okay, we'll get to him later. Maybe to continue, I would like to ask, when is the right time to patent an idea or an information? As you answer that, I also want you to discuss I would like you to
adding what's different and what are, so for example, even though it's open source, the question was, what are the agreements of the open source? So when they do open source, they typically still have a license. The license dictates what you can do and what you can't do with that technology or that code. And so after that, you determine, what it is, if you have any constraints whatsoever on the open source technology or the code itself, then again, you determine what is it that you're doing differently. What are you bringing to the table that could be considered something that could be IP? So what is it that you're bringing? What are you changing, whether you're customizing code or you have a different idea about how things should be operating in a different way? What value are you bringing? That would be the only thing that you could consider IP, and especially when you're dealing with open source. Because typically they're going to say, gee, it's open to everybody. What are you doing that makes this different and makes it something that could be patented? So it's just understanding what you're bringing to the table.
And also understanding what actually is in the public domain, what is actually open source and how the extent of it is, So I'm not, in terms of which platform you mean, you'd have to know that pretty well. And then, as Rob was saying, know what the differences are. And then consult with an IP professional, hopefully be able to determine those differences to see if they're novel. And then do as David is doing. There's a provisional application. You can file like a preliminary patent application, and you to hold your filing date. In the world of patents, in the world of IP, it's always about who came up with it first. And copyrights and trademarks and whatever, it's all about who came up with it first. So you file a provisional patent application, which is like a placeholder. And then it gives you a year to kind of investigate your idea and discover it further, and maybe get funding and different things before you have to file your non-provisional application. So there's different levels to the whole thing. So definitely a involved area to
Okay, David, maybe I'd like to ask you the last question. What do you think are the opportunities, David? I would like to ask you, what are the opportunities or challenges you think are there for implementing the blockchain technology?
Well, I think that it makes a lot of sense to be able to document ideas in the blockchain. I mean, the blockchain is an immutable record. So if we can document our ideas and have an understanding of when they were created, that's a powerful record that can be referred to. But ultimately, as Jesse said, it's really going to be about getting to the patent office first. So we can have our records about when things were done, but ultimately we need to move them over and get them into the actual patent system. And from the standpoint of the Black browser, we think that there's a lot of ideas that are leaking from our community through pitch competitions and incubators and these opportunities where we're putting out information to the greater public. And sometimes these things get picked up. And it may not be that, someone hears it for the first time and says, oh, I'm going to grab it and run with it. But oftentimes with Black entrepreneurs, Black startups, they are undercapitalized. So they're not really always able to just act upon these things immediately. So if you're putting ideas out there in the greater community, then you're running the risk of especially if you're not able to execute quickly, of having it get picked up by someone else. Now, of course, it would be great to have evidence in the blockchain that you came up with the idea first, but once again, it's all about getting it to the patent office first. So one of the things that we're going to be doing with the Black Browser is making sure that we're creating a safe digital space for the Black community innovators to have conversations and to begin collaborating together and to find resources like the Black attorneys like Jesse Fenty that are doing patent work, and the Black focused incubators and accelerators, as well as just helping people find each other and build teams so that they can accelerate their ventures. So we're looking to have relationships with incubators, with accelerators, especially with ones that are working with the historically Black colleges and universities, so that we can help companies get to market quicker and actually even get to IP quicker, really. There's one thing getting to market. How about getting to IP quicker? If we get into IP quicker, then we're going to have less of this leakage, I think.
Thank you so much for that. I would love to have your final thoughts for the panelists. I'll start off with Brian. Your final thoughts. I'll give each one of you like a minute to just give us your final thoughts on this discussion. Brian.
Thank you, and again, thanks so much for having me, and thank you to the fellow panelists. It was good to be on with you all. I think really, with respect to blockchain technology in general, just making sure that it's actually really the right fit for what it is you're trying to execute on. I mentioned it earlier in my comments, but there's not, every situation does not necessarily call for the use or the need for something to be on the blockchain. But in the case of intellectual property, I think that there's some special problems that can be solved from putting it on the blockchain. And, I think, going back to, part of, David's comment is, but getting that information and getting it into the blockchain accurately and clearly, so I said it too, but I think that is a really big part of the challenge to make it work.
Jason?
Yeah, thanks for the time. Thanks for the ability to speak and share my views on things. I think I always go back to education. I think education is a key to just about everything that we do. You have to know how to use different tools and how to use different aspects of society. And so the law is part of that, and the engineering and the software. I mean, blockchain is a subset of computer science and software, and there's a big push for STEM. And so I hope that maybe these videos and this information can be disseminated through the Black Browser, through different aspects. Hey, how's everybody be more informed about their options? I mean, that's the kind of key. You don't know what you don't know, and so if we can inform people about all of these things, they can be more powerful. And that's really the essence of it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jesse. Pascal, your last thoughts?
Yeah, I think this was more educational for me, listening to Rob, Brian, Jesse, and David. And I think the highlight for me is information leakage is something which I think has occurred to a lot of startups I know, as well as ourselves. It's something to be mindful about, and I totally agree with Jesse. There's a big need for education in patent protection, and I would love to see how the Black Blockchain Summit can, play a role in facilitating that.
Yeah, but maybe before I go to Rob, Pascal, how is the landscape of IP and blockchain in Africa?
In Africa, I can't speak for the whole region, but outside of the processes, I know be challenging to start off with. Any type of attempt to get legal work of any sort is very challenging, it's very pricey, and there's not a lot of outlets for you to do that. There are very few firms that specialize in that. So it's very challenging. You have to make a decision of, do I want to put all of my resources on protecting this innovation, or do I actually want to build it? And you end up with a situation where IP becomes a problem at the end, not so much at the beginning. And it's just a cultural problem. It's not so much of a cultural problem. I'll say it's a limitation in resources. It goes all the way to the regulatory or government level. They don't have the infrastructures to quickly and efficiently award IPs and patents to the right people, which forces everyone to go after the opportunity, go after the innovation, and deal with the legal issues later. But I think there's some regions of the world, there's some parts of the regions that are making a lot of work to improve that, such as Rwanda. Rwanda has a really good system for awarding patents. A lot of it with even you could actually do some applications online as opposed to going physically in the office and dealing with paperwork. So some parts of the region are doing pretty well, and I hope the others can pay attention to that and replicate.
Thank you so much for that, Robert. The last.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just say that you can think of the blockchain as a platform that will enable us to do things that perhaps we have not thought of before. An example, several years ago, I looked at a concept, and Brian, this kind of applies to you and your business. I looked at a concept of videos and music on the blockchain. So we know that the artists, when they go in the studio and they make a song or they make a video, typically you've got so many layers of bureaucracy that take their money. And by the time, you get to paying the artists, there's hardly anything left. And so I toyed with just the idea of like, okay, how can we just eliminate all of these layers? If I've got something that's produced and I think it's good, it could sell, then perhaps we can put it on the blockchain, and where we don't need all the infrastructure promoted and take profits from the artists. I don't know, it's just concepts like that, videos, music, where we can deal directly with the artists and bypass all of the middle people or the infrastructure. So I just think that it's a new platform for new ideas, and there's no limit. I mean, even if you think your idea sounds silly or crazy, perhaps it is, and perhaps it isn't. But it's fertile ground for ideas. And I think that we as a community, we are nothing but creative, not anything else. We are creative individuals, most creative and talented on the planet. No question. So I think there's a lot of opportunities out there for us.
Awesome. Lastly, David, if you are still there, the last thoughts.
Awesome. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Great being on a panel with you all. I totally agree with what Rob is saying about us being creative, and we need to figure out how to really make sure that we're leveraging our creativity, not everyone else. So as Jesse was saying, we need to get the education to the people. We need to especially get that to our entrepreneurs. And at the same time, like Brian was saying, we really need to look at the particular application in terms of what we're focused on, and evaluate whether the blockchain is the right place to actually put this intellectual property that we're talking about. In particular, music is amazing, an amazing use case. I had an entertainment company, or I guess I still have it, and it is really a hassle managing all those rights and the royalties and all that. So if we can make that easier, so I think that's a great use case, and I think we need to be looking at other ones as well, and trying to understand where we can best leverage the blockchain technology.
Thank you to everyone for that wonderful time, wonderful insights on the topic. I do believe a lot of our entrepreneurs will really enjoy the talk, will enjoy the chat, and they will learn a lot out of this. And believe we'll get connected next time when there's no COVID, where we can be able to like sit and interact with entrepreneurs at the summit, and they'll get to have some of their questions answered. Because I do believe a lot of entrepreneurs like Pascal and others, they're meeting certain challenges, coming up with their innovations and all that. So thank you very much for ensuring that our Black entrepreneurs and their innovations are secured. And we hope to have more use cases of the blockchain on IP and all that. Thank you very much, and have a very good time.
All right. That was a very interesting session on blockchain and IP. I would now like to introduce our next session, which is Fireside Chat, Our Economy, Life or Death, a conversation featuring Cleve Mesido, who works with the National Policy Network of Women of Color in Blockchain, and John Perkins, who is an economist, shaman, and author of Dream Change and the Pachamama Alliance. So enjoy this session.
Hello, I'm Cleve Mesido. Thank you for joining us for the Black Blockchain Summit. I am so thrilled to moderate this session, Our Economy, Life or Death. I lead the National Policy Network of Women of Color in Blockchain. Previously, I served in the Obama administration, worked in Congress, and even worked for CNN's Washington Bureau. I'm very excited that this fall, I'll be releasing my very first book, which talks about my quest for justice in politics and crypto. Now, we have a great conversation ahead for you. So today we're going to explore the economy, right? We'll look at the gaps within the traditional economy as well as the crypto economy, the emerging crypto economy. And when we talk about crypto, we always talk about financial inclusion. The guest I have with me today knows a lot about why we need to focus on financial inclusion. I'm joined by economist John Perkins. He is the author of a very interesting book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It's a New York Times bestseller. It was a New York Times bestseller for 72 weeks. It has been translated into 37 languages, and it has sold more than 2 million copies. Now, John has also advised the World Bank, the United Nations, IMF, US Treasury, Fortune 500s, and leaders of countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Middle East. It's an honor to have you join us today, John. Please share a bit more about you, why you're passionate about the global economy, and the controversial contributions you made.
Well, thank you, Cleve. It's wonderful to be with you, and I really appreciate what this magnificent organization is doing to produce these programs. Yeah, so, my real title was chief economist many years ago during the 70s. For 10 years, I was what we call an economic hitman. My job was to identify countries with resources our corporations wanted, like oil, arrange huge loans to that country. The money didn't actually go to the country. It went to our own corporations to make huge profits, building big infrastructure projects in those countries. It benefited a few wealthy families, but didn't really help the majority of the people. We can go into more detail if you want, but that's the summary version.
Oh my God, so you really were a hitman. And you know firsthand the challenges our economy faces and why, and those challenges are real, right? We know that globally around 1.7 billion people are unbanked, underbanked, or lack access to basic financial services. Now, this is an issue we're committed to addressing in the crypto economy, but there was a source to all this, right? This didn't happen, by coincidence. You often talk about how the business of business became to maximize short-term profits. And you point to how that led to a deaf economy. Now, tell us more about this deaf economy theory that you have, and also some of the practical strategies to transform the failing global deaf economy into a regenerative life economy.
Yes, well, unfortunately, the deaf economy is not just a theory; it's happened, and it's a failing system, and we see that by climate change. And, the oceans are rising, the glaciers are melting, the many species are going extinct. There's tremendous income inequality and racial inequality throughout the world. It truly is an economic system that's failing. It's killing itself. And to a large degree, it's based on this premise that you mentioned, that its goal is always to maximize short-term profits, regardless of the social and environmental cost. That's the goal, and it's stated. It's taught in business schools. It's promoted by the World Bank, and it's a terrible goal when you come right down to it. And it's contrary to the way human beings have lived for most of our 200,000 years that we've been human beings, where we've always looked at taking care of long-term interests for our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. But suddenly we find ourselves in this economic situation that's tearing itself apart, that's consuming itself into extinction. But the good news is it's based on that one goal, and that's just a perception. I talk in my latest book, which is called Touching the Jaguar, and I'm wearing a Jaguar here.
Love it.
Yeah, I talk about how our perceptions create our reality. And this perception of maximization of profits in the short term has created a reality that's failing us. And we need to turn that around and create what we call a life economy.
How do we get to a life economy?
Well, first of all, a life economy really is an economic system that pays people and pays investors to invest in things that'll clean up pollution. Yes. Instead of paying companies to make weapons like Lockheed or some of these other companies, let's pay them to make equipment that'll mine all the plastics and microplastics floating around in the oceans. Let's pay people to regenerate destroyed environments and to recycle and to create new technologies that go way beyond where we are today with solar and wind. Although we made huge progress, let's make more progress. So we're really looking at an economic system that is regenerative, that is itself a renewable resource. And again, it's kind of the economic system that human beings have lived under most of our history. And indigenous people, like ones I often spend time with in the Amazon, still live that way. So we're not talking about going back to living in grass houses or caves. We're talking about a vital, wonderful economy that could be a full employment economy that will pay people fair wages, living wages, and that will reduce the income inequality gaps that we so badly suffer from today, and the racial inequality gaps.
Yeah, and obviously these are pressing issues, and we live in a very unique time when, whether you are a baby boomer, a Gen Xer like me, or millennials and Zoomers, these issues are top of mind. I think about, the Zoomers, the young generation under 20, when I think about climate change, I think of something that's going to happen after I die, or the impact on the environment. For them who are 16, 18, this is going to impact their children, their grandchildren. So they're going to have to live this. And it sounds like you're talking about reinvesting in people and reinvesting in the resources that matter to our society.
Yes, well, yeah, and in fact, we're all experiencing those things today. I mean, these horrendous fires that we have in California and in the Amazon and in Australia, and the hurricanes, you know, that are much stronger and more frequent, strong hurricanes than ever before. We're experiencing this very strongly now. It's an important message, and I think the good news, Clave, is that to make the change, all we have to do is change our perception from this goal of maximizing short-term profits, and for individuals to maximize consumption, basically materialistic consumption, which is another aspect of that goal, and turn that around and say what we need to do is maximize long-term benefits for people and the planet, and to make that part of our lives, and to realize that that's going to bring us great joy. And it just takes this change of perception. That's all. Of course, then it takes a lot of actions to make it happen. But I think this virus, this pandemic that we've been experiencing, has taught us that we can change. We all had to make huge changes in our lives, and then we may not be too comfortable with some of them, particularly not at first. We're becoming more comfortable with wearing masks, I think, and social distancing, and not shaking hands and not hugging quite as much. But so we've seen that we can adjust. We can be very adaptable, and so this has been a very good message. It's also taught us the importance of this media that we're dealing with now, and that again goes into the whole idea of blockchain and so forth. So we're really moving in that direction already.
Yeah. So let's shift to blockchain then, right? So I love how you talk about these issues, and you talk about the fact that it all leads back to the economy, right? And when we look at blockchain, what prompted this creation of cryptocurrency was the global economic crisis of 2008, right? We saw the global economy collapse, and for crypto, we had a group of people come together and said they wanted to create a cashless payment system, a payment system that would actually solve for some of the problems that led to the economic shift. So I always like to, before we actually shift the conversation to crypto, start with some of the basics. I always like to tell people, that in simple terms, because I think that's one thing we fail to do with crypto, is that blockchain is just technology that securely verifies information. It facilitates the exchange of value without third parties. And that blockchain and cryptocurrency go hand in hand. When you think about Bitcoin and ETH and XRP, these are cryptocurrencies, and I tell people to think of them like the bright light that's shining. And we know that the light bulb is powered by electricity, just as these wonderful cryptocurrencies we know are powered by blockchain technology. And we know we can do so much more with electricity other than light, and we can do so much more with blockchain other than with cryptocurrency. What are your thoughts? I know crypto is not your space, but at the end of the day, the blockchain space is rooted in an economic mindset. So what are your pretty broad thoughts on that sector?
Well, I love your metaphor, or the symbolism of the light and the network. And yes, blockchain is the electricity, it's the network, and one aspect is how it impacts currency. There's no question that the current currency situation fails us. A central bank like the Fed, the Federal Reserve in the United States, that's privately owned and based totally on interest, and it's ridiculous. It's a terrible system. There's no question about it. It needs to change, and blockchain gives us that method for making the changes. And I think if we look at the current cryptocurrencies that are out there today, we can say that it's in its infancy. That people will complain and say, well, it's made mistakes, it's pure speculation, and so on and so forth. A lot of that is true, but everything goes through an infancy. If you think back to when we first started using computers, I mean, I was alive then, you may not have been, but
I was.
These huge, we had a whole room when I was an economic hitman. We had a room that's as big as my house, filled with these spinning wheels, the IBM machines, and now my telephone has more memory than those machines, and when we started using the internet, we didn't know what we were doing, now. So I think the whole currency business is going through that situation. And you know, I like to think, Clayton, of how, where does the word buck come from? You know, buck, a dollar, a buck.
Yeah.
It comes from back in the days of the early Americans, or when the early colonists, rather. They had a piece of paper that when a hunter shot a deer, a buck, he could give it to a blacksmith. Here's a deer for you to have for your dinner. And the blacksmith would give him back a piece of paper that said, this is a value of $1.
Oh,
and
wow.
then the guy who shot the deer didn't have to get his horse reshoed, but it would say, you know, you can get 4 horses completely reshoed for the value of this paper.
Oh
and so,
my God.
So the hunter could then take that, and he could go, you know, to the grist mill and buy a whole lot of wheat and grain, and give that piece of paper to the guy on the grist mill who owned horses, who could take it to the blacksmith shop. So it was just, and there was no interest involved. There was no, you know, and so the whole idea of currency is just to perform that basic function, and blockchain gives us an incredible opportunity to do that in a way that has integrity, and it does away with a lot of the problems that we currently have in our currency system.
Yeah, and I love to hear you talk about the origins of the buck, because our economy, our currency, you know, regardless of what country you're at, you know, there's a history of whatever fiat you're using, and certainly in the U.S., you know, we have this, you know, this history of, you know, the U.S. dollar, and so, you know, some people are threatened by crypto because they feel it, you know, that there's a threat to our financial system. And, you know, I say no, because I think, as you talked about, there's an evolution, and cryptocurrency is in its infancy, as you mentioned. But there's also this thing happening, you know, we often hear about the fourth industrial revolution that's driven by technology. And it is this fusion of, you know, blockchain, cryptocurrency, augmented reality, virtual reality, robotics, you know, 5G, you know, all of these dynamic currencies are changing the way we live, the way we interact, and the way we exchange value. And, you know, as we move towards this new, you know, innovation economy, you know, I tell people all the time who have issues with blockchain that, you know, the more inclusive money is, however you define money, the better it is, right? Because as we go back to what I just shared, 1.7 billion people across the world do not have access to basic financial services. And, you know, I'm in this space because cryptocurrency offers them an opportunity to participate. Now, I do want to go back a little bit to talk about your interactions with central banks. One of the conversations that's happened is, you know, this thing about, you know, central banks creating digital currencies, right? So not necessarily a crypto, but some type of digital currency. And in the US, we saw with COVID and how the government struggled to send people their stimulus checks, right? Yeah, because they're still sending them paper checks. And then there's so many barriers for, especially people, marginalized people, people who are economically disadvantaged in terms of cashing those checks, in terms of the fees for those checks. And even, you know, so we heard that, you know, central banks creating, you know, digital currencies could actually be a step towards moving forward. And even for cryptocurrency, one of the use cases has been around remittances. We know that globally, certainly in the US, the diaspora, whether you're from Latin America, the Caribbean, or even, you know, from the continent of Africa, you're sending money back home. You're sending billions back home, but you're getting charged a lot of fees. And then, so your relatives are not getting the amount that you sent them, and then they have to pay fees as well. So there's a lot of problems to fix. So as we look towards where the economy is shifting, you know, to a more digital economy, what are your thoughts in terms of how do we make sure we don't, you know, we don't do the step, we don't follow the missteps that we had in the past, right? Because it's possible we can create another capitalist society that takes advantage of its most vulnerable. So what would you say are some of the things we can do as we enter the fourth industrial revolution and we digitize, you know, money and value? How do we ensure we don't actually revert back to the problems that we were trying to solve? Sorry for that long.
Well, that's a huge question. And I think, you know, we can expect if we look at history, that people in power are going to try to take over the system. That's just the way it seems to happen. And actually, we're seeing that happen very strongly right now. We're seeing that, in a way, this upcoming election is about that to a very large degree. But in this particular case, of course, both parties are dependent on getting tremendous amounts of money from big corporations, from the people in power. So they both are beholden to power. But we are seeing also this, I think more than ever before in my lifetime, we're seeing a real difference in the way these two candidates approach the world and approach life. And I think it's important for us to listen to that very carefully and then see where we go from here. So to guard against this kind of thing happening again, I think people need to be very, very aware, and we need to be very involved. Democracy is about being involved. It's not just about casting a vote. I remember Van Jones, who was one of my heroes and a friend who worked for President Obama for a while, and was a very big supporter of President Obama. And he said, the shame of the thing is that President Obama got elected, and that's not the shame. It's good he got elected. The thing is that people were very involved in getting him elected. There were these rallies that almost looked like revival meetings, very supercharged. Once he got elected, people kind of sat back and said, okay, our man's in now. Now we can relax. We don't have to do anything. Obama can do it. When they can't, President, we need to support these leaders that are trying to protect us. I think of historically at the end of World War II, Franklin Roosevelt, President Roosevelt, met with a group of leaders of the auto unions, and as they left the White House, he was shaking hands with him. He said, "I think you understand now that I'm on your side, but now you've got to go out and get the rank and file to force me to do what I want to do, because I have to be forced. The Congress has to be forced. We have to be forced." And I think it's very, very important for people to understand that we have to force these things to happen. Programs like this are extremely important, getting the message out. And also, we've got social networking circles, so all of us can push for these things. So I would encourage everybody that's listening to this, go out to all your social networking circles and tell them about this, and tell them about the importance of guarding against the misuse of blockchain, misuse of cryptocurrencies, and ask them to spread that word to all of their social networking circles. We have an opportunity now to get this out. It's terribly important for the message to get out to people, and for people to really take action. The subtitle of my latest book, Touching the Jaguar, is Transforming Fear into Action to Change Your Life in the World. And when we have this fear of things, and we should be fearful. We should be fearful that the system that those in power will try to usurp the system. But when we have that fear, that should drive us to take actions, not to run away, not to be paralyzed, but to say, well, what do I really fear? And how can what actions can I personally take? Who can I talk to? Because all of us have the power to talk to our neighbors. And with social networking, that power has been magnified hugely. I get I've got a lot of friends. I think it's 50,000 now on Facebook. That's a lot of friends.
That is a lot of friends.
Good thing they don't really know me, they might not be such good friends. But, the fact of the matter is I can reach those people even if I'm not about to have coffee with them.
Yes. No, that is the wonderful thing about the digital age, right? We can connect with our networks even if we've actually never physically connected with them. And I love what you just said in terms of, power seeks more power. And I know for some of us in the blockchain space, there has been concern about who's manipulating the price of Bitcoin, or who's getting into cryptocurrency, and how we're shifting. Well, if we're shifting away from the original idea, we know that in 2008, a group of people led by somebody named Satoshi Nakamoto wanted to create a cashless payment system to actually empower people. And today, the price of Bitcoin is over $10,000. But even though I would say, sadly, that Bitcoin is not doing what it was intended, but it's an example of a use case that can actually succeed within crypto. So I do think, I agree with you. I do think that, for those of us in the blockchain space, we have to be cognizant and we have to make sure, these principles that we care about, taking, control from central powers and empowering communities and ensuring that people have financial freedom and, and celebrating some of the applications of blockchain, identity management, intellectual property rights, all things that empower an individual to actually participate in the marketplace, create their own products, and be able to be financially independent.
Right. Yes, I think you hit the nail on the head there with the Bitcoin thing. It's become extremely speculative. There's no question, but that's what's happened. But again, it's an infancy. It's an example.
Yes.
That you mentioned the electricity and the light bulb. Well, the first light bulbs didn't work very well. Edison light bulb, and I think it stayed on for a matter of seconds. I don't know exactly how long it was, but it wasn't very long, And then we've been progressing. Now we've got light bulbs that last a lifetime, and they don't use nearly as much electricity. Things progress. The right bar of the plane, I flew a couple of hundred yards, I think, and then it crashed basically. But now we got airplanes that'll break the speed of sound. So Bitcoin is one of the pioneering efforts. And regardless of whether it works or doesn't work, or is good or is bad, or whatever goes along with it, it should not be used as an example of what blockchain can do, because it's just one example. It's like I love your electricity example. Again, can make a lot of mistakes. It can burn people. It can shock people. But it can also do a lot of really good things.
Exactly. I love this conversation, especially because, at the end of the day, money rules so much, value impacts so many aspects of our life, and it has really dictated a lot of aspects of our society. And I'm glad to see somebody like you who was up close and personal and actually participated in some of the problems. And we're recognizing that we can actually change this and really being a voice and calling this out. And I think, your book, again, selling over 2 million copies was a testament to your integrity and your need to actually get the word out and make sure people understand. So as we close, any final thoughts, anything you'd like to share with the audience?
Yes, thank you. I think that we should all recognize that we are very blessed to be alive right now, because we are going through a huge transition. There've been a lot of transitions in history, but this is a huge one. And I think people around the planet are waking up to the fact we live on a very tiny space station, the Earth, and we humans are the pilots. And we've been piloting very poorly. We've been driving it toward disaster. We need to reboot the navigation system, and we need to rethink. We need to repilot. We need to become better pilots. And we're alive at this time. And I just really encourage everybody to have the incredible hope to know that you're blessed to be alive at this time, and there's things you can all do. And in the book, Touching the Jaguar, I talk about how we can do a daily practice that takes us into what each one of us can do. And I think the important thing is for people to really ask themselves, what is it I want to do for the rest of my life? What's stopping me from doing it? How can I use it to help other people? What's stopping me from doing that? And how do I change my perception so that I can overcome this and really, really have the life I want? And create the world, help be part of creating the world that I and my children and grandchildren or nieces and nephews or whatever will want to inherit from me. So we're blessed at times, and I feel blessed also to be on this program with you. It's been really fun. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I've enjoyed this conversation, and I love, your call to action. Move past fear. Take action and know that we can actually change our society and change our lives. And so I want to thank you for, joining us for this important conversation. I'm very optimistic as you seem to be, about the future. One of the reasons I am is because we live, the 21st century has 4 powerful generations, all with, different ideologies, pushing forth, trying to solve the problem. So, I know boomers are still trying to solve the problems. As a Gen Xer, we're definitely still fighting. And I know the millennials and the Zoomers, they are fighting hard. So I'm confident. As you said, crypto is in its infancy. There's so much that is possible. So thank you. And to our audience, thank you for participating. John and I were thrilled to be with you, to talk to you. And please check out the website. John, it includes a full rundown of your bio. So I hope people will check out your books and dare to learn more about the economy. Any parting words?
No, yeah, you got it. johnperkins.org, check it out. And just thanks again. And I just encourage everyone to take an active role and have fun in this. Do what draws your heart in a way that will help yourself and others make a better world. Let's be part of the big community that we want to make better. And this is an exciting time. Thank you.
Well said. And to the audience, enjoy the rest of the Black Blockchain Summit. I hope you enjoyed this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cleve and John Perkins. That was a very, very interesting session. And it was talking about our economy, life or death, a conversation. So coming up next is a very interesting fireside chat by Andreas Antonopoulos and Lamar Wilson, who is the founder of Sunjoint LLC. Both are my very good friends, and I'm very excited to be watching this fireside chat. The fireside chat is going to be on the evolution of Bitcoin and blockchain. Lamar has been a speaker at the 2018 and 2019 Black Blockchain Summit. And we're happy to have Andreas for the first time. Andreas has really been an educator in the Bitcoin and blockchain space for as long as I can remember. He has given hundreds of talks, and he has written 4 books, Mastering Bitcoin, Mastering Ethereum, Internet of Money Volume 1 and Internet of Money Volume 2. And he's writing a 5th book called Mastering Lightning. For those of you who follow the Lightning Network, this is the next evolution of technology being built on top of Bitcoin. So this is a very, very important talk. I believe it's an hour, 10 minutes, and it will be very interesting to see what Andreas and Lamar are able to talk about. So see you on the other side. I have my drink with me, and I'm going to enjoy this talk.
Hey, how is everyone doing? It is so good to be here today for the Black Blockchain Summit. I have participated the last several years since the inaugural event, and this event and today is going to be probably one of my favorite things I've done. I always love being in person and seeing everyone. But today we have one of my blockchain heroes, and I can't even say blockchain, Bitcoin heroes, in the room, man, for a fireside chat. Mr. Andreas Antonopoulos, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you, Lamar?
I am doing amazing, man. It's been a while since I've seen you. I tell people you're the Bitcoin John the Baptist. You're the Bitcoin Jeremiah. You know what I'm saying? One guy took Bitcoin Jesus, so we can't do that no more. But
No, I prefer the Bitcoin Walmart greeter. It's got fewer religious overtones, and also it's kind of like nondescript. Like, I'm the guy at the front door going, "Hello, folks. Welcome to Bitcoin. Can I interest you in some holding your own keys on aisle 1?
Man, I cannot. Okay. See, you've already done it, because this is exactly why I wanted to get on with you and talk with you.
because I remember when I started in Bitcoin, it was really about freedom. Like literally, I got into Bitcoin because I read the white paper, and the only thing I saw, I didn't see money, I didn't see being able to get a lot more fiat value. I saw freedom. So before we even go into that, right? Let's talk about you, Andreas. How did you even find out about Bitcoin? Like where did it come from for you?
So I remember clearly around the middle of 2012, reading an article, and I think it was on a geek website called Slashdot. It's a geek news website, news for nerds, stuff that matters is what it's called. And they had an article about Bitcoin, and it had a link to the white paper. And I think I had heard of Bitcoin once or twice before, but I'd only heard of it in the context of gambling sites, which were the kind of users in those days. People were using it for various gambling sites. The US had prohibited gambling onshore, so a lot of people were doing that. And I had dismissed it. The first couple of times I heard it in relation to gambling, not that interested. When I read the white paper, though, because of my background in computer science, my interest in the whole cypherpunk movement, cryptography for social change, and all of the things I'd been doing since my teen years, when I read that Bitcoin white paper, it just pressed all of the buttons, and it completely derailed my career. It derailed my life. It derailed everything. It just completely changed my trajectory. And I had a moment. I had a moment that I've had before with technology where I just get completely obsessed and lost in a technology. And Bitcoin did that for me. And the rest is history.
Yeah, it tends to be a drug in that way, man. Like if you're a person that is into code and economics, which same as me, like I literally took the hit and I've been down that rabbit hole for a while, man. So here's the thing. So you got interested into it, and I've had talks with you in the past, and I know you're all about freedom, and I know you're about justice, really. Like me and you have talked about justice before. So let's fast forward a little bit from there until when I met you at the Texas Bitcoin conference, right? And I remember back then, that conference was kind of like the epitome of what Bitcoin was at the time. The type of people that were at the conference, it was a very eclectic, very diverse group of individuals. Man, talk about those early days of Bitcoin and the types of people that were kind of drawn to Bitcoin at that time, man.
Well, I think the main thing was that at the time, very few people had heard of it. And it wasn't really, nobody really strongly believed that it was a money-making opportunity yet. And so as a result, it still had a certain naive purity to it, because people were not looking at this technology as a get-rich-quick scheme. And then, it's like the days of the first Tesla sedan. Nobody was betting on Elon Musk for their portfolio then. You were one of the weirdos who had one of the weird cars. It wasn't a status symbol. And, quite honestly, the community then was made of a bunch of weirdos who were ideologically inclined to this, either because of an interest in technology, an interest in different types of economics or politics, and it was a very ideological movement. And then after we saw a couple of very strong bull runs, and bankers started getting interested in it, and people started chasing the moonshot, then like any other thing that goes mainstream, it got diluted. The values got diluted, and a lot of people nowadays, they come because of the allure of a get-rich-quick scheme, and hopefully we teach them enough to shift their perspective and understand why this is important for the world, what it means to bank the unbanked, to extend opportunity to billions of people who don't have it, and persuade them to stay for another reason.
Right, yeah, and the thing is that, and for everyone out there who doesn't know what Bitcoin is, you're at the Blockchain Summit, so I've already thought that you've done some study on something blockchain related. So I'm not going to go into that with Andreas, because there are probably 4.5 million videos of Andreas talking about what Bitcoin is. But I just wanted to get his perspective. And also, I was part of that weirdo group, so I really understand
what it was, man. Like, I remember going into a bookstore down in Austin, and it was probably the epitome of Bitcoin at the time. It was like people with AKs on in a bookstore watching the video, right, about Bitcoin. And I always thought, like, this is, like, I look around, I was like, this is my tribe, you know what I mean? And then I remember when it kind of changed. It went from the Texas Bitcoin Conference, and very quickly it went to Coin Summit. Do you remember Coin Summit?
Yep.
Coin Summit, I couldn't even get in. I didn't have enough money to get in Coin Summit, so I sat out the line. So what do you think happened? Where did that shift come where the people went from having AKs on and vests and sandals to basically blue and gray suits? Because I remember Coin Summit was just such a different thing. And I kind of felt like everything I read in the white paper was kind of getting shifted a little bit, right? It was like, now all of a sudden people are in it for a different reason than the freedom, than the Porcupine Fest. So when do you think that shift happened, and how do you feel about that shift? Like, honestly, like, how do you feel about that shift?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was never into the whole guns, red meat, and waving the flag contingent. That wasn't my tribe either. I was much more interested in kind of the elegance of the technology, and it had some important aspects to it. Today they call that social justice warrior, which I was unapologetically interested in social justice and creating fair structures. So not quite meshing with that crowd, right? So there's contingents to these political perspectives. There were a lot of right libertarians, and I was more on the civil libertarian side of that equation. But regardless, whether it was exactly the right tribe or not, I can tell you I certainly wasn't on the let's make some bankers even more rich than they already are contingent, which is the one that came about a year later. And I remember going to a conference where I was invited at the very last minute. They put me, and this was a conference in Vegas, and they put me on a panel, the last panel on the last day. And I show up, and the panel has investors, VCs, bankers, and me. And it was 4 suits and me on the end of the table in a leather jacket. I could have put up my feet up on the table just to make a point. And they started on the other end, and they started talking about how do we bring legitimacy to Bitcoin for institutional investors. And it got to me, and I was like, I reject the very concept that you, of all people, are going to bring legitimacy to Bitcoin. You who raided the treasury, you who set up Ponzi schemes, you who have been defrauding investors for decades, you who work in a system that is corrupt from top to bottom, have the audacity to come and talk about legitimacy. We didn't ask for your approval. We don't need your permission. And we reject the very basis that you can bring legitimacy to a mathematical system of truth. And I almost did a mic drop at that point, but literally, and a small contingent in the back of the room just erupted, right? And the moderator didn't know what to do with me. They didn't know how to proceed from there, because I just, kind of dropped a bomb in the middle of the whole conversation.
Right. And I think the thing is that, like, those types of events kept coming.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. But it's funny because you can shift the conversation even like that. I mean, 3 questions in, people at the end of the table were going, well, we're not talking about legitimacy, and doing bunny ears around it. So they no longer had kind of the audacity to continue along that line.
Right.
And they had to tone it down a bit. By the end of that panel, they left with literally their tails between their legs. And I realized at that point that we were in for a fight for kind of the soul of this system. Because before long, you're going to have demands for adding banking regulations, saying yes to the regulators, becoming respectable and legitimate, and doing KYC and AML and all of these other things, and basically turning Bitcoin into PayPal. That's basically the battle. The battle was to turn, PayPal started it as an ideological system until it got completely defanged. And that's what happens to innovative systems. So I knew right there we were in for a battle. And that's a battle that's still being fought today. Today it's being fought on whether we will have an ETF in order to bring institutional investors. So once they give the approval, we can all get our moonshot. It has nothing to do with what we're doing here.
No. And one thing I always say is Bitcoin already works. Like, I've been in the game for a while. You've been in the game for a while. It works. I can send value from me to you. And I don't know where you are in an undisclosed location. Most people know where I am. I talk about it every time. But I can send value from me to you in the same way that we were able to do back in the day. And so Bitcoin works. Bitcoin is Bitcoin. Of course, there are always going to be improvements. But here's my question. So one of the things that I like to talk about, as you know, I created the Fever wallet, and shout out to you, man. You did a really dope thing in the Chicago Bitcoin conference by telling people to grab it. And it was like people started, now that you gave it again, because me being a great wallet. Yeah, me being a black dude, right? It's like sometimes people look for a person who's not black to give validation. Like real talk, you know what I'm saying? Because I couldn't even get on the Bitcoin.org site as a wallet at that time. And yet here you were in Chicago telling people, hey, great wallet for iOS, the only one you can get this wallet, right? And then that's when people were like, oh, Andrea said it, so I guess it's okay. And I still couldn't get on Bitcoin. I still have never gotten my wallet on Bitcoin.org, even though at the time it was the only place. So that validation thing, speak to the validation of Wall Street, right? And why Wall Street is so ingrained in us it's almost from a Wall Street, the US dollar is ingrained in us from a psychological level. Talk about that and why it's so difficult to tell people about Bitcoin because they're so indoctrinated. Like, talk about that a little bit, man.
All right, let me give you a parallel, which is one of my favorite movies of all time, Monty Python's The Life of Brian. And it's the story of the Messiah, right? And the Messiah is trying to tell them to think for themselves. And he stands on a high balcony and he's telling his hundreds of followers, okay, I need you to stop following me. We'll stop following you. I need you to think for yourselves. We'll think for ourselves. What should we think? And no matter how hard the Messiah tries, the followers just keep repeating everything the Messiah says and completely miss the whole point, right? Yep. And what this speaks to is the fact that as a species, we want leadership, we want authority, we want someone else to make the difficult decision so that we don't have to make it, so that we don't have to take a risk, right? And that's a convenient adaptation for a social species, but it's also dangerous, right? Because what that does is it gives enormous power to the people who can sweet talk a crowd the most. And it's a very dangerous kind of tendency. And yet you see it, for years we've been talking about this and going, hey, people, this is a leaderless movement. You need to think for yourself. Don't take what I'm saying. Here's some resources so you can do some research. Here's a bunch of choices. I'm not endorsing a single thing. And I'm being very, very careful not to endorse companies, not to endorse projects, because what happens is that people take that endorsement as a substitute for their own research, decision-making, research, critical thinking, etc. Right. And that can backfire really, really badly. One day you're on a pedestal and everybody respects you, then you make a mistake because we're humans, right? We make mistakes. And then everybody's like, see, I got burned because Andreas endorsed this project. So I've been very, very careful not to do that. when I talk about projects, I talk about projects that I find interesting and always ones that I have absolutely no financial incentive or even perceived conflict of interest.
Right.
And only because I'm interested in the technology or I'm interested in the project. So when I talked about Fiva Wallet, it was because, you know, it was a really easy to use wallet that I had used repeatedly to give people demonstrations. You know, these are the days when I would go to a conference and I would give out 10, 15, 20 Bitcoin.
Me too.
To complete strangers.
Right.
In little bits, like, here, half a Bitcoin, here, try it out. Let's set you up with a wallet. I'll give you half a Bitcoin so you can get started.
Right.
And, you know, it was a matter of, okay, what wallet can I use that works on iOS? And there were no wallets on iOS at the time. So half the people who came to me with iPhones, I couldn't help. What wallet works on iOS, easy to use, non-custodial? And it was Fiva. Really, there was only one choice. So anyhow, well, I wasn't trying to do anything with that endorsement. I was trying to solve a problem. And the problem was how to introduce people.
You're trying to give people Bitcoin. And the crazy thing is that now I feel like we're in this weird space where we've accepted the validation. And what I mean by that is, I remember the tagline of not your keys, not your Bitcoin, right? That was what everybody was talking about all the time. Oh, I couldn't even see it. Yes,
not your keys, not your coins. I have it in mugs now. it's probably the most successful 6 words I've ever said in my life.
That's the truth. And I think we've all sold out to the Cash Apps, the Robin Hoods, because, and it's not necessarily selling out, it's just that as people got adopted, as people begin to adopt it, those are the places they can get them quicker. Because it used to be you have to come to a Bitcoin conference and meet somebody like Andrea Salomar who would get you a wallet and then send you some coins, right? It used to be that way. Now people are using links and going to these websites and they're able to get cryptocurrency really fast. But and I want to talk about this.
Don't you worry. Don't you worry one bit, my friend. Those days are going to end, and they're going to end abruptly and with a very, very big bang. You think they're going to let this continue? The reason that the Cash Apps and the Robin Hoods and all of these companies can play with Bitcoin now is because it's not important. It's not systemically threatening to the financial services industry. And because the vast majority of people don't need it in Western developed countries and therefore are not really that big of a threat. But you know, we're heading into an economic system that increasingly makes this necessary. When you turn a country into a third world country overnight, then you expect the next thing that happens is third world economics. And in third world economics, Bitcoin is useful. So it's getting useful for Americans, not because Bitcoin got better, but because the US dollar is rapidly heading in the wrong direction. So here's the thing. When it gets useful, you think you're going to be able to go on an app and get it? Absolutely not. They're going to shut down every single on-ramp. And as they do so, they're going to demand more and more hoops and more barriers. KYC AML is nothing, just wait. It's going to get much, much more difficult. And then, of course, what that means is that Bitcoin is going to trend more stealthy, more coin joins, more stealthy addresses, more non-reuse of addresses, more even confidential transactions maybe. And the other privacy coins are also going to grow. And so we're looking at a system that's going to diverge. You will not have legitimate organizations using Bitcoin because Bitcoin is going to be illegitimate because legitimacy is only bought by complying with a broken system. And Bitcoin can comply.
Say that one more time. Legitimacy is, say it one more time. Legitimacy is
bought by complying.
Yes.
Right? So eventually, people are going to have to choose. They're going to have to choose between a Bitcoin that works and actually solves a problem, or a Bitcoin that's legitimate and owned by the banks but doesn't actually solve any problems, because if it did, it would be illegal. It's as simple as that.
So here's my theory. Here's my theory, right? Because I keep seeing this. don't you think that the government has realized that Bitcoin is far more trackable if given KYC, AML on every address, is far more trackable than cash? So they almost might opt us into it just to watch us even more, to survey us. That's my idea, because the more and more you have to, the on and off ramps are way different than they used to be. I remember going to Starbucks and getting my Bitcoin from some dude that had a hoodie on sometimes, you know what I mean? And I would go and sell and give Bitcoin that same way, right? Back in the day. Now,
I don't think that's gonna last though. I mean, I really don't think that's gonna last. No, I don't, because push is gonna come to shove. There's no way, because of course that kind of Bitcoin can never be legitimate enough. Okay, so you do KYC and AML, but then there's this pesky 21 million upper limit that means they can't inflate it to shit. So how are they going to deal with that? They're going to demand changes to the protocol. When they demand changes to the protocol, they're going to end up forking it into JP Morgan Chase coin. And at that point, those things will exist. You are going to get weak copies of Bitcoin that are pretending to be the real thing, but that have none of the revolutionary, innovative, disruptive capabilities. But there will still be a coin that does, or several coins. In fact, now it's a whole ecosystem of coins that still have the revolutionary capabilities. I have a slogan I use for this, which is, you've got to think of this as our current economy is a plane. It's on fire, and I've got a parachute. So the main thing I'm caring about right now is, does the ripcord work? Bitcoin is a ripcord blockchain. What do I mean by ripcord? Ripcord, revolutionary, immutable, public, collaborative, open, resistant, and decentralized. That's what a ripcord is. And you'd better have one on your parachute, because if your blockchain isn't revolutionary, immutable, public, collaborative, open, resistant, and decentralized, then what it is a bank coin or a Fed coin or a Facebook coin. And then it's just a mechanism for surveillance. Right. And it's pointless. There's no point in doing that. We already have that. The US dollar just in digital format. We don't need that. The world doesn't need more of that, although a lot of people will buy it. So these things are going to come to a head. This is not going to be a simple, easy transition. The bankers are not going to go, oh, well, I guess we should just reset the system and transfer wealth in the way it's never happened before. And I criticize the people who sell this idea of hyper-Bitcoinization or a kind of a voluntary transfer of power. Never happened in history, not going to happen now. We're in for a fight, and in that fight, they're going to first call us criminals for using this technology, and then they're going to say that it was Bitcoin that crashed the global economy because it offered an exit. So for the few people who do exit, it's going to get blamed. And I've done a whole talk about this particular thing, which ends to the tune of, we didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning. Which I can't hum with a tune because then we'd get a copyright strike on this video, but you get the point.
No, I get it. I know. I really get it. And I think that what you just said is exactly why I am so, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling weird about Bitcoin in its current state, because it feels like a lot of those of us who were early in the beginning have sold out to the fact that its value is based on this fiat currency that we said had no value in the first place.
But that's because you can. And that's really effectively it's a form of privilege of living in a Western developed country where your currency isn't completely useless, where you can still buy food, shelter, healthcare, and an exit ticket with your currency. When you can't, those kinds of illusions wash away very, very quickly. So to me, Bitcoin has always been important because it is the currency of last resort. It is the system that maintains its principles when it is a matter of life and death, when they're trying to actively shut things down, where they're trying to prevent you from exiting from the system, because if enough people exit from the system dies. And so that's when it becomes useful. Until then, it's a toy. And so, yeah, we're having some fun playing with this toy right now. But to many people around the world, it's not a toy. It was never a toy. You know, I work with people in Venezuela. I work with people in other countries who need this in order to buy medication, in order to buy food. They use Bitcoin as a way to protect their family from disaster, and in many cases, to help their family exit as refugees from these kinds of situations. To me, that's what's important. That's where this thing has a unique application that when push comes to shove, other systems won't do. If they can shut it down, if it requires permission, then when push comes to shove, they stop giving permission and they shut it down. So that's when Bitcoin shines. It's when they don't want it to anymore. And right now we're in the honeymoon period. It's a toy. It's making some people money. It's losing other people money. It goes up, it goes down. You know, that's all noise. It's not really meaningful. But the thing is, Bitcoin hasn't changed. Its fundamental properties haven't changed one bit.
The same.
It's exactly the same, and it does what it's supposed to do. Just because people can't see what it's supposed to do doesn't mean that it's not doing it. And so from that perspective, I'm still optimistic. And I'm also optimistic because beyond Bitcoin, the system, and blockchain technology as a theme, the basic ideas of decentralization, of robust money, of uncensorable systems, of peer-to-peer networking in the form of money and smart contracts and all kinds of other things have now spread beyond Bitcoin. There is now a massive ecosystem of developers who both understand why and can also execute the how to make these systems again and again and again. And if you take one down, another one pops up in its place and is more robust and solves the, you know, if you manage to find a bug in one of these systems and you crash it, then the system that pops up in its place has a fix for that one bug. And so once you create that kind of momentum of innovation, this thing is unstoppable. It's no longer a single technology or a single network. It's a movement. It's a technological movement that transforms how we govern ourselves, how we manage money, how we connect as a global society. And I think those are the interesting. So I don't lose hope. I think that there's more innovation, more excitement, more enthusiasm, more participation, more strength now than ever before in our entire industry.
I can agree with that, but at the same time, it's like we don't have enough people educating folks, right? And what I mean by that is that most of the people that are getting in right now, they're hearing about Bitcoin and it's becoming this speculative asset that they can maybe get rich from, and rich in fiat currency. And so
I'm not that worried about it, because nowadays the people who think they can get rich off this stuff are not even looking at Bitcoin. They're diving straight into yield farming on Yams and Yeefi and Hex and 1,000 other systems, and that's great. You can have them. You know, if anything, the people left who are still interested in Bitcoin are the curmudgeons. You know, it's all of the get off my lawn
like
people.
Myself. Because I really like even for the Black Blockchain Conference Summit, I want the Black people that are watching this right now to understand this, that what we're talking about is make sure you start understanding the old school, we call them old school, but old school principles of what we used to do back in the day. Make sure you understand how to create wallets or how to own your own keys, and understand the importance of having your own keys. Understand that the decentralization is what gives it its power at the end of the day, right? Not having a single point of failure. Like those types of things. I was even looking at an article on one of these new DeFi systems that was supposed to be decentralized, and you come to find out it is like the most centralized thing you've ever seen, and there's $100 million worth of value locked up into this centralized thing. And it's like, we're
it's not the most central, but even those DeFi
not
things,
the most centralized, but you know what I'm saying.
I'll tell you, the most centralized thing is run by a dude called Steve Mnuchin, and it's called the US dollar, and it's a Ponzi scheme of monumental proportions that at the drop of a hat can divert $6 or $7 trillion to the military industrial complex and the big banks and all of the big corporations. Boeing gets a bailout. All of these like shitty failed companies, these dinosaurs get bailouts, and then after all that's happened in a weekend, everybody goes, but we can't do unemployment. We don't have any money left.
Right.
That is a centralized system. You can't do, even in the DeFi systems that you're describing, you can't do that. So I think we should maintain a sense of proportion and perspective here. Even the most centralized of the decentralized protocols are still somewhat decentralized.
Right.
And they're still somewhat robust, and they're still an improvement of what we have before. That doesn't mean they're all good. Many of them are complete garbage. But what we're doing right now is exploring and experimenting in a completely new environment. And
that's the fun part about all of it, right? It's like we're experimenting. It's always an experiment. It always works. Here's my question. Because you've seen it, right? We've been along this journey. I think I got in probably a year after you, like from a timeline standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been along this journey. Shout out to Adam B. Levine, man, not the singer.
But my co-host on Let's Talk Bitcoin, the original Let's Talk Bitcoin show.
The original Let's Talk Bitcoin, my man. And I appreciate him too. But we've been on this journey for a while, and I've just seen it move, but I'm always holding. So people ask me all the time, I'm just like you from the standpoint of I don't recommend or I don't disparage anybody from getting into anything. I just literally just shoot the facts. Here's the technology. This is what it is. You make your own decision. But I've held over the time, right? And I've held on to the coin, and I still have. I guess I just want this freedom so bad. You know what I mean? Like I want people to understand, especially because this is the Black Blockchain Summit. So we have to talk about that, right? From a justice standpoint. Right. We got to talk about the fact that Bitcoin actually allows people who are economically oppressed in this country to actually hold on to something that no one else controls and no one can take from you if you understand how to control your keys. No one can take it from you. They can't keep you from sending the value. Those types of principles are things that I think I am holding on for, right? Like that's what I'm here for. Can you talk about let's just talk about a little about the social justice. And I'm gonna let y'all know, one of the things Andreas told me a long time ago, and I don't even know if he remembers this, but he was telling me about the neighborhood he lived in and he kept cameras in his car just for the police. And I don't know if you remember telling me that, man. I always remember that because I'm like, that is a cold-blooded thing, right? Like, put the cameras in your car because if they want to trip, you got them, right?
But that's because they fucked with me repeatedly. Right. And the reason was I lived in a neighborhood, Flatbush Avenue, 71st Precinct, NYPD. The most thuggish gang in New York. And on a daily basis, I would watch them brutalize people. And because I lived in that neighborhood, they tried to brutalize me too. And here's the bottom line.
Right.
We talk about empowerment, we talk about social justice. When we're talking about these technologies, that's one aspect of it is using technology to give yourself superpowers, right? So various technologies over time have given individuals superpowers, whether it's the printing press or a laptop that allows you to be a TV station like we're doing now, or be a blogger so you can compete with the news media, or be a journalist by using your smartphone to record the truth of what's happening on the street. All of these things are technologies that give individuals superpowers. And so when you decentralize technology like that, you give so many people superpowers that they can even fight against highly centralized, very powerful adversaries like an organized state that is trying to remove their freedoms. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is the economic one. we talked about the on-ramps and whether they're going to close them down or whether you can do Robinhood or Cash App or stuff like that. Here's the thing that what most people forget and ignore about what Bitcoin is and how you should look at it. People ask me all the time, should I buy Bitcoin now? How should I buy Bitcoin? And my answer has always been the same for the past 7 years. Don't buy it, earn it. Earn it. Why? Because the largest peer-to-peer decentralized exchange for fiat to crypto is the labor market. Always has been. It's been the largest decentralized exchange of value in the world, is people paying people for products and services and their labor. The labor market is the way, it's completely uncensorable, it's completely peer-to-peer, it's anonymous, it allows you to go in your local community and exchange value directly without intermediates, without corporations taking a cut, without the banks taking a cut, without anybody being able to stop you, without needing a license to exercise your profession and all of that. So one thing is earn it. But here's the other thing. When you switch to earning instead of buying, and you're no longer working for dollars, taking those dollars, converting them into crypto and saving your crypto, you fundamentally change the relationship between yourself and money. And the reason you do that is because not only are you fully entering the economy and turning it into a circular economy where you get paid in cryptocurrency for your labor and services, and then you pay others in cryptocurrency for their labor, products, and services. So there are no on-ramps and off-ramps. It's a closed economy. It's a circular economy. And to me, that's always been the ultimate goal. But here's the other thing. When you go into that economy, it's a very important statement of principles, and it's a very powerful move, because what you're also doing is you're exiting. You are withdrawing from the system that is taking a cut out of every day, every hour you work. The most appalling thing that I see, and I saw it at my time in Brooklyn, was that you had a community, a local community, that was being policed by suburban cops that were coming in from Staten Island, right, and policing a neighborhood that wasn't theirs, and with extreme brutality, extreme corruption, and murderous intent all the time. And the worst thing about that was that they were being paid out of the sweat and labor of the people in that community that they were brutalizing. So the end result is that not only do you end up getting brutalized by the state, and this is not just this is a global phenomenon. This happens everywhere. This is a constant power struggle between centralized organizations and states against the communities they supposedly serve. Not only were people in that neighborhood being brutalized, but they were paying for the privilege that was coming out of their payroll taxes. State and local taxes in places like that are regressive. They're a part of your paycheck no matter what income you're making, and it's taken out of your paycheck before you even get paid. So if you're getting paid in that way, if you're getting paid through that mechanism, you're paying for the cop who commutes into your neighborhood in order to brutalize you. That to me is unacceptable. So the power move is not only to earn crypto, but to withdraw your participation, your creative potential, your labor, from a system that uses all of those things against you. Now, obviously, that doesn't apply to me. I mean, even in that neighborhood, yeah, I got harassed by cops. I got manhandled a couple of times because I refused to play along with their stupid games. I asserted my rights, but that was nothing compared to the daily indignities that were happening just outside my window. And so, you know, this is about spreading that message in my mind. And the problem is that we talk about empowering the unbanked, the underbanked, and those who are oppressed in places like Venezuela. Well, guess what? Brooklyn is, in many ways, a little Venezuela, right? There are pockets in every country where people live under the thumb of oppression. And so these lessons apply there too. It's not for the people across the river in Wall Street. It was never for them.
Well, look, here's the thing, Andrea. So let's talk about this really quick, because I just want to. One of the things that that interests me from the very beginning, I was trying to, myself and Leif, I don't know if you remember Leif, but we were trying to figure out how to give everyone in the hood a Bitcoin miner back in the day. Yeah. And we wanted to give them a miner and then allow them to utilize the free electricity that was subsidized by the government to run that miner, right?
Right.
But guess what happened? As we started on that path, ASICs came in. And it's a whole lot harder to get people with the ASICs, right? Get them to start mining because of the cost, the expense. So what do you think, cost. Yeah, what do you think about it, about the fact that now the mining has gone into the hands of, which we knew that was going to happen. And I'm going to ask you another question, because I always ask this to people who've been in the game for a while. What do you think about the mining going into the hands, because Bitcoin was built on a capital structure, like he who has the most can mine the most, right? What do you think about it going into the hands of those that have the most fiat money or fiat value in the first place? Like, what do you think about that? And do you think that is could that become a problem in the future? I have to ask that question because
absolutely.
Everyone else asked that question that supports all of these other coins. So I want to ask you that and see what you think about that.
So I hope I can answer this as directly as possible and not dodge the question at all. Yes. The bottom line is that you cannot change the Gini coefficient, the coefficient of inequality, income inequality, and wealth inequality with cryptocurrency, at least as conceived today. The rich get richer is not a feature of money, it's a feature of society. And any society in which you have free flow of capital will accumulate in that way. We're not going to change that. Here's the difference. The difference is, if you accumulate capital, can you use that accumulation of capital to change the very rules of the game and tilt the playing field in your favor so that everybody else doesn't even have a chance? And I think that's the real thing, because we're not just talking about the ability to accumulate capital. We're talking about that in every other system, those who accumulate capital can turn around and then rig the game in their favor. And when they do that, then it's no longer an issue of income inequality. It's an issue of economic, political power inequality. And control. So we're not going to solve the fact that those who start off with more capital can accumulate more capital. Whether it's proof of work, where it becomes a capital expense in buying silicon, and how close you are to silicon fabrication, and how much capital you can deploy in order to build $100 million warehouse full of ASIC miners. And then, of course, the answer to that is not proof of stake, because proof of stake does the exact same thing. In order to bootstrap a proof of stake system, you have to have a pre-mine. You have to have a pre-allocation of capital to people you trust to not break the system on the first day, right? Otherwise, the system isn't stable. So in order to protect the network, you're going to have some kind of pre-allocation. Proof of stake cannot bootstrap from zero. Proof of work bootstraps from zero, but then becomes a manufacturing industrial scale capital intensive operation. And proof of stake becomes a capital intensive operation because you have to bootstrap it. Both of these create a system whereby the rich get richer. And that's because that's how society works. It has nothing to do with cryptocurrency. Now, the question is, once the rich get richer, or when the rich already have some advantage, can they then turn around and change the rules of the system? They can't. In Bitcoin, they certainly can't. How do I know? They tried. In 2017, they tried. Not only did the miners try to change the rules of consensus, but several very, very big companies, exchanges, merchant companies, etc., and several multi-millionaires, perhaps billionaires, also tried to change the rules against the will of consensus. They failed. Not only did they fail, some of them lost $500 million failing. That is the point. So even if you have a system that reflects society's natural tendency, the accumulation, the Pareto distribution, 20% of the people get 80% of the gains, et cetera, you can still make a system where you can't buy yourself a new set of rules and shut out any possibility of anyone else advancing. And at least in this system where we have very free, very open markets, there is an opportunity by applying critical thinking, by understanding and being able to see which technologies have merit versus which technologies do not, that you can actually get a leg up, if you like, and climb up a ladder of success, financial success, technological success, skills, whatever, with some element of meritocracy, because you can't have the rules change from under you. That to me means something. It's not perfect. We can't just magically change human nature, but it is a massive improvement over what we have otherwise. At least in this scenario, the people who buy ASICs, the people who do proof of stake, the people who run this technology have to take enormous risk. And if that risk doesn't play out, nobody's going to bail them out, you know? And that's not how the traditional financial system works. Traditional financial system works in such a way as to encourage monopoly operation, rent-seeking behavior, and parasitic exploitation. And eventually the game gets completely rigged so that what you see on the surface is completely fake. Now, I think we can do better than that.
Well, here's the question. So, two things. Number one, I always envision, and I think about this, and I've talked to a lot of people about it, just to throw it out there as an idea. What if, instead of building Bitcoin based on capitalist principles, what if Bitcoin was built on more of a socialist type of a principle, wherein as anyone that is actually participating in the network itself actually got a share of every block that came through, right? How do you think that would change the entire paradigm, right? So that all you have to do is be running a node. It would recognize that you're running a node, and that would allow you to then mint yourself at that moment that your share of the network. What do you think that?
So I think I think the fundamental concept here is, I'm going to flip it on its head. Rather than thinking about how you change Bitcoin, think instead of each blockchain, each competing blockchain being a package that includes a set of rules, a monetary and economic system, and a community that is voluntarily participating. When you choose a blockchain, you choose for whatever proportion of your labor or capital that you put in, you choose to participate in this system of rules voluntarily, and that means you agree to all of the rules and terms and conditions, right? Now, you don't have to just choose one system, and most importantly, you don't have to move from the place you are. You can choose a different system while remaining exactly where you are, which breaks one of the main things that I think is broken about our current system, which is, if you're born in X place, you inherit all of the rules of the place of birth and have no other choice. It's a monopoly system, right? If you're lucky enough and you can travel, if your passport allows you to travel, maybe you can go and try your luck in another system with another set of rules. They're probably going to take away your children and put them in cages to make sure that doesn't happen. But the bottom line is that the system comes with a geography. The beautiful thing about blockchains and this idea of creating a virtual economy is that you can enter voluntarily, you can participate with a known set of rules. If you don't like it, you can exit voluntarily, enter another system. You could enter more than one system simultaneously. You could diversify across several ones, and everyone comes with the other voluntary participants who are your economy, the people you can trade with, and a set of rules that don't change, even if very powerful people in the system want them to change. So the simple answer is, Bitcoin as it is has a certain point of view, an economic, political, monetary point of view. And those who participate in that have chosen it, they like it. It's not going to change. That's the beauty. It isn't going to change. If you don't like it, you don't change Bitcoin. What you do is you exit and enter another system.
Right.
And we can build other systems. We can build systems that have other monetary characteristics, other economic and political characteristics, and they can be voluntary in their participation. Now, to the point of using a system that resembles socialism or universal basic income or a Marxist mud harvesting autonomous collective from another Monty Python's favorite movie. So that we can get away from, you know, a system of government based on a watery tart pulling out a sword from a rock. The basic idea here is you could have a system like that. You have to solve one fundamental problem, and that fundamental problem in distributed systems we call Sybil resistance, SYBIL. So the idea is this: if you wanted to have one node, one vote, how do you know that a node is run by one person and that one person can't run more nodes and pretend to have more participation in the system and therefore earn more of the rewards? If there's a universal basic income in the system or some kind of redistribution of the reward of mining or whatever you want to call it, how do you ensure that the participation is equitable on a one person, one vote? Satoshi tried to do this with one CPU, one vote, and the introduction of ASICs very quickly turned that into one industrial scale $100 million manufacturing facility, one vote, right?
Right.
For whoever can afford that. Right. Now, if you wanted to do that, if everybody runs a node, the problem is you can't tell the difference between a node that belongs to one person that is an honest participant and providing resources for the system versus 1,000 nodes that belong to one person, 100,000 nodes that belong to one person that simply has the capital to deploy as many of these Sybils, sock puppets, if you want, in order to take a bigger share. So that's a very interesting problem to solve, and people have been trying to solve that problem. In fact, Satoshi Nakamoto's proof of work system is a solution to that problem, very specifically a solution to that problem. And it's not a perfect solution, but you can't fake proof of work. So it's a better solution than simply giving every IP address participation in consensus. Right. I think it's interesting to explore these things, and I'm not afraid of the idea that other people may have different political, economic, socioeconomic opinions than I do and may want to participate in different systems. The good news is they can't change Bitcoin because Bitcoin has a specific point of view and it's robust. They can experiment with other systems. And one of the beautiful things that's happened in this industry is everyone's experimenting. So you're going to see every political system imaginable, including many that have never been tried before, be expressed as a consensus network. This is the essence of this. This is politics as a network protocol, economics as a network protocol, social governance, voting, elections, how we manage our affairs as a network protocol, everything as a network protocol. And some will be robust and some won't and will fail. But the beauty is you can choose. And I think that's the most amazing thing that Satoshi Nakamoto did, open the door to a system where we all have a choice to voluntarily participate in a system, and then build a system that makes for a very good choice, at least for me.
Right. So here's one last question, man. I'll ask you another question because I know it's getting close to the hour. What's the future, man? Like if I were able to give you a magic wand and you hit the future, like where do you want to see Bitcoin in the future outside of people having their own keys? Like where do you want to see this go into the future?
I think the most important thing that needs to happen, well, I think there are two things that need to happen in the Bitcoin space, but also in the broader cryptocurrency space. In Bitcoin, I think the most important thing is privacy. privacy over everything else. If we don't make Bitcoin more private and more fungible, it will not survive a concerted state-level attack that attempts to punish people for using it. So you can't stop people from using it. You can't stop them from starting to use it. And you can't confiscate their money.
Right.
But you can confiscate their family and throw them into a dungeon. You can confiscate, you can take possession of their bodies and throw them into a dungeon. And so if using this system has in real life consequences to your physical safety, then we have a problem. Anonymity is the only way we can make robust systems that allow individuals to assert their rights and their freedoms without then being punished by an authoritarian system. And so right now, there are a few authoritarian systems that are trying to punish people who get involved in Bitcoin. Most places don't, so it's all kumbaya. We have a narrow window of opportunity. This is the honeymoon period. And in this honeymoon period, we need to take this cute little gecko and turn it into a Komodo dragon of a cryptocurrency. Scaly, ugly, biting, and willing to defend itself, because it will come under attack. The only reason it hasn't is because it's not systemically dangerous yet. And I strongly believe that. And if Bitcoin doesn't do it, that doesn't mean the end is here. It just means that other systems will. And that's why I'm also interested in privacy coins, because I think that's a very important factor. That's more important than scaling. It's more important than user interface design. It's more important than the next moonshot, because all of the systems that take shortcuts on privacy, on decentralization, on robustness, in order to get to mass adoption, to scaling, to whatever else, open themselves up to being turned off when the going gets tough, right? So if they become successful, then they can easily be disrupted. And that means we're not going anywhere. So that's where I think we should go with Bitcoin.
Because hold on, before you go on, let me ask you that from a privacy standpoint. If we did not buy into the we need fiat for Bitcoin, it would probably make it not going to be completely anonymous, but it would make it a lot more pseudonymous than it is now, because there would be no connectivity to an actual human being at that point, right? If we the fact that we continue to keep trading it for fiat in and out, and because the fiat system we have to have KYC AML, then that kind of has. Because like I said, I used to meet people that I never have seen before, get the Bitcoin, go on my way, and we would never see each other again. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, I didn't ask their name. We just made sure it was a transaction directly. I get the Bitcoin, he gets the dollars, and we keep moving. You see what I'm saying? If we didn't buy into this fiat thing, wouldn't that be a lot better if we finally got to the point where we built systems that were completely around Bitcoin? Because once you get there, it wouldn't do those kind of things.
It wouldn't be enough. And the reason it wouldn't be enough is because if you have privacy and anonymity today and you make transactions, but in the future your privacy is breached, right? They got you. They got you on a bullshit charge. You're just driving in your neighborhood and they're like, your headlight is broken, sir. You're like, what? My headlight isn't broken. Now it is. Step out of the vehicle. Give me your phone. Use your finger to unlock it. You don't have an option. Great. Who are these people you're transacting with? Now you are in trouble. And the problem is that we can go back in the history and unravel everything you've ever done on this blockchain, which maybe at the time was perfectly illegal. You donated. Lamar, I see here that in 2017 you donated to BLM. Very, very progressive of you. But of course, now BLM is a terrorist organization and we're sending them to Guantanamo. So unfortunately, retroactively, you see, that's what happens in authoritarian states. Maybe it doesn't happen in the US. Let's hope it fucking doesn't. But it is happening right now in Hong Kong. It is happening right now in Russia. It is happening right now throughout China.
Right.
And so, therefore, it's not good enough to simply stop the points at which identity gets affixed or attached to your addresses. You have to go back and not leave trails that become incriminating evidence for crimes you didn't even know you were committing because they weren't crimes when you were doing them. And if you don't have that level of robustness, you have a problem, which is why we need to sort this stuff out. So I still think this is the top priority for Bitcoin, and for every blockchain.
And it's funny because I started to experiment and research Green a lot, right? I was there really early on. And a lot of people, because of its drop off in fiat, stop looking at it as much, right? Not realizing that the technology behind it can actually help us a lot moving forward, even if we added it to something like Bitcoin. So I'm with you, man. Like, I am so anti-surveillance. It's crazy. Like, I literally just got a phone SIM card after a long time, just because it's not that I don't, like, the stuff I do is not anything illegal. It's just that I don't want people, like you said, to go back and connect me and say, well, you know, you did this with such and such. And so I think it's extremely important. But yeah, let's go on to the future.
Illegal is an issue of a moment in time and the prevailing characteristics of a society, right?
It's bull, because it was illegal to free a slave.
It was illegal to free a slave. Everything, it was absolutely illegal for George Washington to raise an army against his king. You know, all of those things were illegal. The bottom line here is that retroactively we can pretend that there's no need for a struggle, and you can say nice palliative things like, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, and all of that bullshit. But the bottom line is that, and this is a very important part of my principles, without privacy, you have no other rights. It's as simple as that. Without privacy, you don't have speech. Without privacy, you don't have freedom of association, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, freedom of movement, freedom against search, freedom of your bodily integrity. You don't have any of those freedoms, because if they can't stop you from acting, they can punish you after the fact for acting in ways that were absolutely within your rights at the time when you acted. And if you can be stripped of your freedom, you can be stripped of every single freedom and right you have if you are stripped of your privacy. Let me give you one example so you can understand. So hopefully our audience can understand how important this is. Do you know they have elections in North Korea?
No.
Yeah. So they have free elections in North Korea. You can vote. There's one small difference, apart from the fact that they pick who can run. But there is an opponent to Kim Jong-un every time they have elections. The only difference is that when you fill in your ballot, you have to show it to the party official before you put it in the box. That's it. That's the only difference. You can vote for whoever you want, and watch your family disappear 30 minutes later. That's the only difference. They just take away a tiny smidgen of privacy. They take the secrecy of the vote out of it. You have to cast your ballot openly in front of the party official, and you can vote for whoever you want at penalty of death for making the wrong vote. So privacy is a foundational freedom, and without it, all of the other things wash away so quickly. And I think, I come from Europe. I grew up, my father grew up in a village that was occupied by the Nazis. He told me the stories of the Gestapo walking in his street and pulling people out of their homes at night. In Europe, this shit is recent, it's real, it's understood, and it's very, very top of mind for people. Americans haven't had that experience yet. And that's wonderful. I hope I hope we never do. But one of the things that Europeans understand very, very clearly, and we've seen it again in Yugoslavia, we've seen it in Rwanda, we've seen it in a whole bunch of other places, is that in a week, everything can change. You can think you have a middle-class, open democracy of, just like the Yugoslavians thought, wonderful, flourishing democracy, and then 2 weeks later, you're dealing with genocide. This shit happens fast, and there will always be some people who just go along with it. So the reason these technologies are important, and the reason privacy is important, is because it empowers individuals to resist capricious authoritarian power. And, I hope that you live in a place where you don't need that right now. How wonderful it is to be like that. Billions of people already live in places where they desperately need that. And so if you do this, do it for the right reasons, understand how this technology works, educate others on the principles, and do it for the other 6 billion before you become one of them.
Right. And now Bitcoin future, man. We want Antonopoulos Adamus. Like give us the Andreas future of Bitcoin, man. What do you think?
I think that this technology is full of surprises. One thing that I've realized from the very early days is that I wasn't expecting and was completely blindsided by the very invention of Bitcoin. And then again, by the invention of several other technologies that became part of Bitcoin. I was blindsided by other technologies that came out of Bitcoin, like Ethereum. Never expected that. I was blindsided again by the Lightning Network, Mimblewimble, and that technology. So every time I think I've got a handle and I can say, okay, there's a straight line from A to B as to where we're going.
Right.
Someone will come along and invent something and go, nope, we're going that way. Right. And you thought you could keep this contained? It is uncontainable. People talk about Bitcoin being a black swan event, a unanticipated, irreproducible, non-linear discontinuity with the past. Bitcoin isn't a black swan event. Bitcoin is a black swan factory. And it will continue to produce black swan events, one after the other, after the other. And just when you think you understand what it is, it turns again. And now it's not just Bitcoin. There's a whole ecosystem of black swan factories. This is the internet going from a mechanism of communication replaces the post office to a mechanism that replaces TV, news, entertainment, and media, newspapers, to now a mechanism that replaces politics, economics, monetary systems, governance. And I don't think there's any reason to believe it's going to stop fundamentally disrupting our reality in ways that redistribute power in radical ways.
And most people don't let go of power easily, right? This is a revolution you can fight with a few private keys. And so
yes, if we had asked for permission, they would have said no. Fortunately, no one asked.
Right. So yeah, Andreas, listen, thank you for coming to the Black Blockchain Summit. It's been amazing. Listen, I appreciate everything you've done for me in the past. Just being, good old dude, man. Real talk.
Thank you. I was honored to be invited, and thank you so much for making this a really fun experience for me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man, we got to do this again sometime and just chat, man, because
for sure.
I love what everybody's building, and hopefully we can get back together sometime. And you just keep doing what you're doing, Doc. Like keep spreading the gospel, keep telling folks what's going on with Bitcoin and explaining it in a way that people can actually digest it. So I appreciate you, man. So thank you. And
thank you.
I guess that's it, you guys. This session is closing. Back to John.
All right. That was really, truly a great session with Lamar Wilson and Andrea Antonopoulos, talking about the evolution of Bitcoin and blockchain. So I think I learned a lot, particularly, the beginnings of Bitcoin, how small a community the Bitcoin community was. And of course, the past 12 years have seen Bitcoin be widely adopted across the world. And hopefully it will continue to be a great solution. So there are a lot of comments on the live chat, people asking various questions about Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. I think it's a good time to say that everyone should do their research. And you can follow the hashtag Satoshi'sBlack on Twitter to see comments. You can also follow the BitHub Africa hashtag Melanin Academy. And we at BitHub Africa provide a lot of information on our website, www.melanin.academy, where you can learn more about blockchain and get more information you need to make decisions. So coming up next is our final session for the day, which is also a fireside chat between Mr. Sinclair Skinner, who is the co-founder of I Love Black People, and Max Kaiser, who is the founder of Heisenberg Capital, and also the producer and presenter of the Kaiser Report show on RT channel, or Russia Today. So Max Kaiser has been in the Bitcoin space for, I think, about 9 years or so, and has been one of the people educating people for a very long time. So this is going to be a very interesting conversation between two pioneers of Bitcoin technology and Bitcoin startups that are building on the Bitcoin blockchain. Mr. Sinclair Skinner is also the co-host of the Black Blockchain Summit, and is sort of the creator of this show. And it will be very interesting to see what they have for us. So grab your mug of coffee as we begin. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Max, for joining us for this fireside. We appreciate everything you've done for the Black Blockchain Summit and continue to do to inspire all of us. And just wanted to welcome you to this year's conference, where we're really focusing on this particular fireside on Satoshi is Black, reparations and revolutions, and really want to have an opportunity to kind of share some of your thoughts and some of the things that you've seen over this journey of Bitcoin as it relates to liberation and making sure we address these issues of banksters and oppression.
Yeah, Sinclair, my pleasure to be back with you and looking forward to a good chat.
Awesome. So I think the first thing, Satoshi is Black. I know in talking to you and trying to actually kind of ascertain, some of the ethos and some of the kind of like spiritual connection that so often gets lost in some of these techie talks. Can you kind of, go back to some of your origin stories as it relates to Bitcoin and the origins and how it actually manifests in the world today as well as it started?
Well, Sinclair, everything comes from black. Black is what was before the multiverse. It was black. And then we had our consciousness awakening. We had our multiverse became our universe, and we are living on planet Earth. And in Africa, we saw the beginning of humans. And in America, the whole cultural experience refers back to the Black experience, really. And it's in that Black experience, the phrase "I am a revolutionary" was a big part of the emancipation that is ongoing. And but those words were expressed and those words were articulated, and that poetry was put out into the mainstream. And Bitcoin is Black because it reflects the need for emancipation, and in this case, emancipation from fiat money. And I said back in 2011, when I first started talking about Bitcoin when it was $1, I said this was a natural for the Black community in America to embrace Bitcoin because it separates money from state, and to be emancipated from the state. And many would argue that America is primarily a white supremacist state.
All right. Tell it, Max.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm saying. So this is a way to divorce oneself from the state, and it's been very difficult to do that because the state has always had a monopoly on money since the beginning of money. Even with gold, which is, you could say, not directly tied to a state, but nevertheless the state is very much involved because of the sheer weight of gold. It needs to be stored, and that those storage facilities are surrounded by guards and military, and right back to the state. So not even gold separates money from state. Only Bitcoin separates money from state. And I've been talking to Sinclair about this a long time. We're good friends through the Bitcoin community, and this is a way for the Black community to do something they've been doing for a while. There's always been instances of Black Wall Street and Black empowerment, Black communities, and this has always met a wall of resistance from the state. And so now with Bitcoin, that push toward independence and true emancipation is truly possible. And then we saw in the last couple of years, Bitcoin and Black America. Of course, Isaiah Jackson's book came out. I think it's brilliant. It's really makes the case quite clearly what can be done with Bitcoin. He mentions me in the first few pages. I am listed in the book as a notable white man, which I think is it's going to be my epitaph, and is really it expresses the ideals of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights in a more perfect way. And so you and I and everyone in this community are going to keep working on this because we're in the same place, man. We're in the same place now.
Yeah, and I kind of want to even take some of that journey, because you went back to 2011, and just like Isaiah, you also exposed me to my first. I wouldn't know a Bitcoin from a bit hole if it wasn't for your Kaiser Report show and the things you were doing, and especially around, this is during the Occupy movement. I became very sensitized to some of these things, and I think you've met so many people and engaged so many brilliant minds that don't make it to the mainstream. One of our participants this year that you helped help me get acquainted with, John Perkins. We just had the passing of David Graeber. Are there any things? I mean, you talk to so many people, and when we're talking about the Black Blockchain Summit, and we're trying to leverage this technology for the liberation of the global Black community, I think what you've been able to do in such a unique way is leverage the minds of folks in ways that they could actually empower us. And I'm saying that again because I just even looked at one of your old episodes of Dave Graeber. I know y'all just did a tribute to him. Are there any things from either David Graeber with the debt? I got his book. I've been reading it, and it really starts to talk about demystifying. So often we hear about the so-called Industrial Revolution that did it, even though they don't talk about how it was done with the backs of enslaved human beings. They talk about barter, and then Dave Graeber kind of basically dismisses that whole concept that people may have never actually did those things the way. What has, with your journey of touching so many of the most amazing minds, what are some of the things that you would take away from those like a David Graeber that would be helpful to some of our listeners or participants. And of course, I thank God you have an archive of so many of these treasures that if you hadn't probably interviewed them, some of the things that they've said would have been so difficult. And you just basically pulled these people and curated it so much information. What can you do to share with us?
Well, you know, I draw a lot of inspiration from children, you know, because they are basically just fresh in their thinking, and they don't have any of the prejudices and the biases, and they look at things completely with wonderment. And that's the place we all want to be. Once we start to codify and we start to philosophize and categorize and specialize, we dilute knowledge and we dilute our experience as human beings. Whereas children, they just synthetically take it all in. And the lesson I learned is that every day is completely new and every day is completely fresh. The thing about Bitcoin is that it gives us a chance to be free. Everybody can be free from the state, free from a lot of the problems that come with fiat money, which is the system we live in now. And with that freedom comes multiple and infinite possibilities, and everyone gets to travel their own path. I mean, there's a lot of people I've talked to, a lot of people I've read, a lot of people I've met, and but at the end of the day, we want to go back to the place we were before all that, just completely open to the real, just be open. And so you see it in children, and we can achieve that sense of openness as well by sometimes it would require washing away everything we think we know. How much we don't know is so much greater than what we do know. It's by a huge factor, you know, tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of percentage of what we don't know still compared to what we know. We know almost nothing, except that we have an inherent desire to be free. You know, we want to be free to roam. We want to be free to take in life, unfiltered, uncensored. We just want to make conscious contact with something spiritual. That we're all spiritual. So that's getting back to Bitcoin. It's just it really has a way of changing people's consciousness, because once you start to accumulate Bitcoin, you're now flipping over from being a consumer to being a saver. So you're changing your behavior from being somebody who's thinking about consuming all the time and invariably going into debt to being somebody who's maybe not thinking about consuming all the time, somebody who's saving. And once you start saving, you achieve individual sovereignty, you achieve self-sovereignty and self-confidence in a lot of ways. You get closer to who you are, yourself. It's about self-knowledge, self-actualization, self-awareness, because you're not under that constant pressure of consuming and being in debt and living in a fiat money system. And so maybe Alan Watts, Alan Watts is somebody who I read as a teenager who led a big impression on me. You know, he wrote a book called The Taboo Against Knowing Who You Are, The Taboo Against Knowing Yourself, right? He was part of back in the 60s and 70s, there was a big movement in America embracing some more Eastern type philosophies. And Alan Watts was more of an Eastern Zen type philosopher. And this made a big impression on me, that the empty space is as important as the space. I remember a quote from Miles Davis. You know, they were asking him about his music, and he was said, you know, something to the effect of my best performances, you know, or my best musical expression is when I'm playing the rests, right? The absence of sound, right? That you know, he said that was some of his greatest work was when he had absolutely no notes whatsoever. And you know, this is something that I think Bitcoin can help us understand, because you remove that hyper pressure to consume, and to conform and to be liked, and which means to be less than. And what we all want to be is who we are. And a lot of times that means just sitting down and doing nothing, just meditating on that for a moment and getting in touch with yourself. And you can't do that if you're in debt, hyper consuming, and lack confidence because you don't have enough likes on Facebook. If you just walk away from that.
Wow. Now, I think the hard part, and I think you make it look a little easier, is that so many of our folks who are just getting into Bitcoin, or some of the folks who are been in the space as far as crypto or even technology, some of us are still caught up in the rat race. And I think what you just discussed is, I'm not going to say it was a nirvana or some type of trying to keep along with your, Eastern perspective, but how does the regular person who's getting into Bitcoin, how does the person with the startup and being driven, how do you create a balance? And I'm bringing this up because, again, you've had so much success and insight, and you kept that character of what you just expressed, you live it. How can you connect us and help us connect to what you're talking about as at least as a viable approach? I don't know if I'm saying it right, but what you just described, is not what we were told when we were in college what success is. Even our parents might not even say what you just described is success. But in so many ways, by your example, not even if you even said these words, just by your example of how you pursued your craft, it exhibits that. How can more of us, I don't care if I'm a baker, besides of course taking Bitcoin, how can we more embody some of the points you just made, do you think, practically as just a person?
Well, you mentioned success and how to be successful. And nobody knows really what success means unless they've gone through hardship and extreme hardship. So in other words, to know success, the only way you can know success is you must first go through complete and utter failure. The worst failure, the better, because then you know what success is. You can't, having never really failed and failed miserably, you can read about how to succeed, but it doesn't resonate with you, your soul and your spirit, because it just glances off of you, and you may go your whole life without really knowing either failure or success. So the way to achieve ultimate failure and miserable failure is you've got to take risks, number one. And so taking risks means that you might fail. Now, uniquely in the United States, in America, failure is not necessarily carries the same stigma that it does in Europe. In Europe, and I've lived in Europe for 20 years, if you fail once, it can really screw up your whole life, because the entire culture is based around government and the civil service. There's not really an entrepreneurial culture in Europe per se, as we know it here in the US. So we're lucky to be in the US, and we're lucky that we can fail, because once we fail here, we have a chance to try again and keep trying. And once you fail, and once you have a taste, therefore, of what success means in the context of failure, then the second big part of it is that anyone who has really failed and really felt terrible knows that there is only one way out, and that is one baby step at a time, 1 minute at a time, 1 hour at a time. And in the case of Bitcoin, this translates into, you can buy Bitcoin and own Bitcoin for as little as $1 or $5. If that's where you start, that's the beginning of your journey. If you have come through failure and you are hungry for success and you own $5 of Bitcoin, your entire mood is going to change from I'm dealing with failure to I'm now living in success. It can happen with $5. And if you do that consistently, step by step by step, over a period of time, a year, 5 years, 10 years, you will arrive at at a place you really want to be at. It's interesting to put this, I guess, into an analogy. If you're in an ocean vessel, a ship, and you want to cross the ocean, when you start that journey, if you just change your direction by 1 degree, by the time you get across that ocean, you're going to be in a much different place.
Go ahead. Good point. Yes, sir. I think what you're just, helping give us a context is that this space is more than just transactional. There is a spiritual part of it that I think only comes from being rooted and experience it over time and being able to share that. I think even with my individual entrepreneurial journey with you and your wife advising us on taking that leap with originally with BitMari. Again, so many things are coming up with, Satoshi is Black and inspiring us to make sure that we continued our journey with the Black Blockchain Summit. As it relates to the greater society right now, in this particular, mood where it's an election season in the United States, people are looking at so many issues in the Black community. We've seen so many people get their just due as reparations or treaties signed with different groups. One of the conversations, and again, someone that you featured, Tariq Nasheed, we even had Tariq come to Zimbabwe. He came and visited us. We were doing our projects for women farmers and the things that you helped out with Start Join. And definitely, I'm in the Dominican Republic. I don't know if you remember, with your platform, we were able to raise money for Haitian folks who were in the Dominican Republic who were actually getting deported. And with the funds we raised with Start Join, we were able to give them visas to over 30 families, and they can at least decide to leave with dignity. I just want to give a little shout out on that. How do you see, as we talk about, again, the current political climate, current economic climate, again, as a Black community, and this is not just in the United States, when I look at the colonial masters, after the Nazi Germany had did the wicked things to Jewish European folks, they had a Nuremberg trial where people were held accountable. They disrupted the whole supply chain that the Nazis had. They disbanded it. But no one ever went to prison for colonialism. Nobody went to prison for slavery. It was legal. And now there's still a disparity because those who benefited from it never had to be held accountable, and those who were not afforded the opportunity to have that access. And now we have a technology like Bitcoin that can actually give us access to ways that aren't wedded to that system that has been vested in so much of disparity and injustice.
There's been 2 ways to resolve this type of crisis: peacefully and not peacefully. And now with Bitcoin, we have kind of a variation on the theme of peace and peacefulness. So just to roll back here for a second. So, this does play into the conversation about reparations. And, we've been talking about reparations for a while. In my view, if the federal government can print 10, 20, 30 trillion dollars to bail out Wall Street, then they can certainly print 10, 15, 20 trillion dollars to create reparations for the Black community. It doesn't seem like that shouldn't be it shouldn't even be a debate. Just do it, right? Because you're putting, first of all, it would be better for the economy because you're putting 10, 15, 20 trillion dollars into actual consumers' hands who are going to spend it in their local communities. And it would immediately increase GDP in America, revitalize America, and it would be a smart economic move. By just giving that printed money to Wall Street, we know from looking at the chart that tracks money velocity, the rate at which money is going through the economy, we know it doesn't move. So it just stays in Wall Street. They're not doing anything with it. They're literally, you're giving guys like Warren Buffett a few $1 trillion who just literally sticks it in a drawer and forgets about it, where you might as well just give it to the Black community because it would enter the economy immediately and we'd have real economic growth. But, we're not going to see that happening because to use Tariq Nasheed's frame of we live in a white supremacist, the guiding principle of the government, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't use that frame to kind of understand what's happening politically. I don't see these types of outcomes. So that brings us back to Bitcoin. And as I've been saying since 2011, Black community with Bitcoin it's unconfiscatable, which is a key concept of Bitcoin if you're Black in America, because, wealth, look at the 2008 crisis, all those homes that were Black owned in New Orleans, and also after the hurricane, I believe Hurricane Katrina, right? There was a wholesale thievery of all those homes by mortgage bankers who had made faulty and illegal loans to begin with. They repossessed all those homes. It was the biggest seizure of Black wealth since Civil War days. This was an enormously tragic imposition by bankers on the Black community. But so with Bitcoin is unconfiscatable. That's very important. If you're living in a white supremacist environment, you don't want your shit stolen by whitey, right? That's an important factor. So that's number one.
All right, Mag, you can't say. I don't think we can curse. I don't think we can curse on here, man. You say shit, they're gonna,
Oh, okay. I retract that statement. And I apologize for speaking, in a way that would sully the bon ami, which is present here at the moment. But my point is that hopefully my point was gotten across. And
yes.
So second of all, so you have the separation of state and money, which is very important. You have a community that's is unified. I mean, the Black community is unified, right? They're ready to move as a block. So why not just say we're gonna make Bitcoin our currency? It's gonna be Bitcoin is Black. We're just gonna make it our currency. We're gonna trade using Bitcoin, and we're gonna stop using the U.S. dollar. Why not do that? Do it now. I mean, other countries are going to start doing it. The Black community in America can secede from the fiat money today by saying we're not going to be using fiat money anymore. We're only going to use Bitcoin. Tariq Nasheed, we got to get him on this because he's kind of resistant to it for whatever reasons, but let's try to organize this.
Now, I think you just drove home a great point. Even when we talk about the Tulsa massacre, where Black wealth was acquired and it was bombed and destroyed, the fact that, again, being able to protect your community, which is one of the things that enslavement, colonial masters, the first thing they did, they took your ability to actually have sovereignty, to actually control your community, your family, your environment, and to give you something that can't be confiscated, that's immutable, that allows you to have that level of protection from the state or from any bad actors trying to harm you. I think we don't have those conversations contextually like that. Again, I think some of the conversations that we're trying to create with the Black Blockchain Summit is connecting some of the real world concepts you just posed with actual solutions that can be scaled and leveraged with technology. And I think with amazing brothers like you referenced, like Tariq Nasheed, and even traditional leaders in the Black community or thought leaders in the Black community, there's often a disconnect between that amazing insight and how to leverage technology to do it. And I've even seen it in Africa, where you have brilliant people on the continent, but the folks who are in control of research and development, unfortunately, are by and large European. And even in the African American community, oftentimes when we try to connect with technology, the outcomes of technology are not centered around issues of 500 years of oppression. You might have somebody who comes up with a new app that does a better way to figure out if your dog is happy or sad or something. So I think what you're saying, in connecting these real world issues to real world solutions that don't require us to wait for November 3rd or any other election day. These are things that we can do for ourselves in the consensus, and again, using Bitcoin, and we, under our own consensus, decide that we can work with each other and transact with each other in a way that allows us to have sovereignty without waiting for someone to agree to it. I think that's an amazing point.
Right. Isaiah Jackson, who wrote Bitcoin of Black America, he makes the point that he is now reached the end of his patience as a Black man in America. He's not waiting for justice. He's just opting out with Bitcoin and just saying, you know, I'm opting out. I'm not waiting around anymore. And I think that's the right approach. And with Bitcoin, it allows you to peacefully opt out of a white supremacist oriented political system in the United States. And you talk about Africa. In Nigeria, 30% of the day-to-day commerce is now Bitcoin enabled. So in Nigeria, they moved from store of value to medium of exchange to now unit of account. So Nigeria could become the Bitcoin powerhouse in the world. You know, it's a huge economy. And if they keep going the way it's going with Bitcoin, that's going to be the center of gravity for global Bitcoin. Is going to be Nigeria. And then
go ahead.
The African diaspora, right? African Black community around the world is going to be like, they're going to pick up on that, and they're like, yeah, you know, we get it. And that's going to ripple, and just like, because it's going to make sense. It's going to just like say, yeah, we're just tired of all the nonsense, man. I mean, how much more of this nonsense, right? And the problem is that the state always comes back in a violent, coercive way. That's the problem. The problem is violence from the state violence, and the state prison system, which is an extension of slavery, is the prison industrial complex. It's an extension of Jim Crow. It's just the state rounding up and imprisoning Black people because they're racist. That's the bottom line. So let's opt out, man. Just opt out with Bitcoin. It's peaceful. Just like, I don't take your stinking fiat money anymore. I'm not dealing in that filth. I just want Bitcoin. I just want peace. Leave me alone. I want peace.
I'm just doing a little like kind of tangential. Being in the blockchain Bitcoin space as a startup, looking at this KYC anti-money laundering law, it wasn't until I really got into it and I realized how they talk about drugs. I'm 51 years old, so my generation was the one they said was the crack epidemic. You know, AIDS got big, just all that coming of age. And I looked at the fact that you can't even move that large sums of money without the state knowing. Like JoJo and Ray Ray on the street corner, there's no way in the world that they're moving hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars without the state, and especially with something like cocaine that's grown, literally harvested in South America. Most of the folks in my neighborhood didn't even have passports or visas. No one had a passport visa to actually participate in this thing. And when you start talking about how we can disconnect ourselves, I think sometimes we buy into things, these myths of some super drug dealer that's actually in control of this, where the state, there's no way the state could even allow that type of movement unless they were a party to it. So I just think, I mean, the point you're making, I think, you know, when we really think it through, it makes sense. And I guess the next step in it, as we come to this awareness, and I think Isaiah really, I think his book, and I think we have his book on our website as a reference guide. But as people become awakening and sister becomes awakened, our friends become awakened, what would you say if you were going to say, hey, man, these are my three things that, look, as you become more aware of what's going on and how to make sure that these are the three steps I would try to take? Are there any steps you would take as a recommendation to those who are just becoming awakening to these truths and how they could actually make a difference in their own lives?
Right. So first, just to kind of roll it back for a second, and you know, I think that there's an old saying, he who has the gold makes the rules, but I think that's going to be changing now. He who has the Bitcoin makes the rules. So one way to achieve political parity in America is if the Black community were to have, you know, $1 trillion or more worth of Bitcoin in aggregate, that means they're going to be making some rules. And that gives a lot of political power just by the sheer size of the economic footprint of being associated with that many Bitcoin. As I said in 2011, and it was quoted in Isaiah Jackson's book, if the Black community focused on acquiring Bitcoin back in 2011 when it was $1, by 2020, they could buy the white community. Now,
Go ahead.
a lot of people were saying that that's maybe not the best way to phrase that, but the point is that imagine if, in fact, the whole Black community started buying Bitcoin at $1, and here in 2020, you know, the whole Bitcoin's worth what, 240 billion. I mean, you could say Black community could have 20, 30 billion of that, which is a nice little war chest, you know, to get things done politically. Because we know in politics in America, it's all about the laws that are bought, right? Laws are bought. They're not made. People buy laws. You know, they buy them, you know, to suit their interests. So that's where it's done. It's done in the cash register. So that would be a nice war chest to have, 20 or 30 billion to go down to Washington and buy some laws that we want, right? That would be nice. So to get back to your other question in terms of, okay, how do you start this process? And the best way to get back to my earlier point is that you've got to be willing to take risk and fail. Most people I gave away a lot of Bitcoin in 2011. I gave away thousands of Bitcoin in 2011. And almost everyone I gave those Bitcoin to lost them, right? But they didn't, unless you have the experience of shelling out your own money and taking possession of this thing and being responsible. Because if you lose that private key, you lost your money for good, forever. You're never getting it back, right? Unless you take that action and take that responsibility, you will not know what this means. You won't know what any of this means. That's the first step you have to take. You have to be willing to fail. You have to be willing to take a risk, and you have to be willing to lose, because you're the only one responsible now. Can't go to the government, can't go to your friends, can't go to your family. Once you lose that private key, it's over. You know, the story today, some guy has a private key worth $700 million, and he's asking Google to tap into their artificial intelligence quantum computer capability to help him remember the password, right? I mean, how bad does that guy feel right now? It's never going to happen. He's got $700 million that is now lost forever, and that'll be worth $10 billion soon enough, right? I mean, you got to have that experience. You got to take a risk. You got to fail, and once you fail, then you know what it is to succeed. But you can never know what it is to succeed unless you first fail.
Well, Max, I really appreciate everything you've done for us as a conference, what you've done for the culture of Bitcoin. I think your civility, I think one of the things you've also taught is, you know, you're very direct about your perspective, but there's a level of, you know, you call folks banksters, and look, I never met Jamie Dimon, but I think he's a no good bastard. But as a whole, you know, your approach to humanity and us as people on this journey is always so thoughtful. And you and your wife even being the example of how we as people can work together. I just think it's, you know, if we don't say thank you, we for all those that haven't, who thought about thanking Max, you know, again, Max, with your style, thanking you could also be kind of like a weird thank you anyway, but just thanking you for being you and sharing so much and caring so much. And again, you've taken part of your life to do this. And, you know, there's a risk in being that vulnerable and that open, but you've done so much for so many of us.
Is there? I mean, so my education, as I've said in the past, when I was going to New York University back in 1979, I moved to 145th Street and Broadway. It's where I was living, which is Harlem, you know, Sugar Hill. And I lived uptown for 4 years. And I became known as, and I'm going to use a curse word here. I hope your audience does not, you know, get offended. But I became known in the hood as the crazy ass white motherfucker that Reaganomics forgot. That was kind of like my nickname. Now, what I learned is that to survive in a situation like that, and it is a question of survival, is you've got to be authentic, because the street can sniff out bullshit fast, and that's dangerous. So this is the basis of my education when I was going to college. Is not what I was learning in the classroom down in Greenwich Village. It was what I was learning uptown by knowing and understanding that with the second I'm on that street, I've got to be authentic with everybody all the time. Otherwise, I'm at risk of getting, my head crushed in a real violent way. Because especially in the late 70s and early 80s, that was a violent place to be. We had 3,000 murders a year in New York. It was the beginning of the Colombian invasion and crack cocaine, and you'd hear gunshots all day long uptown, and it was a dangerous place. And that was my lesson, and that's my lesson going forward. People come to me and they say, I'm curious about this. How do I do this? What's going on here? It's got to be authentic. Just be authentically who you are. If you don't know who you are, then sit down, shut up, and meditate on that until you do know who you are. No one's gonna tell you who you are. Only you can tell you who you are. That goes all the way back to Socrates. Know thyself. Okay? That's what I'm saying.
All right, well, Max, thank you. That was to say white motherfucker and Socrates. We'll take that and we'll call that the Black Blockchain Summit 2020 coming to you live. Thank you so much. And with that, we're wrapping it up and until we meet again.
Yeah, we'll see you soon, Sinclair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Max.
Thanks.
All right. That was Mr. Sinclair Skinner and Max Kaiser speaking at the 2020 Black Blockchain Summit. I think that was a very great session, talking about the principles and fundamentals of Bitcoin and blockchain technology. The title of that fireside was Satoshi is Black, Reparations and Revolutions. That marks the end of day one of the Black Blockchain Summit. We're now going into a final session, which is the award session. And we will be awarding two individuals with the Black Blockchain Summit Moran Award, which we have been awarding to individuals for the past 2 years. And if I can just recap the awardees of 2018, the first awardee ever was Alakanani Itereleng, who is a moderator at this year's summit, and Mr. Reggie Middleton, as well as Lamar Wilson and Max Kaiser, who got the John Brown Award. Also awardees were Bridget Solutions for the pitching competition. So this year's award goes to Roslyn Wanjiru, who is the Director of Growth at Pesabase, as well as Rose Beef, also known as Olaula Osuntukun from Nigeria. He is the CTO of Lightning Labs. So they'll be receiving these awards. Tomorrow is day 2 of the Black Blockchain Summit, and it will begin at exactly 8 a.m. EDT time. That's about 3 p.m. East Africa time, and 1 p.m. West Africa time, for those of you tuning in from West Africa. And we have a great lineup of speakers. If I can give you some highlights, we have Reggie Middleton, we have Hassan Karim, we have Professor William Macy from Princeton, Professor Todd Chan from Howard University. We have Tasha McCarter, Adrian Gardner. Telly Onu will be back again. We have Tone Vase and Leah Wald. We have Tongai Choto. Nia will be back again. Rosalind will be back again. We have Maureen Murat, Jomari. We have Roast Beef, Eric Martindale, Simon Mugo, Eric Latham, Alex Wafula, Jamal James, Tavonia Evans. We have Lynn Albright, the mother of Ross Albright. We have Isaiah Jackson, author of Bitcoin and Black America. We'll have our final session with Cameron Winklevoss, co-founder and president of Gemini, as well as Mr. Sinclair Skinner once again. So thank you for joining us today, and see you tomorrow at the 2020 Black Blockchain Summit, Day 2.